Yo, what's good, Shinobi Nation? Welcome back to Just a Shinobi, the home of the craziest Naruto what ifs. Today we're jumping into part 9 of What If Banished Naruto Azula's Bodyguard. So strap in, because things are about to get explosive. If you're new to the channel, make sure to smash that subscribe button, hit the bell so you don't miss the next chapter, and share this video with your whole ninja squad. And of course, drop your theories in the comments. Your support is what keeps this shinobi grinding. As they walked through the capital's gates, the Paragons noticed how busy it looked compared to Konoha. Additionally, Naruto noted how the civilians there didn't glare at him. If anything, they didn't care about him. Likewise, Sokka and Suki looked around the streets as merchants and guardsmen often chatted with each other. Not exactly what I was expecting, Azula commented as she stared at its walls. While it and the gates were impressive, as she could tell they would be able to protect the city behind it, they were completely different from what she was used to. What were you expecting? More red? Asked Naruto. Yes. She was from the Fire Nation. There was a lot of red in the capital alone. She was used to its color. Just because we're in the capital of the Land of Fire, doesn't mean all of it has to be red, he told her. I am well aware. Despite where she was raised, she knew that well enough. Are the two of you done? Jiraiya asked them both from behind. Yeah, just about, Naruto replied. Then the 5 of you, Akela growled and Nyla hissed. Sorry, the 7 of you should get going. I'll stay with Team Kakashi and Koiki. Right, we'll see you when we see you. Team Paragon walked past the gates and into the city, Naruto pulling the hood over his head as they did so. Soon, they disappeared within the crowd in the streets. Well, I guess we'd better head to the Fire Daimyo's palace, Kakashi said. They walked away from the gates in a different direction. There was another gate that went straight to the palace, and shinobi who wanted to speak to the daimyo went through that one. Even though Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Koiki talked to one another, the other 3 members didn't. Sai didn't talk because he didn't feel the need to. Sasuke and Sakura, however, didn't speak because of something else. They had been like that ever since the day before. Flashback. They walked down the road, slowly making their way to their destination. All around them was nothing but trees and open skies. Ugh, June groaned. Can I just go ahead and meet you guys there? It's getting more and more tedious waiting on you all. Do you know the way to the capital, June? Naruto asked her. No. Then stop complaining and keep on moving. Hell, even Nyla is complaining less than you are. She gave him a half-hearted glare but didn't say anything. She just urged the Shurshu she was riding on forward. The rest of them just kept walking as well. As they did, Jiraiya walked up beside Naruto. Hey, how long are you going to keep this up? What are you talking about? The blonde asked him. I'm talking about you and Team Kakashi. You haven't spoken to them for the past 4 days, and every time they've tried to do so with you, you either ignore them or walk away. I'm just trying to focus on the mission, he replied, keeping his eyes looking straight ahead. The mission hasn't even started yet, Gaki. You'll have to talk to them eventually. I'll talk to them when I have to and only when it concerns the mission. And you'll just talk to the others about anything else, that about it. It's a perfect solution, right? He got slapped upside the head for that remark. Oh. It is not a perfect solution, the Toad Sage said, frustration clear in his voice. They may not be your teammates anymore, but you are still working with Team Kakashi. You need to interact with them. No, I do not. Yes, you do. All he got for a response was Naruto walking away from him. He gave an annoyed growl but didn't go after him. Is it really that bad? Koiki asked as she walked up beside him. It could be worse, he admitted. If he had the same temper from 3 years ago, they would have already come to blows. But he's just keeping it to silence, and generally ignoring them, despite their efforts to talk to him. I've seen it too. He pretends to be busy, so he has a reason to ignore them. She felt that it was a little sad to see such a thing. They're just trying to talk to him, why would he try to avoid that? If Naruto had his way, he would have let the elemental countries hang and stayed on the other side of the planet. Then why hasn't he? Partly because I forced him into a deal, Jiraiya admitted. But also partly because he knows that if the Akatsuki achieve their goal, they won't stop with the elemental countries. So he isn't here to save us, but to protect the bending countries. That's about it. He sighed. You know, there are some days when I wish the old Naruto was back. Kami, do I miss that annoying little brat? You do realize I can hear you, right? Naruto asked from in front, making them flinch slightly. Before he could say anything else, a group of men appeared out of the trees and stood in front of them, blocking their path. Hands up where we can see him! One of the men shouted, waving a sword at them. The blade had specks of rust that they could see from this distance. And why should we do that? Azula asked. Are you stupid or something? Put them up! The man screamed. This is a robbery. We'll be taking all of your valuables. And the women, of course, another man said, leering at Koiki. I think I'll bring this one along as well, a fat, ugly-looking man declared as he walked up to Sokka. He's a pretty one. He grinned as he placed the tip of his knife on the tribeman's cheek. It looks like Tatsu's found another toy, the first man said aloud, earning catcalls from the other supposed robbers. I'm gonna enjoy breaking you, Tatsu told him, tapping the knife against his cheek. Soon you'll be begging for me. I doubt it, Sokka replied. He was calm as water. That's what they all say at first, he said with a greasy chuckle. Now I wonder how big you are. He brought his free hand downwards, towards Sokka's crotch. I recommend you don't do that. And why's that? If you do, my sword's going to end up in your throat. Oh, I'm sure it will, but it'll be my sword that's going to be in your throat. He didn't finish the sentence, due to Sokka whipping his weapon out of its scabbard and plunging it into his throat. He pulled it out, and the dead man fell to the ground. And for the record, I have a girlfriend, he told the corpse. The rest of the would-be robbers stared at him in shock. Nice going there, Sokka, Naruto complimented him, walking up beside him. Now there are only 9 of them left. I noticed, Naruto, he replied, eyeing the rest of them. Their confident air was now lost and was replaced with a nervous one. So how about we just kill the rest of them? Sounds like a plan to me. Akela, stay out of this one, he told the wolf, who just yawned with boredom. All right, you take the 4 on the left, the blonde said. I'll take the 5 on the right. Hang on, why do I get 4 and you get 5? You already killed one, that's why. As they talked, the robbers had gotten over their shock. Do you really think the 2 of you will be able to beat us? The second robber asked. Actually, I think it's going to be quite easy, Naruto said before he turned to face the water paragon. So, how do you want to do this? The first one finished wins? Sokka suggested. Sounds good to me. He dropped into a stance and the tribesmen did the same. Before anyone could say anything, the 2 attacked the rest of the robbers. As they watched, everyone realized that attack would have been too mild a word. They tore into the robbers. Sokka was using his Zanpakuto to effortlessly cut off limbs or decapitate them. Naruto had taken an earthbending stance and was using it to shatter bones. He'd kick or punch an opponent so hard, the snapping of their bones was loud enough for everyone to hear. But whoever he was fighting, and breaking their bones, didn't have the chance to scream, because that's when he killed them. Eventually, they had killed almost every single one of the robbers. There was only one left, a boy around their age. He looked at the 2 of them with nothing but fear in his eyes. Realizing that his death was imminent, he tried to run away, tears running down his face as he screamed with fear. But he didn't run away from the group, he ran towards it. He ran through them and had just gotten clear of Sasuke and Sakura when a kunai flew and buried itself in the back of his head, killing him. The 2 Konoha shinobi just stared at the dead body falling to the ground. If the 2 of you were just going to stand there, the least you could have done was stop him, Naruto told them curtly. He walked up to the corpse and pulled the kunai out. But I guess even you 2 will freeze up, even if you're both a Chunin and a Jonin, he said the last part mockingly as he walked away, lighting a cigarette as he went. The 2 of them just stared at his back. They had indeed frozen up, but not because of the fight. They had frozen up because they saw Naruto effortlessly kill 5 men on his own. The knucklehead idiot they had known who would always somehow be able to save a person's life had been replaced with someone who could, and would, kill without hesitation. End flashback. Sakura, Sasuke, what's the matter? Kakashi asked them, bringing them back to the present. It's nothing, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura told him, seeing that he and the others had stopped walking. We were just remembering yesterday. Ah, he see. I take it that he didn't act like that before? Sai asked them, trying to find out what he could about their former teammate. What gave it away? Sasuke replied with blatant sarcasm. I know he wasn't above killing his enemy, but still he trailed off, remembering what happened. He had never seen Naruto fight like that before. Well, that's what happens when you fight in a war, Jiraiya remarked. Even someone like Naruto would be changed by that. We know that, Sakura told him. It's just that we still see the old Naruto in him, but every time he does something different, it gets smaller. Kid, you're deluding yourself. Whatever is left of the old Naruto is too small to see, even with the Sharingan. But Lord Jiraiya, you've said it yourself, you miss the old Naruto as well, Koiki said to him. Just because I miss the old Naruto, doesn't mean I hope he'll come back. You're still lucky, Lord Jiraiya, Kakashi told him. Naruto opens up more to you more than anyone else in Konoha. If that's what you think, I must be doing better than I thought, because it feels like he hasn't opened up to me at all. The frank admission grated on him, just like the fact Naruto was different. Team Paragon made their way silently through the streets, people avoiding them because of the big Shirshu. So, what's our plan? June asked as she walked beside Nyla, making sure he didn't spontaneously attack anyone, or Naruto. Jiraiya gave us the names of his informants who came up with the information, Naruto told her, his head and face still covered by the hood. Someone would have to look hard to see his face. We'll have to go and talk to them. How do we get their attention? Sokka asked as he looked around. They had been in the street for only a few minutes and already he was making sure he had his bearings. It might not have the size of Ba Sing Se, but it was still big enough for someone to get lost in. We'll have to ask for a non-existent Aika Aika novel. We have to ask for what? He repeated what he heard, making it sound like a question. You heard me. Does such a concept actually exist? Azula asked, somewhat mystified by it. Who wouldn't? Apparently, he answered as he pulled out a piece of paper and looked at its contents. The fucking sadist gave me this. It's a couple of addresses. Each one has a title with it, so odds are that's the title we ask for. Where do we go first? Suki asked. Actually, it's not going to be all of us. What do you mean? Sokka asked him. One of us will deal with one informant. If the same person keeps going to see them, we'll be bound to be found out. He looked over at the bounty hunter in the group. June, see if you can go find a place for us. It'll be weird to see people coming out of the Fire Daimyo's palace only to head for the lower class places constantly. And why do I have to do it? She asked. You're the one who's got Mr. Big, Furry, and Ugly, he said, casually ducking to avoid Nyla's tongue. Easy there, Nyla, she told the Shirshu, stroking his fur. Naruto, would you please stop insulting him? I'll stop insulting him when he stops trying to kill me. But he keeps trying to kill you because you keep insulting him. He shrugged. Then I guess we're at an impasse. Both Sokka and Akela rolled their eyes in unison at those words. She gave a small groan. Fine, whatever, I'm going to find a place. She started to walk away, leading Nyla along as well. Don't blame me if it's near a tavern. I need a drink. She called back to them. That would be better, thank you. He shouted in return. Isn't she going to get lost? Suki asked. I hope not, she has a map. It would be redundant to get lost in a city you had a map to. So do you know where to go? Azula asked him. Yes. Thankfully, I bought 2 maps. Then who has it? Who else would have it? He pointed his thumb at Sokka, who pulled out said map. Lead the way, map guy, he told the tribesman. That's Mr. Map Guy to you, pal, he said half-jokingly. Odd, I would have called you Dr. Map Guy. Oh, thank you. I didn't realize I had gotten the honor. Will the two of you knock it off? Suki asked them. We have a job to do. She shared a look with Azula. They had the same thought. Boys. All right, Naruto, hand me the address paper, would ya? The Fire Paragon handed him the paper. Okay, I think I know where to go. He made a turn at the street corner, and the others followed. He walked quickly through the streets, checking the map occasionally to make sure he hadn't gotten lost. Even though he walked fast, the others were still able to stay with him. "This looks like the right spot," he declared, stopping in front of a store. The others stopped as well and looked at the store. "Are you sure this is the right place?" Azula asked him. "Yeah, I'm sure," he told her. "Trust me, I wasn't exactly expecting this either." "I thought it would have been a brothel or a hot spring," Suki commented. "Actually, if I'm reading the addresses and the map right, that would have been the next place to go to." "You know, if you think about it for a minute, it's not that surprising, really," Naruto said. "Anyway, I'll be the one to make contact with the informant. Sokka, cover the entrance with the Kella. Suki, keep an eye on anyone and everyone else in there. Azula, try to stay close to me, but don't make it obvious. Does anyone have any questions?" The others shook their heads. "Then let's get to it." They split up and one at a time, casually walked into the bookstore. Naruto paid no attention to the others as he walked up to the counter. "Excuse me," he said to the person working the counter. It was a teenage boy, only a couple of years younger than he was. "Yes? Can I help you?" the teenager asked. "I'm looking for a particular book and I was told that it was sold here." "That's possible. Do you know the title?" "Ika Ika, Pharaoh Love." The teenager frowned. "I haven't heard of that one," he admitted. "Are you sure that's the correct title?" "Yes." "Hang on a moment. Let me go talk to the owner." He walked away from the counter and towards what looked to be the door to the back room, opening the door and sticking his head through it. "Hey boss, could you come out here?" A middle-aged man who looked like he enjoyed food came through the door. "What is it?" he asked the teenager with a grumpy look. "I have a customer who's asking for a book I've never heard of before." He gestured towards Naruto, who was still standing at the counter. He made an exasperated noise. "Very well, I'll take care of this." He walked up to the counter. "I apologize for this, sir." "It's not a problem," Naruto assured him. "Could you please tell me the title of the book you're looking for?" "Ika Ika, Pharaoh Love." Although he kept a pleasant look on his face, the owner's eyes went flat. "Would that be in paperback or hardback, sir?" he asked. "Paperback, if you have it," the blonde answered. "I believe there is a copy in the back. If you will follow me." He turned around and walked back through the door. Naruto briefly signaled the others to stay put before following him. They walked into the back room and into the main office. Once they were in, the owner locked the door behind him. "You may know the passphrase, but I don't know you." "Of course you don't," he replied, pulling the hood down and letting his head be shown to the world, or at least the office. The owner looked at him. "So, you're the kid he kept talking about. The one everyone was looking for. Did he tell you that we were coming?" Naruto asked him. He nodded. "I assumed that he would be here with you." "He's with the other team. He'd figured to stay within the public view." "Makes sense," he acknowledged. "Are the other three and the wolf with you?" He had been in the information business to know if people were keeping an eye out. "Yes." "Are they trustworthy?" "I trust them, and so does Jiraiya," the blonde told him. "Good enough." He walked over to the desk and sat down behind it. "Have you heard anything new?" Naruto asked, walking up to the desk. It was a nice desk, made from good quality oak and aged well. He shook his head. "Not really. What I've heard has been mostly repeated. There is a possibility that the Akatsuki might try to have the spring daimyo killed, but that's about it." "Are you sure you haven't heard anything new?" "Well, I did hear something about the hit might possibly happen during the upcoming dance, but I can't be sure." "What dance?" he asked, looking up from the desk. "The fire daimyo is supposedly going to throw a formal dance for the snow daimyo soon. I guess it's to celebrate the trade agreement, or something like that," the man explained before snorting slightly. "Our ruler would celebrate the dropping of a hat." "You don't like daimyo?" "No one in the capital likes the daimyo. The man is a complete idiot. He makes his decisions based on what his advisors tell him. Whoever is the most convincing gets his approval. And when it comes to important things, he leaves it to his advisors. That has got to be the most idiotic way of ruling a country I have ever heard of. And I'm also counting Ba Sing Se, Naruto thought. No kidding, the Kyuubi agreed. Ozai and Long Feng might have been greedy, controlling assholes who didn't give a damn about anything else except their power, but at least they knew how to rule a country. If everyone dislikes the daimyo, why haven't you overthrown him or something? Mostly because his advisors are able to deal with any potential damage his decisions create, answered the owner. But if you want an actual answer, we're just waiting for his daughter to take over. That's it. How old is the daughter? Didn't Jiraiya ever tell you that it was rude to ask a lady her age? He asked with a slightly amused look. That's only if you're asking the lady herself, the blonde retorted. Besides, we're talking about the man who peeps on naked women regularly, and is still not dead. He chuckled. You're right about that. But you still haven't answered my question. I know I didn't. You just need to know that Daimyo's daughter is shaping up to be a much better ruler than her father. If she were to try and overthrow him, the people here in the capital would probably look the other way. That would be the first time I've heard something like that ever happen, he said after a moment of silence. You know what they say, kid. There's a first time for everything. True enough. Are you sure there isn't any new information? If there was, I would have told you. Then my team and I will be going then. He turned around and walked for the door. Are you sure you don't want to buy a book? The owner asked him as he stood up and walked over to the door as well, unlocking it. I don't know about my teammates, but I'm fine, he answered as he walked out of the office, pulling the hood back up. That's a pity. Team Kakashi had a brief meeting with the Fire Daimyo, in which he waved them away within 10 minutes. For Sasuke and Sakura, that was the first time they had met the daimyo and were a little surprised by him. Is he always like that? Sakura asked as they headed towards their rooms. Pretty much, Jiraiya answered. You have to make your point quickly when you're talking to him, otherwise he'll get bored. That doesn't really seem like a good way to rule a country. He's still the daimyo. We have to make do with what we got. How on earth did the Sandaime deal with him? Sasuke asked. With a lot of patience and a lot of fast talking, he answered. But mostly, he dealt with the advisors. And that's what Lady Tsunade has to deal with now? Koyuki asked as they rounded a corner. Yes, it is. Truth be told, it was a lot easier when his wife was alive. Hold on, I thought Madame Shirjimi was his wife, Sakura pointed out. She had been there in the throne room, but she had been focused on her cat rather than them. We're here, Kakashi announced as he opened the door to the set of rooms they had been given. Sasuke, Sai, Lord Jiraiya, and I will take the room on the right. Lady Koiki will take the room in the back and Sakura will take the room next to her. He ordered as they walked into the first room, closing the door behind him. They moved quickly to put their stuff in the room they had been given, working methodically and effortlessly, Koiki a little less so than the others. She was a daimyo, not a shinobi. As they did so, there was a knock on the door. Both Sasuke and Sakura moved to either side of the door, hands hanging over a readied weapon. Sai hung back, hiding himself in the room's shadows. Koiki slowly walked over to the door and opened the door, revealing a woman who looked to be in her early 20s. Lady Koiki? She asked. Yes. You are? Koiki asked in return. My name is Lady Miki. I'm the daughter of the Fire Daimyo and the person who you've been communicating with about the trade agreement. She frowned. I thought I was communicating with the Fire Daimyo about that. My idiot father doesn't care about it. He just passed it on to his advisors, who told me about it. Honestly, it's probably better that I was talking to you. She looked around the room and saw both Kakashi and Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, it's good to see you again, she greeted him. It's good to see you again as well, Miki, he told her with a smile. Were you able to find the one you were looking for? Unfortunately, yes. How is that unfortunate? She asked with a small frown. I thought you would have been happy to have finally found him. It has to do with how I found him, and where he was all this time. I don't understand. If you ever meet him, you will. I'll take your word for it, She looked at both sides of the door. Why exactly are the two of you standing like that? She asked both Sasuke and Sakura, who were still standing there. We're hired to protect Lady Koyuki, Your Highness, Kakashi told her. Both Sakura and Sasuke are only doing their jobs. Well, I'm not about to kill the person who the Land of Fire is about to sign a trade agreement with, so they can relax. Sasuke, Sakura, stand down, he told them. They did but kept their hands ready. Thanks. She turned back to face Cookie. May I come in? Please, by all means, she replied, stepping away from the door. Thanks. She walked into the room. Sorry for deceiving you about the trade agreement. I'm just glad that it was being taken seriously. But why did the daimyo pass it to his advisors? I already told you, my father is an idiot, and that's being polite, she said with a small scowl. If he does get into something, his advisors have to make sure that he doesn't do too much damage. That's not a nice thing to say about your father, Miki, Jiraiya told her. It's still the truth, Lord Jiraiya. She gave a little sigh. Sheesh, it was better when my mother was alive. Sasuke and Sakura shared a look. Isn't Madame Shirjimi your mother? Sakura asked. She looked at them like she didn't believe what they had just said. You honestly think that fat bitch of a woman is my mother? She scoffed. What the hell made you think that? Well, she is Daimyo's wife. His second one. And all she cares about is that Kami-forsaken cat. Which every genin team in Konoha knows quite well, Sasuke remarked drily. She looked over at him. You're that Uchiha kid, right? He briefly bowed his head. Yes, Your Highness. You know, Shirjimi once tried to arrange a marriage contract between the two of us. He was surprised by that but managed to keep it off his face. I was not aware of that. She shrugged. That's mostly because I gave her a black eye when she suggested the idea and threatened to kill her cat the next time she brought it up. Not to be disrespectful, ma'am, but couldn't you have killed the cat instead? She laughed. Oh, I like you. She turned back to face Cookie. Sorry, but I have to go. We can talk later. I just thought I'd introduce myself to you, so you know what to expect when it comes to the trade agreement. It's not a problem at all. Thank you for informing me. They watched as the daughter of the fire daimyo walked out of the set of rooms. Well, that was unexpected, Kakashi said after she had left, closing the door. I had no idea she was in charge of the trade agreement. You and I both know daimyo is an idiot, Kakashi, Jiraiya told him. Yes, but I assumed that the advisors were taking care of it. Well, they're not. If those advisors were as halfway competent as the fire daimyo, then it's no wonder the people here are waiting for Lady Miki to ascend. He rubbed the back of his head as he glanced at the door. She's becoming more like her mother every time I see her, he said, mostly to himself. I take it her mother was someone you knew? Sai asked as he came out of the shadows. Anybody who knew the world of politics knew who she was. What do you mean, Lord Jiraiya? Sakura asked him. Back when she was alive, Miki's mother was daimyo all in all but name. And in those days, the country ran smoothly. She ruled the Land of Fire? Yes and no. The daimyo was the official ruler, but all the power was with her. She called all the shots, and it seems she taught what she knew to her daughter. What happened to her? Sasuke asked. We were never quite sure, he replied. We knew that she had been murdered, but there was never an investigation. The daimyo just waved us off whenever we asked about it. He kept telling us that it didn't matter. But that was his wife, he said in outrage. How could the daimyo do something like that about his own wife? And according to him, she was now a dead woman. Hell, he remarried within 2 weeks. Didn't he have a funeral for Miki's mother? Sakura asked. Not one I was aware of, which is odd, considering the fact that a funeral of daimyo, or their family, is always an event where the Hokage has to show up. When did she die? Koiki asked. Just about a year after the Kyuubi attacked the village. So, the fire daimyo has been running the country for the better part of 15 years. Given what you've all just told us, how exactly is it that the Land of Fire is not bankrupt? Sasuke asked. Mostly because the advisors are very good at damage control, Jiraiya answered with a straight face. Shouldn't we focus on the mission? Sai asked them. There's not much we can do right now, Kakashi told him. All we can do now is to wait for Naruto and the others to pass us anything they can find, he said, having trouble saying his former student's name. Why don't we go look for the information ourselves? For all we know, the Jinchuriki is using this opportunity to escape from us and take his friends with him. We'll be left blind if he does. Naruto would never do that, Sakura objected. I think we can all agree that either you or Uchiha aren't the experts on him anymore, he told her. He still wouldn't do that. He would never abandon his friends. She might know him best anymore, but she knew that he wouldn't do that. In case you've forgotten, he doesn't consider you two his friends anymore. Before things could come to blows, Jiraiya spoke up. Kakashi, why don't you, Sasuke, Sakura, and Koiki take a look around the palace? We're going to be spending a couple of days here, so you might as well get used to the location. I'm going to have a talk with Sai. Kakashi caught the implications behind the Toad Sage's suggestion. Understood, Lord Jiraiya, he replied, walking over to the door and opening it. Sasuke, Sakura, Lady Koiki, let's go. Sasuke and Sakura had also caught the implications and followed him. Koiki also followed, understanding that if she'd stayed, she'd probably be caught in the crossfire. What is the matter, Lord Jiraiya? Sai asked once the door was closed, and the footsteps had faded from earshot. What are your orders concerning Naruto? The Toad Sage bluntly asked the pale-looking boy. What are you talking about? He asked back with his fake smile. I don't have any orders that concern Naruto Uzumaki. His response was to grab him by the neck and slam him into the wall, hard enough to hurt, but not enough to make a dent. Don't give me that crap, Sai. We both know you're from Root, and we both know that Danzo gave you orders about Naruto. So I will ask you again, what are your orders concerning Naruto? To observe him, he finally answered. What else? If Konoha's interests are no longer his priority, then he is to be removed. Then that's going to be a problem for you and Danzo. Naruto isn't here to act in Konoha's interests. So if you ever try to remove him as you called it, you'll be making a very big mistake. How would I be doing that? He held up his free hand and began forming a Rasengan. Because the moment you make a move against him, it'll be your last, he threatened the Root operative, holding the completed jutsu close to his face. Are we clear? Yes, sir, he answered. We are clear. Good. The Rasengan dissipated as he released his grip. Glad to know we understand each other. He turned around and started walking away. We might as well go catch up with the others. Sai just stared at his back in silence. He left 3 years ago and had made no attempt to come back willingly. He's refused every single offer given to him by us. He makes his dislike of us and the village evident every time he talks to one of us. So why do you keep taking his side? He asked. He paused but didn't turn around to face him. I wasn't a good godfather to him when he was younger. I'm trying to make up for it now. That's why you always go to his side. Because you are trying to make up for what you failed to do? That's my reason. I'm sure the others have their own. He started walking again. Let's get going. He walked out of the room and Sai soon followed him. They walked through the streets, having gone to every address on the paper. I'm new to this whole information hunting thing, so I don't know if our little trips were worth it or not, Sokka commented. They all pretty much gave us the same information, Azula replied. We went to at least 4 different places, and we were told the same thing every time. The only thing that was different was a couple of the details. They also told us that nobody in the capital likes the fire daimyo very much, Suki said. Can you blame them? Naruto asked her. I've never met the guy and I don't like him just by listening to how he rules. The asshole might have bent on conquering his side of the planet, but at least he knew how to rule. Who's the asshole? Azula asked. Ozai, he answered. I thought he was the royal flaming asshole. He's been stripped of his titles and thrown into jail, so I can't call him royal. And his firebending has also been taken from him, so I can't call him flaming, hence why he is the asshole instead of the royal flaming asshole. Well, that's nice, but we still have the same basic information from 4 different sources. That just means one thing, he said. What? She asked. We're going to have to look for new information on our own. Still, at least we have something to start with. What do you mean? Suki asked him. Each informant told us that the spring daimyo will possibly be taken out at the upcoming dance, so all we have to do is ask around about said dance. Well, we can't do that in the slums and whatnot, Sokka remarked. We'll have to ask around the higher class places. Don't be so sure about that. Remember, the owner of the hot springs told Suki that if the daimyo was going to be throwing a party, there's a good chance the rest of the city isn't going to be working. All we have to do is ask in the right places. Such as? Azula asked. Well, for one, we ask the shopkeepers if they're going to be closing because of the dance. If they say yes, we then ask why and then pump them for details. We could also ask the taverns and bars if they're going to be staying open late, or if they're going to lower the prices on drinks on the same day of the dance, Suki pointed out. Good point. There is also. He trailed off when he noticed Azula looking straight ahead. Azula, what's the matter? June and Nyla are coming straight at us. They looked in the same direction as she did. Sure enough, both the bounty hunter and the Shirshu were coming at full speed. Thankfully, the street wasn't that crowded, so anybody who would have been in their way got out of the way pretty fast. There you are, June declared as she stopped Nyla in front of them. You couldn't have stayed in one spot? We had multiple people to talk to, June, Sokka told her. You knew that. Never mind that, just follow me. She turned Nyla around and went off. The others shared a brief look with each other before going after her. She, and by extension they, didn't stop until they were outside the capital's walls and into the nearby forest. The others were able to keep track of her as they ran. By the time they had gotten deep into the forest, they were panting, some a little more than others. Why exactly did we have to run out to the forest? Suki asked June as she tried to get her breath back. I just wanted to make sure we weren't being watched, she answered, sounding nervous. Why would we be watched? Azula asked. I just want to be sure, okay. June, what did you do? Naruto asked, narrowing his eyes at her. I didn't do anything, she protested. June. What makes you think she did something anyway, Naruto? Sokka asked him. Mainly because she acts like this any time she does something that's probably going to come back and bite her in the ass, or in this, our ass. So, what did you do, June? He asked her again. Two might have gotten us involved in Koiki's assassination. There was a good 15 seconds of silence before both Sokka and Suki said the mandatory what. Naruto, on the other hand, just took a deep breath and looked at her. And how exactly did that happen? All I did was walk into a tavern, get a drink, and start talking to someone, I swear, she told him. Flashback. Alright, Nyla, behave yourself, she told the Shirshu, who only growled slightly in response. That's a good Shirshu. She turned around and walked into the tavern. As she walked up to the bar, everyone's attention was on her and not in the checking her out way. They were sizing her up as a potential threat. She didn't pay any attention to them. She was no novice to that dance routine. But she didn't care about that. All she wanted at that point was a drink. Hey, she called as she sat down at the bar, getting the bartender's attention. Got anything to drink? What do you want? The bartender asked. Tea if you got it. Does this place look like it's a tea shop to you? He asked, a warning tone in his voice. It looks like a place that'll give the customer what they want. Besides, I can see the kettle heating up, she replied, pointing her thumb at said kettle, which started to whistle. Without saying anything in response, the bartender walked over to the kettle, grabbed it, and started making tea. He poured her a cup and handed it to her. She put a couple of rios on the counter as she took the cup. Just so you know, a man said as he sat down next to her. The only reason he asked if this place looked like a tea shop was because the tea here isn't that good. She took a sip of the tea. I've had worse, she replied. If you say so, he told her with a grin. By the way, I don't know, and I don't care, the bounty hunter said, cutting him off. If you're trying to pick me up, just forget it. Whoa, a little harsh there, aren't ya? Still true, isn't it? He laughed. Don't worry, I wasn't serious. I was wondering what you were doing in town. You're not from around here, so people are curious. What gave it away? She asked sarcastically, already knowing the answer. That creature out front, he answered. Are you a bounty hunter or something? I like to think of myself as a well-traveled businesswoman, she replied with a smirk. Where are you from? I'm from across the sea. My friends and I figured we could use a change of scenery. And where are your friends? They're out getting the lay of the land. It might have sounded a little cryptic to some people, but others would realize it might be scoping out the place. Are they bounty hunters too? She thought it over for a moment as she took a sip. I guess, among other things. So, why are you a bounty hunter? He asked her. Did you have any personal reasons or something? If I did, would I tell you? Besides, I'm just in it for the money. That's it. My jobs pay well, and I get some fun out of it, she told him. The bigger the amount of cash, the happier I am. In that case, I have a proposition for you. You say this to every strange girl you meet, or am I the exception? She asked, voice dripping with sarcasm. Actually, I'm being serious. You and your friends need money, right? She shrugged. We do have cash, but we were going to check to see if there was an exchange rate around here. There isn't. Here, your money is completely useless. But I have a job offer that pays very well. Oh, really? What's the job? You said you were a bounty hunter, but have you ever done any assassinations? A couple of times, when the bounty was wanted dead or alive and there was no way of taking him alive. What about your friends? He asked, sounding a little more serious now. Did any of them take any contracts? Some of them might have. I never really bothered to ask. She put the cup down and looked over at him. What's this all about anyway? My boss has a job that'll pay a lot of money for an assassination, and from what I've just heard, you and your friends are perfect for the job. Are you kidding? I just told you that I was a bounty hunter, not an assassin. But you've done a couple, so you're not a complete novice. Besides, you and your friends do this job and you'll be set for life. I'll have to talk to the others and see what they think, she said after staying silent for a couple of seconds. That's fine by me. I'll be expecting your response by tomorrow. If you and your friends don't show up, I'll be disappointed. She said, standing up from the bar. If we take this job, who are we targeting? Ah, so you're interested. I didn't say that. I said if. Who would we be targeting? He smiled as he stood and leaned closer to her ear. My boss would want you to kill the spring daimyo, he whispered so no one else could hear them. While on the outside June appeared to be calm and indifferent, on the inside warning bells were going off. This is not good at all. I might as well already sign us up to take her out, she thought to herself. Without saying a word in reply, she turned around and walked away. She walked out of the tavern and immediately climbed aboard Nyla. Nyla, we need to find Naruto, now, she told the Shirshu, who hissed at the mention of the blonde. Now is not the time for that. I may have just landed us into something bad. Nyla heard the urgency in her voice, so he started sniffing the air, searching for Naruto's scent. Once he had it, he took off. End flashback. Everyone just stared at her as she finished telling what happened. I have to say, that was fairly impressive, June, Azula said, breaking the silence. We go looking for information on the assassination when all we have to do is wait for you to land us a potential job concerning said assassination. Don't act, you haven't done anything that stupid, Azula, Naruto told her. You've done a few stupid things yourself. Actually, if you think about it, this can be beneficial to us, Sokka mused. What makes you say that? Because I can say that we might be in trouble, June asked him. It's simple. All we must do is take the job. That statement made everyone look at him like he said he was Sozin reborn. Sokka, please explain, Suki told him. Look, we've been looking for information on the assassination in order to stop it. I don't know about the rest of you, but I can't think of a better way of stopping it than from within. You know, he does have a point, Azula said. If we were to take this job, any information regarding the assassination would be given to us, which we can pass to Jiraiya and the others. That'll give them time to make countermeasures. But how would we pass the information? If we take this job, odds are we'll be watched every single step of the way, June asked, calming down since she heard Sokka say it could be beneficial. I'm still trying to figure that out, Sokka admitted. Right now, the best I got is someone sneaking into the dance before we get there and warning them. That's cutting it really close, Suki pointed out. Sorry, but I still don't know how we can supply them with information if we're supposed to be watched as we plan this thing. Maybe we could use one of Jiraiya's contacts to pass the information, Azula suggested. One of them was the owner of a bookstore, and another was a manager of a food store. If we send one of them in to pass information, I think we'll be fine. That could work, he admitted. But we'd have to switch off every time we pass information. If we keep sending the same person to see the fucking sadist, whoever they'll have got watching us will start getting suspicious. They'll also get suspicious if we keep sending those two in again and again, Suki pointed out. We'd have to keep the time between sending one of them as random as possible so we can stay in the clear. It's shaky, but it's the best we've got to go on. But if we make this work, not only would we be able to protect Koyuki from the assassination, but we'd also probably be able to catch the actual assassins off guard and be able to grab them and pump them for information about the Akatsuki. So we're going through with this? June asked, making sure. Yeah, we are. Then I guess I have an answer for the guy. Naruto, you've been quiet throughout this entire talk, Azula said, looking at him while getting the others' attention. What's on your mind? He looked from where he was staring at the ground and saw they were all looking up at him. This seems too easy, he finally admitted. What do you mean? We go looking for information about the possible attempt on Koyuki, only to have the job itself offered to us? I don't know what the rest of you think, but this feels like a setup to me. But this could also be our only chance to stop the assassination, Naruto, Sokka told him. We have to risk it. I know that, he admitted. I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it, I'm just saying that we have to be careful and that we should never drop our guard. Keeping our guard up is a given, he said in reply. Neither Aang nor Katara are here to tell us that there's no need to be paranoid and that we can trust whoever wants our help. If Aang or Katara were here, they would have tried to browbeat everyone into saying no to the offer, they wouldn't have cared if it was the best way to stop it. The blonde retorted. That's the truth, Sokka agreed, making them all chuckle. They walked out of the forest, heading back to the capital. As they walked, the same thought lingered in their heads. Is this a setup? Are we the ones being targeted now? It was night outside and so mostly everyone was asleep. But while most of them were sleeping peacefully, Sasuke was tossing and turning. Sweat was pouring down from his head and into the bedding beneath him. He was trapped in a nightmare. He ran through the streets of the Uchiha compound, past the dead bodies of his clan. He knew who he was trying to get away from. He had had this dream before. But despite reliving it, he could do nothing to stop it. He all but bolted out of an alleyway and onto the main street, only to find Itachi standing there, waiting for him in the shadow of the moon. It's a lie, he begged. This isn't like you, big brother. It can't be. I have acted like the older brother you desired, Itachi told him. But then, he didn't continue his explanation. Instead, his form twisted and his features blurred, until who was standing in front of him wasn't Itachi, but Naruto. Just like I once acted like the teammate you desired, he said. Or should I say, the teammate that you once looked down upon. What? Sasuke asked. He was shocked by how deep his voice was. Looking down at himself, he saw that he wasn't a child, but the person he was today. What are you doing here, Naruto? His mouth turned into a sadistic grin. Sasuke noticed how his eyes were red, all but fox-like. And you called me a dove? Take a good look around, you're supposed to be good with stuff like that. He did, and his eyes widened with more and more horror as he did. Not only were there members of the Uchiha clan lying dead in the streets, the other members of the Konoha 11 were there too. Asuma, Guy, Kurenai, Kakashi, Choji Ino, Tenten, Shino, Lee, Hinata, Shikamaru, Kiba, Niji, even Sakura. What's going on here? What did you do? I got tired of you all begging me to come back, so I did something about it. Now, all that's left is you. You son of a bitch! Roared Sasuke as he leapt for him, his hand going for his Chikuto. But he grabbed nothing but air, which made him stop. Are you looking for this? He asked, holding up the Chikuto. Before he got an answer, he plunged it into Uchiha's chest, making him fall backwards onto the ground. You know you really should have seen that coming, even without your precious Sharingan, he commented. He causally walked up to the dying Uchiha, standing over his head. Thankfully, I know a way to fix that. He brought his foot and stomped down hard. Sasuke's eyes snapped open. He quickly sat up, about to scream. His training made him choke it back down. His breath was ragged and sweat still poured down from his brow. Wiping the sweat off, he noticed that his hand was shaking a little. The others in the room were still asleep. He rose from his bedding and walked out of the room with a shaky step. As he walked into the common room, he saw that Sakura was sitting at the table, reading a book with only the light of the moon shining in from the windows and a candle on the table to give her light. He had forgotten that she had the first shift of guard duty. Sasuke? She asked. He looked terrible. Hey, Sakura, he greeted her. Are you okay? You look a little shaken up. That would have been putting it mildly. I'm fine, too, just had a bad dream. What was it about? The night of the massacre at first, he answered as he sat down. What do you mean? I thought it was the same thing every time. This wouldn't have been the first time he had that nightmare. His head shook. Not this time. What was different? Naruto was there. He took Itachi's place. And that was it? He wasn't sure if that would have been as horrible or not. No. He didn't just kill my clan. The Konoha 11 was there. You mean we were? She asked, leaving the question in the air unfinished. Yes. He had killed everyone, even Kakashi-sensei and you. He told me that he was tired of us begging him to come back. He killed you all and then killed me. It is okay, Sasuke. It was only a dream, she reassured him. He knew that. It was something he had told himself every time he had that dream. Still, I can't help but feel that it wasn't just a dream. It also felt like a warning. A warning of what would happen if we kept pushing him to come back. I can understand what you mean, but he has to come back. He belongs here, with us. That's not really true anymore. He has his own life to live, he retorted. We can still be a part of that life. We can be his friends. He scoffed at that notion. We're more likely to get him to come back instead of that. We can still try. Sakura, you've seen how he acts around us. Every time one of us tries to talk to him, he walks away. He'd rather talk to that water tribe guy, whatever his name is. Sasuke, his name is Saka. I know that. He snapped at her, suddenly annoyed with her. She fell quiet for a few seconds. You're angry at him, aren't you? Of course I'm angry at him. I remember what happened the first night we made camp. You saw the same thing I did. Flashback. Night had fallen and so, they had set up camp. It was a process that had been finished quickly because of so many people. Once they were done, they sat around the fire, eating their dinner. If anyone noticed the teams sat opposite each other, they didn't say a word. Hey Naruto, Sokka called to him. I gotta wonder, what was your training regime? What do you mean? He asked. I still do the same regimen, when I can. When can you not? Well, you know. Fighting in a battle that can go for days on end, endlessly hunting for someone, protecting a person from assassination attempts, the list goes on, he listed, ticking the numbers off his fingers. Why do you want to know anyway? I feel like I've got a lot of work to do if I'm ever going to catch up with you, the tribesman answered honestly. You don't have as much work as you think, the blonde assured him. But I still have work. If I'm going to be as good as you, I need to be as good as or better than you. That statement made both Sasuke and Sakura stop what they were doing and looked at him. That sounded incredibly like what a young Naruto would have said to Sasuke. But make no mistake, Naruto, I will beat you one day. Now that is going to take a long time, Naruto remarked with a dry tone. If you're going to beat me one day, I'd suggest working on your strategies. What's wrong with the ones I have? You mean besides the fact I knew about them the entire time? Name one time that's happened, he challenged. Are you kidding? I can give you 3. The blonde held up 3 fingers. Ba Sing Se, the invasion of the Fire Nation capital, and the Boiling Rock, he stated, lowering a finger with each one. Oh, come on. I'll concede Ba Sing Se and the invasion, but the Boiling Rock? There is no way you would have known we were coming, he objected. Of course I did. I was actually expecting you a couple of days later. You are so full of it, Sokka told him, albeit with a grin on his face. No, really, I was. You actually surprised me by coming when you did. And what in the name of you made me think that it would take me a couple of days to ask where my dad was? He asked. It was his dad after all. I assumed it would be because of you trying to get the courage to ask either Zuko or Azula and because of them trying to make sure that Aang paid attention to his firebending lessons, Naruto replied. That actually took a couple of tries, Azula commented from where she sat next to Suki. Every time his attention wandered, we had to attack him by surprise to make sure he was paying attention. The fact remains, you guys got there a couple of days earlier than I expected, so that's a point to you, the blonde conceded. Wait, when did we start keeping score? Sokka asked. Since about 5 seconds ago. By the way, you're still a point behind me. What? Ba Sing Se and the invasion were a point to me, but the Boiling Rock was a point to you, so it's 2-1 in my favor. Oh, that's going to change. You want to go right now? Naruto challenged, putting down his dinner. His response was to leap at him. It soon became a playful wrestling match. Nobody interfered, but Jiraiya was giving a color commentary that was making some of the others start to laugh. Finally, it ended with Sokka on top of Naruto with his arm in a lock. Say it. Say it, he ordered Naruto. I won't, he replied, trying to get out of the lock. You will. Say it, Sokka commanded, not letting him move. All right, uncle. Uncle. He released the lock and jumped up to his feet. You heard him, people. He said uncle. That's a point to me. We're tied now. He danced a jig around the fire in celebration. Yeah, I heard you the first time, the blonde grumbled as he got back up. But make no mistake, that's going to change soon. Of course it will. I'll be in the lead. Oh no, you won't. That will be me. Yeah, right, in your dreams, Naruto. The two of them spent the rest of the evening before going to sleep arguing about who would be in the lead. But everyone knew they weren't being completely serious about it due to the smiles they had on their faces. And yet, those smiles and the argument irked one person there. End flashback. Sakura looked quietly at her teammate. Are you angry at him or what he took? She asked. What do you think? He asked back. The dove was always the one who was trying to beat me. I was his rival. Now of all sudden, he's got a new rival and I'm tossed away like yesterday's trash. You saw them, Sakura. They were arguing like the two of us used to do, except they didn't take it seriously. Sasuke, how long have your eyes been like that? What are you talking about? She took a small pocket mirror from her pouch and held it up to his eyes. How long have you had the Mangekyo Sharingan? She asked again. The mirror showed him that he had accidentally activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. The design was a red six-pointed star with black lines forming a black hexagon in the middle, around a black pupil, and all of it was surrounded by a black background. Damn, you've seen them, he muttered, deactivating them. How long, Sasuke? It's been 3 years now. Did you kill someone? The tone in her voice was almost accusatory. No, I didn't, he snapped at her before falling silent. It was the news that Naruto had left the village. The fact he had left us behind and I was a reason for that tore me apart. And I got the Mangekyo Sharingan as a reward for the pain of losing someone who was like a brother to me. Have you used it? No, he answered, sounding offended. This is only the 3rd time I have activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. What was the 2nd time? She knew that the first was when he gained them. To make sure I wasn't dreaming or hallucinating. So you've never used them? Not even against Itachi? She knew that the brothers had met during their search for Naruto. I said that already, Sakura. Why didn't you? I chose not to, that's all. She just stared at him for a few moments, before laughing quietly. And I thought Naruto used to be the stupid one. I beg your pardon? He asked, looking at her. You didn't need to hide something like that from us, Sasuke, she told him, fondly placing a hand on his shoulder. We wouldn't have thought badly of you. You wouldn't, but the villagers might have. Besides, it's not a gift I wanted. What do you mean? If I use the Mangekyo Sharingan constantly, it'll affect my eyesight. In the end, I'll go blind. Then don't use it constantly. It's not that easy, Sakura, he told her. The first time they activated, I felt like I was filled to the brim with power. It was begging to be unleashed. I felt like everything in the world was and should have been mine. It was an addiction that would have been easy to fall to. What stopped you? I looked in the mirror again and saw Orochimaru in my place. It scared me so much, I smashed the mirror to make him disappear. That was when I realized that the curse mark was influencing me. It had influenced me to leave the village, and it would have influenced me to use the Mangekyo Sharingan. So that's why you went to Lord Jiraiya. He nodded. If I hadn't, I would have been a security risk for the village, last Uchiha or not. She knew what he was talking about. If he had become a security risk, the elders, as well as both councils, would have ordered him to be killed. So, you had Jiraiya take away the curse mark and never used Mangekyo Sharingan. And you were never going to tell me or Kakashi-sensei about it. That was the idea. She sighed silently. Sasuke, if it wasn't for the fact that it's the middle of the night, and everyone else was asleep, I would slap you across the back of your head. He inwardly cringed. He had been there the last time she had slapped someone. The person went flying into a wall, making an indent that took the better part of 3 weeks to get rid of. You don't need to keep all the cards you have so close to your chest. You have to tell us some of those things. I don't have to do it right now. I am well aware of that. She stood up from the table. My shift is almost over. Since you're up, you can take the next one. I don't have any problems with that. Good. She turned around and walked towards her room. Good night, Sasuke. He watched in silence as she closed the door behind her. You might say that, Sakura, but not everyone wants to see what cards I'm holding. Especially that card, he thought to himself. It was something that he had been dealing with for quite some time now. Ever since Sakura had apologized for acting like a fangirl back when they were genin, the two of them had gotten along great as friends. But recently, he was beginning to feel attracted to her. He wasn't sure how it had happened. He just knew that he was attracted to her. He had honestly lost count of the number of times he had to refrain himself from using the Sharingan when she walked by. Even he had to admit that she had a great ass. He also didn't know what to do about it. He had never gone on a date, and he could count on his fingers the number of women he knew who weren't fangirls, and quite a few of said women would be very insulted if anyone called them that. He wasn't sure how Sakura would take it, so he kept his mouth shut about what he felt. He also knew that somehow, Kiba and a few others would never let him live it down. They sat in the tavern June had gone to. They sat at a table that was up against the wall, so they could watch the tavern without someone walking up behind them. Why exactly are we here this late? Sokka asked as he quietly stifled a yawn. There's virtually no one here. He looked around the tavern. It was somewhat seedy but looked clean enough to get people in and drink. New furniture was right alongside the old, telling them that this place had been the spot for more than a couple of bar brawls. The light of the moon barely lighted the not-so-clean windows of the tavern, forcing the lights to be left on. Currently, the only people who were in the tavern were them and the barkeeper, who was slowly closing up for the night. It's always best to have this kind of meeting where no one can hear you, June told him. So, always meet either during happy hour or when the place is empty. Do you see him? Naruto asked. He had the hood of his cloak back up and wore a bone-white mask over his face. Yeah, he's coming up now, she said, seeing the person and someone else walk into the place. Who's that person with him? Suki asked. I don't know. He wasn't with him when I met him. Hey, you're back. The man greeted her as he sat down. The team, except for June, took the opportunity to look him over. The best they could come up with was average. He had a plain-looking face with muddy brown eyes and hair. The other man just stood behind him. What he wore was covered by a traveler's cloak, but his pale blue hair, teal pupilless eyes with purple markings underneath them, and his headband was plain to see. Oh great, him, Naruto thought darkly to himself when he recognized who it was. I thought Hatake broke his neck. I guess he didn't try hard enough, the Kyuubi replied. What can I say? We talked it over and we all agreed to take the job, June told the man. Great. My boss will be glad to hear that, he exclaimed. Sir, we have to make sure they're the right people for the job, the second man told him. Oh, come on, Nadar. They're perfect for the job. You can tell just by looking at them. Even so, we must be sure. Your friend is right, Naruto said, deliberately lowering his voice so it sounded guttural and harsh. For all you know, we could be green rookies who have never handled a knife before. And are you? Azula smirked when she heard that question. She whipped out one of the daggers and pinned a fly on the opposing wall with it, startling the barkeeper. Does that answer your question? She asked smugly. And who exactly are you? I'm guessing you're some unimportant bodyguard. He stiffened in anger. I am Nada Roga, shinobi of Yukigekure and loyal servant to the daimyo of Snow. Now that's a contradiction if I ever heard one, Sokka mused as he fiddled with his boomerang. You're loyal to daimyo and yet, you're planning to kill her. That woman is not the daimyo, he snapped, eyes burning with anger. The true daimyo is Lord Doto. I believe that would be the true daimyo was Lord Doto, the tribesman replied condescendingly. You need to work on your grammar. You little shit! His hand reached into the cloak as if to pull out a kunai. He froze when Akela started to growl and felt his teeth on his leg. Control yourself, Nadar, the first man ordered, his tone void of any humor or friendliness he had. Doto is dead, and unless you wish to join him, I suggest you act like a professional. In silence, he slowly withdrew his hand. Yes, sir, my apologies. Good. He turned to face Sokka. If you would be so kind as to call off your pet, we can continue. He's not a pet, he's a partner, Sokka replied as Akela let go of Nadar's leg. Please forgive me for being rude. The humor and friendliness were back in his voice like a switch had been flipped. That was weird, Naruto thought as he stood up from the table and walked towards the dagger. No kidding. Either that guy is one hell of an actor or he is hiding something, the fox remarked. Ten says he's hiding something. Given what we do, that's a sucker bet. For all we know, it could be both. Can we please move on here? Suki asked, pretending to sound impatient. I'm getting bored here. Relax, June told her. He still needs to know if we're good enough. Then hurry it up already, sheesh. Sorry about my friend, she's a little impatient, she told the guy. It's alright. I take it that's not the only thing about her? He asked. Sokka snorted. Are you kidding? She's one of the best fighters you'll ever see. And how do you know that? I married her. Thankfully, no one on his side of the table batted an eyelash when he said that, though most of them were thinking he's kidding, right? The other man only raised an eyebrow. Aren't the two of you a little young to do that? He asked. How is that any of your business? Suki asked back with a glare. You're here to ask about our abilities, not our lives. He chuckled. Good point. He looked over at Sokka. So, what can you do? I'm handy with a boomerang and a jien, he replied. Also, I'm good at creating plans and improving them. So, you would be a great help in the planning process, right? The tribesman shrugged. If you hire us, I could possibly pass an idea or two. He turned to face June. I know you're a bounty hunter, so there's no need to ask you what you do. Thanks so much. Her tone was dry enough to need a drink. And I'm guessing you're handy with a dagger? He asked Azula. What gave it away? She asked in return as Naruto came back to the table, handing her the dagger. What about you? He asked Naruto as he sat down. What can you do? I'm the one who can get into any place without anyone noticing. Why do you wear the mask? Nadar asked him with suspicion. Got caught in an explosion a couple of years back and ended up scarring my face pretty badly, he lied. But it's a great thing to use when I have to interrogate someone. Why would you use interrogation? Sometimes we don't know when a bounty is, so we have to ask people for information. Everyone there knew full well what he meant by that. I see. So, do we get the job? June asked. Both the man and Nadar shared a look. That is up to the boss to decide, Nadar finally said. Then why did we have this entire conversation? Sokka asked, sounding insulted. Were you trying to dangle a job in front of us and yank it away as soon as we got interested? No, nothing of the sort, the man said placatingly, raising his hands in defense. You could say this was a preliminary interview. If you want to get the job, you'll speak to the boss. And are we going to have to wait for that? No, not at all, he told him as he stood up. If you will come with me, we can take you to see him. At this time of night? Asked Suki. Does your boss not sleep or something? He sleeps when he has to, he answered before turning around and walking away, Nadar right behind him. Come along, come along. They walked through the streets, avoiding the few people who were still walking through the streets. As they walked, the buildings around them got seedier and seedier. The tavern they had left was a little seedy, but not enough to make it a disgusting place to be. The buildings around them could make it look like a top-class restaurant. It was getting to the point where it looked like a sneeze would collapse the building. Finally, they stopped in front of a warehouse. Unlike the other buildings surrounding it, it looked like it was built to last, which automatically warned the team. A building built like this probably shouldn't even exist in this part of the city. It would be too odd. Here we are, the man declared as he walked up to the door. He opened it and walked through, Nadar walking in behind him. The rest followed, leaving Akela and Nyla outside the warehouse. The inside of the warehouse was practically bare, save for a spot in the center. A couple of lights were on in the ceiling, but they all were focused on the center, leaving the rest of the place to be lit by the weak light of the moon. In the center of the warehouse was a large table, with maps and blueprints spread across it. As they got closer, they noticed that most of the papers there concerned the daimyo's palace. So where is this boss of yours? Azula asked, looking around. There's no one else here except us. I knew I had forgotten something, the man said to himself before placing his hands in a hand seal. Kai. He was enveloped in a cloud of smoke. When the cloud dispersed, the man had changed. His brown hair had turned black, and his face was now covered with an orange mask that looked as if it swirled around a hole where the right eye should be. But their attention was on his dark cloak, a dark cloak that had red clouds on it. Hello, my name is Toby. He greeted them in a childish voice. You're the boss? Sokka asked. I thought it would have been someone else. No, I'm the one who got picked for this job, so I'm the boss here. I kinda wish Deidara was here though. He'd be great at doing this kind of thing. He muttered the last part to himself but was still loud enough for the others to him. Who is Deidara? Naruto asked. Oh, just someone I know, he's not important right now. So, what was with the whole thing in the tavern? June asked. It was exactly what it was, a preliminary interview. You people are so slow. This is the real test, right now, he told them, gesturing at the table. What are we supposed to do with all of that? Suki asked. What? You can't see it? It's obvious. You guys have to figure out how to kill the spring daimyo. As the morning light shined through the windows, Team Kakashi sat at the table, eating breakfast. Did everyone sleep well? Koiki asked as she looked around the table. As well as we could, Sasuke answered, earning him a look from Sakura. Well, we should have a leisurely morning. But I will have a meeting with the Fire Daimyo and his advisors regarding the trade agreement. Why would the daimyo be there? Sakura asked, looking up from her food. I thought he would have stayed out of this kind of thing. I'm not sure. Maybe he'll just be there for the sake of appearance. I just hope Princess Miki will be there. She's the one who I have been talking to. No need to worry, Miki will be there, Jiraiya assured her. She's been putting as much effort into this trade agreement as you. I guess you're right. Are you all going to watch me throughout the day, or will you be taking turns? She asked the shinobi there. We will be there to guard you as you discuss the trade agreement as well as beforehand, Lady Koiki, Kakashi told her, gesturing to him and the rest of his team. What will you be doing, Lord Jiraiya? She asked the Toad Sage. I'm going to go see what Naruto and his team have managed to dig up, he answered. He was interested to see what they had found already. Are you sure you will find them? The city is a big place, Sai said, earning him a glare. The kid might be good, but I'm better. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to track him down. But I also figure they'll try to send me a message. I'm guessing they'll use one of my contacts to pass it to me. What makes you think that? Koiki asked. I trained Sokka and Naruto for a month. It wasn't just combat lessons and teaching them how to properly use their weapons. I also tried to teach them how to use the intelligence they have and make it better. The sound of someone knocking on the door got their attention. Hey, Jiraiya, are you there? Called the voice of the bookstore owner. That set the shinobi in the room on alert, getting ready to attack. It's alright, everyone. I know who it is, he told them before getting up, walking over to the door and opening it. What is it, Daichi? This was addressed to you. He handed him a piece of paper. I found it wedged underneath the door of my bookstore this morning. Who was it from? He asked as he looked over the paper. If I had to guess, I'd say it was that kid and his group of friends. That kid? Yeah, the kid you've been looking for the past 3 years. He understood what that meant. I see. Thank you, Daichi. Wasn't a problem. He turned around and ambled away. What was that all about? Kakashi asked. It was as I said, Naruto and the others passing information off to me, he replied as he came back to the table, reading the piece of paper. Is there anything of importance? Well, it seems that they have managed to get themselves in the middle of the plot to kill Lady Koiki. They've what? Koiki asked. Apparently, June had inadvertently gotten them a chance to have an interview, he explained. The message is brief, but they'll try to send more information soon. How soon is soon? Sasuke asked, looking over at him. It doesn't say. But they do confirm that the attempt will take place during the upcoming dance. That's in 2 days, Sai pointed out as he finished his food. At least we'll have some time to prepare, Sakura noted. That's more than we usually get. They usually had to go with a plan that had been put together in under 24 hours. But there's nothing to prepare for if we don't get additional information, he argued. Of which I believe Naruto and the others will be able to pass to us, she replied, throwing him a look that dared him to continue the argument. He looked at her, still baffled by her and Sasuke's behavior. He's a missing nin who doesn't even think of them as friends, and yet they will still vouch for him. Why do they keep doing that? He silently asked himself. Why do they cherish a bond that he has obviously cut off? Anyway, all we can do is wait for the information to be passed to us, Kakashi said, standing up from the table. We've all been seen coming into the palace with Lady Koiki. It will arouse suspicion if one of us leaves the palace, and she's not with us. Then what should we do? Koiki asked him. For now, all we can do is act like nothing has happened. We act normally. If that's the case, then I suggest we take the leisurely morning we have out to one of the gardens. She stood up from the table. Shall we? We might as well, Jiraiya agreed. The others agreed and stood up from the table. They walked out of the room and down the hallway. Sasuke and Sai took the front while Sakura and Kakashi stayed behind Koiki. Jiraiya walked beside her. To anyone who didn't pay close attention, he looked like a friend of the daimyo. They soon stepped out into one of the gardens the palace had to offer. It was filled with trees and flowers, and also had a little stream that flowed through it. There was a path that one could take so that one could walk through the garden and enjoy it to the fullest. Even though they weren't really paying attention to the garden around them, both Sasuke and Sakura had to admit it was soothing. It wasn't intentional, but the garden's relaxing feel was getting to them, though they managed to put it on the back burner and kept at doing their job. They were crossing a small bridge when they met with Miki. Hey there, Lady Koiki and company, she greeted casually. The last time they had seen her, she had been wearing a kimono that was the color of royal purple. Now, she was wearing a pair of tan shorts and a light blue blouse. Her dark hair was held in a simple ponytail. "Hello, Lady Miki," Koyuki greeted the princess in return. "That's an interesting choice of clothing." She shrugged. Not really, it's just some of my casual clothes." "Of course, the FB keeps trying to get me to wear more dresses and other things," she said, rolling her eyes. "It's getting annoying now." "What exactly is FB?" "The fat bitch, aka Madame Sure Jimmy, aka my stepmother," she answered as she watched the water in the river flow. "Well, you were wearing a kimono when we first met." "That was because I had just escaped from a formal dinner." She laughed. "You will not believe how many times they will fall for the I have to go to the bathroom trick." "Who are you dining with?" "Just another one of those suitors my father and the FB are trying to shove down my throat," she answered with a shrug. "They both seem to think I need to be married before I ascend to the throne. There's no chance of that happening with the suitors they are throwing at me." "What's wrong with the suitors?" Jiraiya asked her. "They are exactly like my idiot father," she told him with a frown. "They can't form their own opinion to save their life, and they leave all the decision-making to other people. Honestly, it's like my father wants his own clone to succeed him, or something." "Well, you could just do what your mother did. Let them have the throne, but you have all the power." She shook her head. "No chance. I am the daughter of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. When my father finally dies, it will be me who's going to be sitting on that throne, not the FB, not any of my suitors or anyone else. I will be the one to rule this land, no one else," she declared with firm conviction. When they heard this, both Sasuke and Sakura were stuck with an image of Naruto, back when they were genin, with him shouting at the top of his voice that he was going to become Hokage. "It's almost like looking at a female version of him," Sakura thought. "The only difference is she will probably go through with her promise." "If it helps in any way, Your Highness, the Uchiha clan will support you once you ascend to the throne," Sasuke promised her, surprising the others. If it was a more formal occasion, he would have knelt. She looked over at him. "Thanks for the support, but I thought there were only you and your brother left." "It's a work in progress, I will admit that. But, if there is an Uchiha, there is a possibility of an Uchiha clan. And right now, the possibility of an Uchiha clan will support you." She grinned. "You know, maybe the FB was on to something when we suggested we get married." "Not to be rude, Your Highness, but I don't think that'll work." Sakura looked over at him with a question in her eyes, which he promptly avoided. "Oh? Do you already have a girlfriend?" she asked with a grin. "I don't think fangirls qualify as girlfriends, Your Highness." Sakura stifled a laugh, which came out as a snigger and earned a glare from him. Miki didn't try to stifle her laughter. "You have fangirls? You must have to beat them off with a stick, huh?" "More like running away in a blind panic," Sakura stated with a full-blown grin. "Shut up, Sakura," he told her with a scowl. "Behave, you two," Kakashi reprimanded them. "You know, I have got to spend more time with you guys," Miki declared as she walked away from the railing, the wood creaking slightly from her footsteps. "You're really entertaining." "We try, my lady. We try," Jiraiya told her with a smile. "Well, in any case, I got to go. If I stay in one place, odds are the FB will find me and try to drag me into wearing more formal clothes." She made a gagging noise. "I'll see you at the meeting in the afternoon, Lady Koyuki," she told the spring daimyo as she walked past, her feet going from the creaking of the wooden bridge to the crunching of gravel in the path. "I look forward to seeing you there, Lady Miki," she replied with a kind smile. "Yeah, same here, just keep an eye out for my father." She waved goodbye as she walked away. "You want us to do what?" Azula asked as they stood outside the pool of light that shone down on the center of the room. "You have to figure out how to kill the spring daimyo. Didn't you hear me the first time?" Toby asked childishly. "We thought you already had a plan," June replied, keeping calm. She knew that at this point, if you panicked, you were going to end up dead. "We do. But if you want the job, you either have to figure out what the plan is or come up with a better one," Nader told them with a small amount of smugness in his voice. "You want us to come up with a plan out of the blue?" Sokka asked. "That's a little unfair, isn't it? We don't know anything about this country, let alone the palace, and you want us to come up with a plan with no information whatsoever?" "We didn't say that," Toby replied. He gestured over to the table. We have plenty of information right there. You're welcome to it. Do we have a time limit? Naruto asked as he looked over the table. No, please take all the time you need. However, you've only got one chance to convince us. And I'm guessing that we won't like the outcome if we fail, will we? Of course you won't, Nadar told him with a slightly crazed grin and a twitch in his right hand. Right, let's get to it then, Suki declared. They stepped into the pool of light and walked towards the table, passing the two employers. They spread around the table. They each took a map or a blueprint and began to look over them. Ignoring Toby and Nadar, they got right into the planning. The rustle of paper filled the air as they picked things up, put things down, or passed them around. One of them would sometimes walk over to another, holding a map or blueprint in their hands and would discuss a point or an idea. They lost track of time as they worked. The weak light of the moon slowly faded from the small, grime-encrusted windows, which began to make the room outside the center begin to get darker and darker. When the moon had finally vanished, it left the center with the only spot of light. But that did not concern them. What did concern them was what was in front of them. What do you have? Nadar asked, getting their attention. You said we didn't have a time limit, June replied, not bothering to look up from the blueprint she had in her hands. No need to be snappish, Nadar's just asking, Toby told him. But seriously, what do you have? They all looked at each other and nodded in agreement, putting whatever they had in their hands down. All right, here's what we've gathered, began Sokka as he faced the two from across the table. The daimyo's palace is well guarded. There seems to be routine guard changes every 4 hours at every entrance, and no one gets in without being inspected. The rooftops are also thoroughly watched, Naruto continued, holding up a blueprint of the rooftops to help show his point. Guard towers are positioned along the walls, and they are able to see everything. If we try to go across the rooftops, or even try to run through the courtyard, we'll have arrows and other things flying at us. But even if we manage to make it through all of that, the alarm will have already rung, and we'll be caught. Digging under will be impossible as well, Suki stated. The guards patrol inside as well and also keep lookouts at key points in the building. The ground itself will be hard to dig through, which would slow us by quite a good amount of time. Not to mention that they might employ countermeasures to stop sappers from entering the castle during a siege. Even disguising ourselves as servants wouldn't work, Azula told them, pointing to a paper that had the information on the servants. The servants live inside the palace and can only leave it through guarded exits, which inspect them every time they leave and every time they enter. They each have only one uniform and each is personally marked, so they know which is which. That process alone kills the idea. We can't get into steal uniforms, because they'll know who was stolen and be on the lookout for it. In all honesty, this does not look good, June announced. Even the sewers are too small to crawl through. This palace is very well guarded, doubly so since they've got a second daimyo in there. The only way we can think of making this hit work is if we manage to walk past the guards without them stopping us. But I don't know if anything less than a party will make that work. A party? Is that all you need? Toby asked them, cocking his head to the side, like a dog listening to a weird sound. Pretty much, yeah, Sokka said, keeping a straight face. Although they knew there was going to be a party in the palace, they had to pretend they didn't know about it in order to fool both Toby and Nadar. Then you should have said something earlier, he exclaimed with glee, waving his arms dramatically. Why? The Fire Daimyo will be throwing a dance in 2 days to celebrate the trade agreement between the Land of Spring and the Land of Fire, Nadar explained. Even though he tried to hide it, everyone could hear the snarl in his voice. Wait, hold on, Suki told them, leaning over the table and grabbing the blueprints concerning the entrances to the palace. We could probably make that work. What do you have? Azula asked her. Even though they knew what to say, they were playing it up for all it was worth. We could possibly use the disguise method, but not with the servants. We use fake identities and pretend we're there for the dance. While the rest of us mingle with the crowd and keep an eye out, one could get close and take the Spring Daimyo out. You mean all of you? That might be a bit hard, Toby said, taking a thinking pose. What do you mean? We can all get in. Well, what about him? He asked, pointing at Naruto. What about me? He repeated, sounding a little offended. You're wearing a mask. And so are you, he replied in a deadpan tone. My point is that if you're going to try and get into the dance, they might ask you to take off the mask. He has a point, June agreed as she picked up a piece of paper that described the fire daimyo. According to this, the daimyo doesn't like any ugly people to be in his presence. His guards are likely to know this and will try to stop you from getting in. Did you guys forget what I can do? He asked in a growl, looking directly at them. What can you do? Nadar asked him condescendingly. Are you a master of disguises? I'm a former shinobi. If he had been hoping that would stop the questions there, it didn't. It just made their employers more interested. Oh really? Asked Toby. Which village are you from? We might have someone who knows you. It doesn't matter, I left it behind. Oh, come on, which village was it? His voice took on a whiny tone. He snarled. What do you want to know? That I was from one of the 5 great shinobi nations? I wasn't. I was from one of the minor villages, and when I got bored I left. That's all there is to it. What rank were you when you left? Nadar asked. I was a genin. So you know the henjutsu? Obviously, he answered with a sarcastic tone. Is there anything else you would like to know? Where's your headband? Toby asked curiously. Where's yours? The masked blonde asked back. All right, I won't ask, he said, holding his hands up defensively. But you are able to use the henjutsu, right? Were you not paying attention? I already said I knew it. Perfect. You guys are hired, he exclaimed, silencing the mostly dark room. No one heard anything, except for the faint hum of the lights above them. That's it. He tells you he knows one jutsu and we're hired? June asked. Oh no, that was just the finishing touch. You guys managed to figure out what would go wrong if we tried to go over or under and managed to adapt the disguise plan once you heard that there was a dance. All we need to do now is make sure you 5 are dressed up for the occasion. So, how exactly is this going to happen? Sokka asked, trying to stay calm. Both he and the rest of the team knew that if they could get the details, they could alert Jiraiya and the others, giving them a chance to prepare. It's as you said. The 6 of you will disguise yourselves as guests and kill the spring daimyo. Hold on, 6? Azula asked. Nadar here will be joining you. He gestured to the man in question. You 5 will keep watch and will also ensure that he successfully kills the daimyo. I'm guessing that it has to do with that Doto guy from before, Naruto asked, despite already knowing the answer. Yes. It does, Nadar answered with a more obvious snarl. Okay then, is there anything else? Toby asked, scratching his head. Yeah, there is, June said. How much are we getting paid for this? Oh, right. I knew I was forgetting something. He walked away into the darkness, disappearing. All they heard was his footsteps, which soon stopped as well. They started up again, this time with the sound of something being dragged and him grunting comically. And in here we go, he declared as he dragged a big briefcase into the light, setting it down on the ground. He knelt down and opened it up. Pulling the top up as he stood back up, it revealed a good amount of real bills. While the amount would have gotten any single person's attention, Naruto and the others didn't look impressed. In fact, they almost looked offended by the case. That's it? That's all you're going to pay us with? A single case of cash? Demanded June. What? No. We wouldn't cheat you like that, he assured her, flapping his arms like he was trying to fly. Then what in the name of the spirits is that for? She pointed at the case. It's an example, Nadar explained. If the job is successful, you will receive 5 briefcases, the same amount as you see here. He tapped the briefcase with his foot. They all stared at the case and the promise that it held. The case was all but filled to brim with cash. 4 more cases just like that for each one of them would set the amount of cash to a number that would have stuck them dumb if they weren't trying to act professionally. Kami, he wasn't kidding when he said that we would be set for life if we took this job, Naruto thought. It's a very impressive amount, Kyubi admitted. He was a Biju, and even he was impressed by the amount of money he was seeing. So, do we have a deal? Toby asked. Yeah, we'll take the job, June said, looking away from the briefcase and the promise it held. Yay! That's great, he said, clapping his hands with childish delight. They walked through the streets as the sun struggled to rise above the horizon and bring light to the new day. People were beginning their morning routines, whether it was heading to their jobs or opening their shops. The street was filled with people and the air was full of the sounds of feet slapping down on the ground, people talking to one another, and the occasional bird. All in all, it sounded and looked like a normal day in the capital of the Land of Fire. But as they walked, the surrounding people would give them a little room, due to what they looked like and the vibe in the air around them. It was the vibe of "don't piss us off." The pace they were walking at was what some people would have called a little sluggish, others would have called it slow, and left it at that. But they didn't care what other people were thinking of how they walked. They were concentrating on making sure that one foot was in front of the other. They had spent the entire night ensuring that they had gotten the job to take out the spring daimyo, and not getting killed in the process. The fact that an Akatsuki member was involved in the planning confirmed the idea that they were behind it. But at that point, they were focusing on getting to the hotel that June had gotten rooms at. They eventually got there and immediately proceeded to the rooms they had been given. Akela and Nyla again stayed outside. It was spacious enough for them. It wasn't by any means a 5-star hotel, but it also wasn't a hole in the wall. There were 2 separate rooms, one for the girls and one for the guys. There was a single sink and toilet to share in a small room off to the side. They all sat wearily on the beds. June chose to lean against the wall. They just sat in silence, going over what had happened to them during the night. "Hey, Sokka?" said Naruto. "Yeah?" asked Sokka. "Did you and Suki really get married when we weren't looking?" He shook his head tiredly. "No, I just throw that in on the spot. I thought it would help them accept Suki's abilities." "I see." They fell silent again for a couple of minutes, until he took a breath. "Okay, they want us back at the warehouse in 10 hours. We have information that we need to pass on to Jiraiya. Does anyone think we need to send it right away?" No one said a word. "I thought not. In that case, there's only one thing we need to do now." They all shared a look and a nod. "Sleep," they chorused. Sasuke and Kakashi stood alongside the wall behind Koiki while Sakura and Sai kept watch at the door. The meeting room was a surprisingly small, circular room. The walls and the ceiling were made of dark stone. There were windows up near the ceiling, circling the room. The table in the middle of the room was rectangular and made of stone. 5 chairs, with high backs, lined the 2 opposing sides of the table, with the chair of the fire daimyo seated at one end between them. The daimyo was sitting in said chair, fanning himself to keep cool. It was the only thing he did practically. On one side sat his advisors, garbed in black robes and tall hats. On the other side sat Koiki, Miki, and Jiraiya. Both sides were actively talking about the trade agreement, although judging from Miki's expression, her father seemed eager to finish the negotiations rather quickly. "Lady Koiki, may I bring your attention to item 5 in the agreement?" the senior advisor asked her. While there were 5 advisors there, only the most senior advisor was to talk openly, the rest were there to quietly debate and argue over things. "The proposition of bringing railroads and by proxy, trains into the Land of Fire?" she asked, looking at the item on her copy of the trade agreement. "Yes. We have yet to decide on where the stations for these trains will be built." "Well, obviously, one such station will be built here in the capital of the Land of Fire," she told them, reaching for a map that lay on the table and tapped her finger on where the capital was. "If we were to make a straight line from the capital of the Land of Spring to the capital of the Land of Fire, we would have to make several stops along in order for the trains to refuel." "We see no problem with that," he told her as he looked at the map as well. "But there will be additional costs if we are to do a straight line between the 2 capitals." "What kind of additional costs?" Miki asked as she looked at the map. "If we were to build a line that went straight from both capitals, there would be costs in the clearing of forests, tunneling through mountains, and the constructions of bridges to cross rivers and streams," he explained. "And there is also the possibility of other nations and by extension, other shinobi attempting to sabotage the entire operation." "The possible sabotage would be simple to fix," Jiraiya commented. "Just employ shinobi to guard the railroad crews. Depending on the mission ranking, more experienced shinobi will be used." "What do you mean by depending on the mission ranking, Lord Jiraiya?" "Well, there will probably be more than one spot where the crews would be working at, and some would probably be more dangerous than others. Depending on the amount of danger the crew would be in at a certain location, the more experienced or the more shinobi will be placed at each location. I see your point, Lord Jiraiya, the advisor admitted. On a side note, would Konoha be interested in having a station being built? It would certainly bring you more customers. He shook his head. Tsunade and I talked it over before we came here. Even though the railroads would likely be built throughout the Land of Fire, Konoha would like to be kept away from them. But what would be the point, Lord Jiraiya? Mickey asked him. Konoha's location is on the map itself. She pointed at its location on the map. You're not exactly hidden if you put it out for everyone to see. Please keep in mind, Mickey, that the only way to get to Konoha right now is only by foot. And Konoha is not just guarded by walls. It was also guarded by the Kanchi Shisatime Jutsu, sensing system technique, a jutsu that surrounded the village in a dome of chakra. When people met the dome, it checked their intentions. If someone was coming to the village to give a mission, or to pass supplies, they would pass through without any problems. However, if anyone tried to just walk in without any purpose, like a wanderer, they would be hit by a built-in genjutsu that would turn them around. If any enemy of Konoha knew how to get past the dome's genjutsu, it would still alert the barrier team, who would in turn alert the rest of the village. Besides, a station inside the village would put strain on both the barrier and the barrier team. Also, if Konoha was to be on a railroad line, people who would just be passing through would be hit by the genjutsu, which would probably make them get off the train and walk away from the village. Couldn't you just rekey the chakra coding in the barrier? One of the other advisors, the youngest there, by the looks of it, asked, standing up and earning him disapproving looks from the other advisors. Jiraiya gave him a hard look. If you knew anything about the Kanchi Shisatime Jutsu, you would know that it was set in place by Madara Uchiha, Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki themselves. I might be skilled in Fuinjutsu, but even I'm not dumb enough to try and tamper with what they created. Sit down and be silent, the senior advisor hissed at him. He sat down, embarrassed. He won't be an advisor much longer, Sasuke whispered to Kakashi underneath his breath. Focus on the job, Sasuke, not on the politics, the masked shinobi whispered back. Kinda hard not to do this job. Just focus. What if we were to build the station just outside of Konoha? Koike suggested, placing her finger on the map. There's a small town just outside the village. If we build the station there, the barrier wouldn't be interfered with, and you would still get your additional customers. That could work, I suppose. The town that's chosen could emerge as another trade hub, Jiraiya mused, looking at the map, his eyes going back and forth between the location of the village and the town. I'd have to run it by Tsunade first, though. At least it's settled for now, Mickey commented. Shall we continue? Koike asked, bringing everyone's attention back to their copies of the agreement. Yes, the senior advisor agreed. Now, about item number 6, concerning the trading and distribution of chakra armor, he was interrupted when Jiraiya gave a snort of derision. Is there something you would like to say, Lord Jiraiya? Where exactly are you planning to distribute this chakra armor? He asked him. To the shinobi of Konoha, of course. No thanks. His statement surprised everyone at the table. I beg your pardon, Lord Jiraiya. What did you say? I said no thanks. Tsunade and I both agreed that Konoha does not want any chakra armor in the land of spring crafts. But Lord Jiraiya, surely it would benefit Konoha greatly if you were to have chakra armor, Koike protested. No, not really, he replied, looking like he had already won that point of the discussion. Not to be rude, Lord Jiraiya, but are you blind? Mickey asked, sounding both astounded and a little offended. Distributing chakra armor to Konoha shinobi would greatly benefit them as well as give you an edge over other shinobi. That's why it went into the agreement in the first place. Kakashi, you fought against an enemy shinobi who had worn chakra armor. What's your professional opinion on them? He asked the masked shinobi, turning everyone's attention to him. He cleared his throat. My professional opinion is that while the chakra armor is beneficial, the downside is that they can drain the chakra-sustaining ninjutsu and genjutsu and can also amplify the user's own chakra. There are also drawbacks that can be fatal. What kind of drawbacks? Asked the senior advisor. If two people wearing chakra armor touched each other, whether by accident or not, the end result would be an explosion that would kill the two. Also, if we were to have this armor, we would be so focused on our efforts of disrupting our enemies' ninjutsu and genjutsu. Our weakness would then become taijutsu. Once they'd find that weakness, they would exploit it. That's simple enough to fix. Ensure that the weakness of Konoha shinobi, once they have chakra armor, is not taijutsu. That won't help in the long run, Jiraiya told him. It only takes one person to make taijutsu their weakness, and the rest will follow. Then what are we to do with the chakra armor? Koike asked, trying to think of a solution to the problem. Just issue it to the city and town guards in the Land of Fire. None of them use chakra, so they can still focus on taijutsu and would only have to worry about standing close to each other. They get protection from ninjutsu and genjutsu, and you won't have to worry about a surplus piling up somewhere. That could be much more beneficial, actually, Mickey mused, looking over the map. If we did issue the chakra armor to town and city guards, they would be able to better handle themselves if they were attacked. We wouldn't have to worry about losing and retaking the cities or the towns. The loss of manpower would go down by a big number, wouldn't it? She asked, looking over at the senior advisor. Well, just a moment, please, he replied before sitting down and turning to face the other advisors. There were about 5 minutes of them whispering amongst themselves, while the other side of the table and the shinobi politely pretended not to hear them, although it was a little hard because the whispers got a little loud at some points. Once they were done, the senior advisor turned to face them. Yes, that would be more beneficial. Then it's settled, Koike stated. Now then. I have a question, Lady Koike, the fire daimyo said, surprising everyone there. He was there for the sake of formality. No one had expected him to even speak, let alone ask a question. Yuhi's? For an unknown reason, a small fear began to grow in her stomach. She didn't know what he was going to say, but somehow, she knew she wouldn't like it. It is about item 12 in the agreement, the approval of allowing Konoha shinobi to infiltrate Yukigekure and ensure that its loyalty is to the Land of Spring, he read from his copy. Yes, is there something you disagree with? Surely Yukigekure does not need any external forces to help them. This item is not needed at all. I must ask that it be removed. That statement practically stunned everyone in the room. My lord, we cannot remove the item, the senior advisor told him. It was the first thing that had been agreed on since the agreement first came into discussions. Tsunade has been preparing a squad of shinobi for this exact mission, Jiraiya continued, trying to explain the situation to the daimyo. All they need to hear is that the trade agreement has been signed and they'll start the mission. That will not be necessary, Jiraiya. You will scrap the mission, the daimyo ordered. My lord, we have put thousands of ryos into this mission, in order to build backgrounds, fake identities, bribes to give to the right officials. We cannot scrap this mission, the advisor objected. To do so would severely harm our treasury. Such things are trivialities. I have already given you all an order, the mission is to be. Father, shut up, Mickey said, interrupting him and surprising the rest of the people in the room. It was safe to say the daimyo was the most surprised. What did you just say, Mickey? He asked, sounding like he didn't believe what he had heard. I said shut up. You are here for appearance's sake and that's it. You cannot just have an item removed when you yourself have not been involved in the negotiations. So we are going to ignore you and continue on with the meeting. Now see here, Mickey. I told you to shut up. She interrupted him, standing up from her chair. He flinched and tried to make himself smaller in his chair when he heard her voice. You are not going to do anything, you are not going to say anything, you are just going to sit there, look stupid, and not do anything or say anything that will stall or hinder this meeting, are we clear? He could only nod weakly as he cowered in front of his daughter. Cammy, it's like watching her mother all over again, Jiraiya thought, before smiling slightly. I've actually missed it. The rest of the room was stunned on how she handled her own father and eliminated a potential problem to the trade agreement. Okay, now that that problem's been taken care of, we will ignore what my idiotic father has said and continue, she said as she sat back down, further insulting the daimyo. But he didn't admonish her, or even say anything in return. He just sat in the chair, trembling. Everyone else in the room ignored him and continued the meeting, or in the case of the shinobi, maintaining watch. While the rest of Team Paragon was taking the time to sleep, one of them was sitting on the roof, watching the dawn sky. Even though he didn't have the cloak or the mask on, he still used a henjutsu to make his hair black, his skin pale, and his eyes a light shade of green. The team had spent the previous day sleeping for 10 hours straight, and then going back to the warehouse, but not before being able to send a message to Jiraiya. There, they spent the rest of the day, as well as a decent portion of the night listening to Tobi and Nadar tell them how the plan to kill the Spring Daimyo worked and then trying to commit all of the facts to memory, including the fake identities that they were using and their backgrounds. Today was the day when they would go and purchase the right clothing for the upcoming dance. But for now, he sat on the roof of the hotel, smoking a cigarette and watching the faint lights of the sun push up from the horizon. Kit, what in the name of Kami are you doing up this early in the morning and on the roof? Kyubi grumbled as he woke up inside his cage. Hey Fox, you sleep well? He asked as he took a drag and blew it out into the air. I slept fine, until I noticed that you were on the roof. Again, why are you on the roof? I had a nightmare. Whatever grouchy, annoyed, or irritated thoughts he had vanished when he heard those words. All right, which one was it? He asked, showing his concern. The one where I thought I was carrying Gal, he answered, shivering slightly as the dream came back to him with crystal clarity. He was struggling to walk through a battlefield as he carried another person, a boy who was only a year or two older than him, on his back. He wore the armor of the Fire Nation infantry, and it was caked in mud, blood, and an assortment of other things he didn't want to know about. Naruto, it's too late, the slightly older boy croaked as he held on. Oh, shut up, Gal, he replied as he focused on where he was walking. You need to save your breath and your strength. We're almost back to camp. I won't make it, he gasped as he tried to breathe. Oh yes, you are. You are going to make it, and you are going to pay me back those 5 silver pieces you owe me, you got it? You are going to make it. When he got no response, he stopped walking. Gao? Gao, did you hear me? Say something, Gao, you're scaring me. You should have left him behind, a dark, ghostly voice whispered in his ear. It's too late for him. No, it's not, he growled. I promised that I would keep him alive, and I never break my promises. The voice laughed, and the sound unnerved him. It sounded like the ratting of bones against each other. And you've done a marvelous job at keeping those. How many others have you promised to keep alive? How many of those promises were broken? It asked with cruel glee. Before he could answer, it continued. You know what? Don't bother answering. All you have to do is look around. You'll see your answer. He did look around the battlefield. All around him were skeletons upon skeletons wearing Fire Nation armor. Some were clumped together while others were just scattered around the battlefield. But each one looked as if they had been fatally wounded. Who are all these people? He asked as he turned around and around to look at them all. They're the soldiers who died because of you, the voice whispered in his ear. They all died because you failed to keep your promise to them. Maybe it's time they said something about that. The skeletons started to stand. Slowly, one after the other, they would rise up from the ground and drag themselves closer to him, the black holes that were the eyes drilling into him, the grins that the skulls had on seemed vicious and crazed. You promised that you would keep us safe, Gao's voice said in his ear. He then realized that the flesh he was holding had turned to bone and a skeleton's hands were draped over his shoulder. He took a quick glance back and saw a skull straight at him. You let us die. I didn't mean to, I swear, he replied, tears forming at the edges of his eyes. I tried to save you all, I did, he told the skeletons that had now surrounded him. I did my best. It wasn't enough. Now you must pay. The bony hands grabbed hold of his throat and tightened while the rest of the skeletons descended upon him. The last thing Naruto could see were the skulls, grinning. Kit, you have got to do something about those dreams, the Kyubi told him. He shook his head. I will not, they are my punishment. How can they be punished? He demanded, despite already knowing the answer. They're my punishment for failing the soldiers who had died and for breaking my promises. Despite the calm and collected, as well as a little sarcastic, image that he gave off, Naruto was scared and traumatized by the things he had seen. The night he had killed the 2 assassins from the Earth Kingdom, which he had now long suspected was ordered by either Long Feng or Yao Jing, he had spent the rest of that night kneeling in the sea, either trying to wash off non-existent blood on his hands or throwing up when he remembered what he did. He had seen soldiers that he had led or fought beside die before his eyes. Some were ones he could have saved if he had been faster. He even had to kill some to put them out of their misery. We've been over this more times than I care to count, Gaki. You have to move past it. I can't. They were my responsibility, and I failed them. His voice filled with sorrow at the mistakes he made. And you're letting them haunt you in your dreams. We both know that the dreams don't come every night, he argued as he took another drag. He blew it out into the shape of a circle and watched a nearby bird fly. What he said was true. The dreams weren't constant. They just showed up when they did. The longest period he had between them was 2 months, the shortest was 3 days. We also know that when they do come, they haunt you relentlessly. And every time I've offered to help quell them, you've refused, he fired back. Have you forgotten how many times you've come close to accidentally hurting someone while you were dreaming? He hadn't forgotten. That was the main reason he usually tried to sleep alone. There had been too many times where he had woken up only to find himself standing over someone, either with a weapon ready to strike, or with his hand about to grab their neck. Waking up and realizing what he was about to do scared him as much as the dreams did. You know why I refused your help, Kyubi? You use my chakra all the time, Naruto, he argued with exasperation. No, I don't. The last time I actively used your chakra was when that happened. In truth, the blonde was quite scared of using the Kyubi's chakra. The last time he had used it, he gave in to his rage and did something terrible. Flashback. The sound of a huge rock sailing through the air filled his ears until it smashed down to the right of him, showering him with small pebbles. He paid no attention to that as he ran through the battlefield, trying to keep his head down. He kept moving, dodging incoming rubble until he slid in behind a steel barricade, next to another soldier, who he recognized as Gao. Remind me again why exactly we're trying to take a city without any siege engines, ladders, or even a piece of rope? He demanded. Because our captain has serious delusions of grandeur, and was high on ember spice when he ordered the attack, Gao answered as he ducked his head to avoid a showering of rocks. It was no small secret that the captain was an ember spice addict, and treated his own company like they were his own personal toy soldiers. No one tried to press charges against him because his father was a general in the Fire Lord's Council, thus allowing him to do whatever he wanted. Naruto had been with the company for only 4 weeks, and even he hated the captain. He often wondered how that man got into the military, let alone having the rank of captain. In the end, both he and the rest of the company chalked it up to his father pulling some strings, or in the case of the captain, a lot of strings. The only thing they could do was make sure he didn't get too out of hand. Naruto had been bunking with a firebender who was named Gao for those 4 weeks. Gao was an easy guy to get along with, although he was prone to trying to be number one when it came to competitions. His gray eyes looked like they were holding back a good amount of humor, except when you made him mad. That was when they looked like he was trying to decide on whether he should barbecue your ass or broil it. His black hair was always slicked back, like he ran water through it every day. The two of them got along great, although the competitions they did get out of hand at times. However, the one thing they couldn't stand was how the captain behaved. That morning, after they found one of the woman soldiers outside his tent, beaten black and blue and was also raped, Naruto had had enough. He walked into the tent and found the captain getting high on ember spice. He threatened to press charges and the captain laughed it off, saying it wouldn't go through. Gao then stepped into the tent and declared that if the charges wouldn't go through, he would challenge the captain to an Agni Kai. Most of the soldiers in the company had gathered around the tent when he said that. The captain then became indignant. He demanded that they turn themselves in for punishment, which they refused to do. He then ordered his second-in-command to put them in chains, and the second-in-command refused. He then threw a childish fit, screaming that his orders were to be followed to the letter, and asking them if they knew who he was. Finally, it was Gao who stopped the fit by punching the captain hard in the face, and said that he was the guy they were sick of and would be willing to kill at the first chance they had. It was at that point orders came in to give support in the besiegement of an Earth Kingdom fortress. The captain, who was still high on ember spice and now furious at his entire company for disobeying him, ignored those orders and ordered everyone to attack the fortress themselves. Even though they knew they would likely get killed in doing so, they also knew that if they refused, he would have used the opportunity to have the entire company court-martialed. Do we know where anyone else is? Gao asked as they sat behind the barricade. Don't know. I lost sight of most of them once the rocks started flying down on our heads, Naruto answered. They felt the barricade shudder on their backs as it withstood another pounding from a boulder. What do you think the odds are of us surviving this? I'll be honest with you, Naruto. It doesn't look good. Gao always had a knack for calculating the odds. He used it on the battlefield as well as the playing table, when nobody except Naruto would play him. We're all but stuck behind this barricade. If we try to move, there is a very good chance of being spotted and getting rocks hurled at us. We can't stay here forever, Gao. They'll send out troops to flush out the soldiers who survived the rocks. And we can't try to retreat because we'll either be killed by the rocks, or the captain will try to have us executed for cowardice. If he talks fast enough, he'll probably make it stick. They both covered their heads when a rock the size of a door sailed over the barricade and smashed into the ground just in front of them. Agni, take it. Gao swore as he covered his face to protect it from pebbles. Well, do you have an idea? I would love to hear it. He tried to peek around the side of the barricade, only to quickly pull his head back when a rock almost made contact. Too close for comfort. Way too close for comfort. He shouted at himself. Right now, I'd say we cut our losses and try to make it back to base. So instead of dying by rocks, we'll die by execution. Real nice plan there, Naruto, he said with heavy sarcasm. Another rock pounded against the barricade, almost making them jump away from it. You got a better one? Look, if he accuses us of running away, we'll just say we thought we heard the call to retreat. So, unless you have a better idea, we'll have to go with this one. Ugh, fine. We had better come out of this alive. Of course, we'll get out of this alive. You still owe me those 5 silver pieces, he said with a semi-serious smile that still managed to convey the humor. Don't worry, Gao. I promise to keep you safe. Don't make promises you can't keep, Naruto, he replied in a solemn tone. I made that mistake once. I've never made it again. Gao, you're going to get out of here alive. I'll keep you alive, I promise. The sound of rocks failing down around them stopped, creating a silence that was almost disturbing. You ready? He asked after a few moments of the dreadful silence. Shut up and run. They tore out from behind the barricade like someone had lit a fire underneath their ass. What followed them wasn't the sound of rocks being thrown in their direction, but the sound of the fortress gates being swung open and footsteps pounding the earth. I don't know about you, but I don't think we really want company right now, he shouted at Naruto. Then let's run faster, he shouted back. They picked the pace up considerably, but that got the soldiers' attention. They went after the 2 soldiers, shooting arrows and throwing javelins at them. There were no earthbenders amongst them, as earthbenders need a solid stance to throw a rock, which they can't do if they're chasing down someone. However, the distance between the 2 groups was wide, so the arrows and javelins didn't really reach them. But the sound of their footsteps hitting the ground just behind them spurred them on. But the Earth Kingdom soldiers noticed this as well, and so ran faster after them, closing the distance. By then, they were using their arrows and javelins more carefully, only trying to take a shot when they thought it was close enough. They still missed, which still made the 2 think that things were going to be fine. Almost out, almost out. Naruto chanted inside his head, the sound of his footsteps slapping against the ground filling his ears. An arrow flew towards them, slicing through the air. Unlike the other arrows that had been shot, this one had been fired when the distance was shorter. There was virtually no chance of it missing, and it didn't. The sounds of the arrow piercing flesh, someone stumbling, and Gao's cry of pain made Naruto stop. He turned around and saw Gao on the ground with an arrow in his back. He raced back and grabbed hold of him. Come on, Gao, he grunted as he pulled his shoulder around him, pulling him back up onto his feet. We're almost out. You're going to get out of this alive. He started to run again, only he was slowed down by the extra weight. Naruto, I am dead weight. Just leave him, Gao told him, his breath ragged and filled with pain. It was painful for him to even whisper, let alone talk. Oh no, I ain't doing that. I promised I would keep you alive, and I always keep my promises. Stay with me. It hard told you not to make promises you couldn't keep. Just leave me Beihai. An arrow punctured his throat, cutting him off. The force of the arrow made him stumble again, this time bringing Naruto with him as they fell to the ground. Naruto was the first to recover. He reached for Gao's arm, only to realize that his friend wasn't moving. Gao? Gao, say something, he said, only to hear nothing. He stood up and tried to pull him up as well, only to let go when he saw the blank look in his eyes. He just stared at the dead body. He's dead? That can't be right. We were going to get out of here. We almost made it. He can't be dead. I promised to keep him alive and I never break my promises. Gao can't be dead. Naruto, focus! Roared the Kyuubi, getting his attention. You have to run. Leave him behind. No! Run now! He ordered. But as he did, the Earth Kingdom soldiers surrounded the two. Their weapons were out, raised, and ready to use. Show us your hands, one of the soldiers ordered as he held a nocked arrow at Naruto's face. You killed him, he whispered, ignoring them. You shot an arrow through his throat and killed him. I said show us your hands. Do it now! He continued to ignore them. I promised to keep him alive. I never break my promises, never. And now Gao's dead, because of you. That was when one of the soldiers tried to make him put his hands in the air by poking him with his spear. He whipped around, yanked the spear out of the soldier's hands and beheaded him with a single swing. The soldiers all watched as the head flew, held in their place by shock. As the head landed on the ground with a wet splat, the sound of the spear hitting the ground brought their attention back to Naruto. Kill you. I'll kill you, he said, repeating himself. Naruto, don't give in to your anger. Please stay calm. Don't become enraged. Kyuubi pleaded with him. But it was already too late. He began to draw upon the fox's chakra, which manifested itself as a red cloak covering him completely that boiled and hissed with bubbles that kept bursting. His canines elongated and his whiskers became darker and thicker. The soldiers began to back away in fear from him. In their eyes, what was standing in front of them wasn't human anymore. Don't do it, Naruto. The fox tried one last time. But his pleas fell on deaf ears. I'll kill you all! He screamed at the soldiers, staring at them with red, hate-filled eyes. The last thing he remembered was lunging for them. End flashback. When he came to, he was back at the base, 4 days later. He had learned from the other soldiers who managed to survive the bombardment of rocks that he had all but torn the soldiers apart with his bare hands. One of them had tried to run back to the safety of the fortress, only to be tackled by him and have the fortress gates smashed open. It was then he learned something that horrified him to both his core and bones. He had killed every single person in the fortress. Soldiers, civilians, men, women, even children had not been spared from his rage. There was only one thing that could be best described by this kind of carnage: extermination. Even though the captain had been arrested for disobeying orders and being found out for using illegal drugs, it still didn't help. In his own eyes, he was a mass murderer. Even though he couldn't remember what had happened, just the mere memory of the preceding events still made him feel ill. He had made a promise to keep Gao alive and he failed in keeping it. To him, that was worse than killing people, which was bad in his books. And despite his efforts over the next 2 years, soldiers still died while they fought next to him or underneath his command. Some officers had told him that the lives of common soldiers don't matter and that he shouldn't care about them. Every time he heard that, he had to restrain himself from attacking the officer in question and beating him to a bloody pulp. Other officers, more often than not the ones who climbed up the ranks instead of inheriting their rank, could understand what he was feeling and told him that while they understood, he had to let them go, that he had to move on. But despite what they told him, he just couldn't. He could still remember each soldier that had lost their life in front of him, and that haunted him. Kit, you've got to get past this, the Kyuubi told him. He had seen just as much as his Jinchuriki, even more if he was counting his previous ones. These dreams are making you lose sight of what's around you. What? What the hell are you talking about, Kyuubi? He demanded as he took a drag, confused and irritated. If you keep this up, you'll lose sight of what's around you and that'll catch you severely off guard, or even get you killed, he tried to explain. It's happening right now, and you haven't even noticed. The Konoha shinobi have gotten stronger when you weren't looking. He held back a laugh. Oh, you have got to be kidding. If you had been paying attention, you would have noticed that they aren't the same as before. This time he did laugh, a brief bark of one. That's ridiculous. I fought each team that came after me, whether it was physical or mental. And I either won or fought to a draw. And you do think that they would have just stayed the way they were after you beat them? They've improved their training and have improved immensely. You would have noticed this if you had paid attention, he said, placing emphasis on the last 2 words. He scoffed. Like it'll matter. I beat them once and I could do it again. Come on, I even beat Orochimaru. Naruto Uzumaki. The fox roared, letting the roar echo inside of his mind, making hold his head in his hands. Are you telling me you have forgotten lesson number 9? No, I haven't forgotten, he said with a wince. Did you have to yell that loudly? If it had gotten my point across, then yes. What point? Both the Konoha shinobi and Orochimaru had underestimated you. You were the lesson to them. The only difference between them is that you allowed the Konoha shinobi to live. He pointed it out in a matter-of-factly tone. And because you let them live, they improved themselves and they will not underestimate you. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you, Naruto? Yeah, I guess so, he admitted. Naruto, what are you doing up there? Azula asked, poking her head out the window and looking straight up at him. Are you trying to peep on us? That's not even funny, Azula, he told her, taking one last drag of the cigarette before flicking it away. I had a nightmare. She swiftly climbed up to the roof. Again? She asked with evident concern as she sat down next to him. Yeah, again. Are you all right? She asked with a gentleness strangers would have thought she didn't have. A little bit. Naruto, you have to let them go. They're haunting you because you let them. Spare me, Azula. I already got the lecture from a certain furball, he told her with a slight groan. It's for your own good and we both know it, the Kyuubi told him. If you've heard it before, why haven't you done something? Azula asked him. He wouldn't have these nightmares if he had done something about it already. It's not that easy. I've tried, but I can't just let them go. They were my responsibility, and I failed them. If I let them go, I feel like I would be abandoning them. How could you be abandoning them? She asked, confused. They're already gone. He smiled slightly before tapping the side of his head. But they're alive in here. I can remember all of them and the good memories I have. But the good memories come with the bad ones, and it's the bad ones that haunt you. If I can stop for a second during a day to remember the good times I had with people I had lost, then that's enough for me. Even if it means you have to suffer nightmares? He shrugged his shoulders. I've been doing that for a while now, I can deal. But I can't, she told him, hugging him from the side. I don't like it when you suffer because you're being stubborn. And I'm fairly certain that the soldiers that had died wouldn't want you to do this either. You're probably right, they wouldn't like it, he admitted. But I just can't. I can't let them go. You'll have to try. Not even you can hold on to them forever. I guess we'll find out, sooner or later. They spent the rest of the early morning just sitting in silence, letting the rays of the rising sun wash over them, bathing them in their warm light. The meeting was over, and everyone had gone their separate ways. Despite the one outburst from Miki when she told the fire daimyo off, everything went rather smoothly, although the shinobi had noticed that the daimyo had been giving his daughter looks with something in his eyes that put them on edge. Koike walked beside Miki and Jiraiya while Kakashi and his team walked either in front or behind them, keeping watch. Well, that was entertaining, Miki commented as they walked, the sounds of feet hitting the wooden floor filling the hall. I'll say. The last time I saw Daimyo get quailed like that was when your mother was pulling his strings, Jiraiya commented. Did she teach you how to do that, or did you just let it loose? Just let loose, I guess, she said with a shrug. My idiot father had been interfering with things that he had just passed on to his advisors for quite some time now. It got on my nerves and that move he tried was the straw, so I just told him to stop. I think that was a little more than telling him to stop, Koike quietly remarked. That was more like telling him off. She thought it over for a brief minute. Yeah, I guess you're right. I did tell him off. She chuckled at the memory. Kami, that was fun. How was telling off one's father fun? Sai quietly asked Kakashi. You know, Sai, I'm not quite sure myself, he answered with an eye smile. Well, I have to leave now, Miki said as they approached where the hallway split into 2 halls. I'll either see you guys around, or at the dance tomorrow. Bye. She turned to the left, and walked away as they turned to the right. I think the Land of Fire will benefit greatly when she takes the throne, Koike stated as they walked down the hallway. I can agree to that, Sasuke said as he kept his eyes out for possible dangers. You keep that up, and she may very well marry you, Sasuke, Sakura noted with a small grin. That's not even funny, Sakura, he told her while also glaring at her. Even though he had feelings for her, he still got annoyed when she said things like that. Oh, lighten up, will ya? Please remember that we're on a mission right now, you two, Kakashi reprimanded them with complete seriousness. Then it turned into humor. We can discuss Sasuke's love life later. That earned him a scowl from Sasuke. Lord Jiraiya, is something the matter? Koike asked as they approached their rooms. It's nothing, just something I noticed, he answered as Sakura opened the door, letting the others walk in before following and closing it behind her. What's that? I'm just trying to figure out where the hell the 12 Guardian Shinobi was during the meeting. At least one of them should have been standing behind the fire daimyo during it, but not even one had shown itself. The others had heard of the 12 Guardian Shinobi before. They were shinobi who had pledged themselves to the protection and service of the fire daimyo. The origins of the group dated back to the first days of Konoha. Both the Shodaime Hokage and Madara Uchiha had sent 6 of their clansmen to protect the daimyo. This was to show that not only would the 12 shinobi obey the daimyo, they would also do it together, despite past grievances. It worked, and the 12 Guardian Shinobi had been created. They were known by the sash they wore, bearing the symbol of fire on it. Wasn't Asuma-sensei a part of that group? Sakura asked as she sat down next to Koike, remembering the sash that Asuma wore around his waist. Yeah, he was at one point in his life, Kakashi answered her question. He left after incident split the two in half and eventually broke apart. What kind of incident? Sasuke asked from where he leaned against the wall, genuinely curious. That's something that only Asuma can tell you, he told them. They accepted the fact. They knew that Kakashi hadn't been a part of the group, so he shouldn't be the one to tell the tale. And he can be tight-lipped about it. That's another thing, Jiraiya noted as he began to pace the room. The group broke apart after that. It's been a little more than a decade since then. I would have thought that the daimyo would have reformed them by now. I'd say he hasn't if they weren't in the room. Perhaps they had to be elsewhere? Sai suggested as he stood near the door. That required all of them? I have never heard of anything like that happening before. As I said before, at least one of them should have been there. What are you suggesting, Lord Jiraiya? Kakashi asked from where he stood against the window. That the fire daimyo didn't reform the 12 Guardian Shinobi? It's a possibility, he admitted. Besides, wouldn't Asuma have heard something or been asked to rejoin if the daimyo did reform the group? He does have a point, the masked shinobi admitted. That would have been the kind of news that Asuma wouldn't have kept to himself, especially since he's with Kurenai. Ever since they came back to the elemental countries, both Asuma and Kurenai had been a little more open about their relationship. It was getting to the point where everyone was wondering when the wedding was going to be. Ino was among the more vocal about that. Why would the daimyo not reform his protection group? Koike asked. I know that would be something I would want reformed quickly. I don't know, Jiraiya admitted as he stopped pacing. But somehow, I get the feeling it's connected to the death of Miki's mother. How could that be possible? Sasuke asked. You said that she died a year after the Kyuubi had attacked and that the group disbanded a little more than a decade ago. Look, I don't know how or why, but I just have a feeling, and quite frankly, it's not a good one. Are you sure, Lord Jiraiya? Sakura asked him. He looked her straight in the eye. The last time I had that kind of feeling, it was just after the Yondaime Hokage had been elected, and it was coming off of Orochimaru. We discovered what he had been doing shortly afterwards. Trust me when I say that this is a feeling that should be paid attention to. The room fell silent as they thought over his words and what they implied. It was something they had all felt. Jiraiya had just been the first to voice it. There was something going on with the fire daimyo, and they didn't know what it was. Their thoughts were interrupted when the door that led to the hallway was knocked on. Excuse me? Is anyone here? A voice asked from the other side, a voice that sounded like it belonged to a young boy. Sai opened the door and looked at who it was. It was indeed a young boy, one who looked like he was just about to enter his teens. What is it? He asked as he slowly brought his hand closer to one of his kunai. I am here to see Lord Jiraiya, he explained, his voice faltering as he looked at the shinobi standing in front of him. I have this, Sai, Jiraiya told him as he walked up to the door. He nodded and walked away, sitting down at the table. So, what do you want, kid? Manager would like to know if he should have your usual order come here or wait, he explained, clearly trying to fight his nervousness. It was hard, considering he was standing in front of a living legend. Tell him that I'll come get it once I'm done in the capital, the Toad Sage said. That way, I can get it on the way out. Understood, sir, he said, not moving from his spot. Was there something else? Yes, sir. My manager told me to give you this. He pulled a letter out and handed it to him. He said you read as soon as you get it. He took the letter. Thank you. If that's all, you may leave. The boy bowed his head and quickly left. Jiraiya closed the door and turned around to face the others, opening the letter as he walked towards them. What is it? Koiki asked him. It's another message from the others, he told them as he read the letter. It has the details of exactly how the assassination will go. He looked over a certain passage. Huh. What is it? Sakura asked. They say that the Akatsuki are definitely involved, so they don't exactly trust what has been planned. They're telling us that if the plan changes without them knowing, we may have to adapt on our own. That's a little obvious, Sasuke noted. Of course we would have to adapt if the plan changes without them knowing. I guess they were just trying to make sure we knew, he said as he kept reading the letter. There's a postscript for Kakashi at the bottom. What does it say? Kakashi asked. Jiraiya handed him the letter. P.S. Hataki. The next time you try to kill a shinobi from Yukigekure, just lop off his kami-forsaken head. Nadaroga is still alive, and he's got a bone to pick with Koiki. Naruto. That's not good at all, he declared as he finished reading it. What is not good? Koiki asked, her gaze going between him and the letter. According to Naruto, Nadaroga is still alive. She froze at that. How is that possible? You broke his neck. Sasuke objected. I guess I didn't try hard enough. If he is alive, odds are he'll be a part of the assassination. Therefore, we're going to have to be more watchful and keep an extra sharp eye out during the dance. We should plan on how we will counter this plan, Jiraiya stated, holding out a hand towards Kakashi, who gave him back the letter. Sai, get the map of the dance hall. The pale shinobi briefly disappeared into the men's bedroom and returned with a map, which he opened and placed on the table. They all crowded around it, as Jiraiya explained what they should, pointing at places on the map. Team Paragon had spent the day going on a shopping spree, which the girls enjoyed more than the guys, despite the fact it was for getting into the palace. The fake identities and the backgrounds that came with them had them going all over the marketplace. They went from dress stores to jewelry shops and everywhere in between. It was a tiring day, as everything had to be perfect, down to the smallest of details. Even though the guys were much more exhausted than the girls, they knew that if even one detail was wrong, either one or possibly all of them would be caught, and that would stop them from trying to stop Nadar from making the kill, so they held their complaining to themselves. In the end, they got everything they needed, which they double and triple checked. As they walked away from the market, they took the time to write out a third message to Jiraiya, informing him of their disguises and the behaviors that came with them. They discreetly passed it on to one of his contacts, and made their way back to the hotel. After a quick dinner and bath, they went back up to the rooms and went over the information on their disguises as well as quizzing the others. So, Lord Mancho, how do your farms fare? Naruto asked Sokka as they sat around the room with each other's information in their hands. Not so well, I'm afraid. We've had a bit of a drought, and the core was a bit thin this year, Sokka replied, using a deep voice. I only pray that you. Who is you? He asked, catching on to the mistake. Ah, damn it, I meant Cammy. Too late, they'll be on to you after that. I know. Let's just move on. He turned to look at June. So, Lady Gayu, how is your little sister doing? She is doing fine. She's been practicing hard at painting portraits. I think she could very well make a masterpiece soon, June answered, making her voice sound richer while also sounding like an older sister who was quite proud of her little sister. How remarkable, perhaps I should ask her to paint my portrait, Suki commented, making her voice sound lighter. I'm sure she would be quite honored to hear, Lady Jaichu. But I believe that she would ask you to wait a little while so she could practice a little more. Very well, I will wait. Speaking of practice, I hear that your cousin has entered the town guard. I'm afraid you must be mistaken. I do not have a cousin. Sorry, but you do, she said, her voice going back to normal. It says so right there. She handed the paper back to Suki. She looked it over. Spirits take it, you're right, she cursed before handing the paper back. Perhaps we should take a break and review our information, Azula suggested. We really should, Naruto agreed. He was having trouble with his information. He knew everything, but he kept mixing things up. While he was used to using disguises, he was more inclined to disguises that were usually a one-time use only. Any other disguise he came up with that lasted longer than he usually improvised with, though he made to go overboard. They handed back the information in their hands back to the proper user, but before they could start reviewing, a knock on the door got their attention. June, having been the one to pay for the rooms, got up and walked over to the door, opening it. What is it? She asked one of the hotel employees. I was told to give you this, the employee explained, giving her a piece of paper. She took it, and the employee walked away. Is it a reply from the fucking sadist? Suki asked, using Jiraiya's nickname. No, it has the Akatsuki emblem on it, June answered. What does it say? Sokka asked. That we have to get back to the warehouse, now. They quickly made their way through the streets, brushing past people who were on their way home. They had not been expecting a summons from Toby, so they didn't know what this was all about. Did they find out who we are? Some members of the group thought. They tried not to focus on it, but it still loomed in their mind. When they finally made it to the warehouse, the sun had set, but there was still some light in the sky. The street was deserted, so they entered with ease, once again leaving the wolf and the Shirshu outside. Again, the only lights that were on were the ones hanging over the center of the place. Oh great, you guys made it, Toby said when he saw them come in as he stood in front of the table, looking over the blueprints and whatnot. What's going on here? June asked. I thought the next time we were supposed to meet was when we were to get into the dance. I know that. Trust me, I do. But something's come up, he told them. What do you mean? Where's Nadar? Sokka asked as he looked around, trying to see if the shinobi was hiding from them. He already knows what's going on, so he doesn't need to hear it twice. Hear what twice? There's been a slight change in the plans, he told them, holding his finger and thumb a few inches away from each other. What do you mean? Naruto asked. He, as well as the others, knew that those words could not mean anything good. You're not just assassinating the Spring Daimyo. You have a second target. So, we need to go over the plan and make a couple of adjustments, he explained. Who's the second target? Azula asked him. It's the daughter of the Fire Daimyo, Princess Miki. Team Paragon sat in one of the rooms in the hotel, silence engulfing the entire place. It was the morning after the impromptu meeting with Toby. The unexpected addition to their assassination mission had been shocking, and yet it didn't make sense. Okay, I think we can all agree that this is completely terrible, Naruto finally said in a hushed voice, so that they didn't arouse suspicion. The others could only silently agree with him. Sokka, you got any ideas on how to make this work to our advantage? He asked the residence idea guy. No. I don't have a single one, he said dejectedly. Toby threw us for a big enough loop that I don't have any ideas on how to make it work for us. Also add in the fact that we can't pass this information on to Jiraiya and the others. After Toby had informed them of their second target, and showed them the changes in the plan, he told them that Nadar would be staying close by. He said it was so it would be easier for them once they were to head out to the party, but they suspected an ulterior motive. So, what exactly are we going to do then? June asked, saying the question they were all thinking. I think the only thing we can do right now is just play it by ear, Suki said, earning looks from the others. You mean improvise? That's incredibly risky, Suki, Naruto told her. Azula raised an eyebrow at him. This is coming from the master of improvisation. Azula, even improvising can only go so far. I might have successfully improvised a couple of things other people thought required extensive planning, but even I recognize the fact that you can't do that kind of thing while attempting to stop an assassination from the inside. Well, there's a first time for everything, right? Sokka asked him. He stifled a groan as he covered his eyes with his hand. I hate it when someone says that, he mentally growled. If I remember things correctly, you've said it quite a few times yourself, the QB drily commented. Oh, just shut up, furball, he snapped at the fox. Sokka, you do realize that this entire thing has likely become more complicated because of what you just said, right? He asked the southern tribesman. Oops, sorry, he apologized, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Never mind him, June said, waving him off. Do we have anything else to offer? They fell silent as they all tried to think of an idea. But whenever one of them thought of one, they dismissed it for a variety of reasons: too dangerous, too impractical, too stupid, too distracting, etc., etc. In the end, all they had was that one thing. So I guess we'll be making this up as we go? Suki asked, voicing what they already knew. This time, Naruto didn't bother to stifle the groan. If we screw this up, I am going to kill you people, he warned them. No, you won't. You love us too much, Azula replied with a small smirk. That might be true for you, but not so much for others. Thanks so much for the vote of confidence, June drily remarked. Let's try and be a bit more serious here, Sokka told them. There are a lot of things that could go wrong here. Sokka, you just stated the obvious, Naruto pointed out. It had to be said, he defended himself. No, it did not. Team Kakashi sat around the table, the morning sun shining through the windows. The air around them was tense but quiet, almost like the calm before the storm. Are you ready for tonight, Lady Koiki? Sakura asked her. Yes, I am, Sakura, the spring daimyo answered. But you've asked me that 3 times already. Oh, right, sorry. I'm just a little nervous, she apologized, blushing lightly. You're nervous? How do you think I feel? She asked in attempted good humor, which sort of worked as most of the people in the room began to chuckle. Besides, I thought you would have been more used to this kind of thing since the last time we were together. Sakura has always been more on the recovery/standby team when it came to missions, Sasuke remarked as he leaned against the wall, fiddling with a kunai. Well, I am a medic, Sasuke, Sakura replied archly. And I've never said you weren't. You just really haven't been on the front lines all that often, he told her with a small smirk. Why are they acting like this? Sai asked Kakashi, sitting across the table from him. They're acting like they're about to fight. Oh, it's just their way of getting rid of the pre-mission jitters, he answered absently, his focus on his orange book. Pre-mission jitters? He repeated in disbelief. There is no such thing. Trust us, Sai. There is such a thing, Sakura assured him. If we don't get rid of the jitters, then we'll be nervous throughout the entire mission and be more likely to make mistakes. With a mission such as this, we really can't afford mistakes. Don't bother trying to explain it to him, Sakura, Sasuke told her. He'd need emotions to understand. There's no need to be rude about it, Sasuke, she said in reply. I am not offended. It's true that the concept of emotions often escapes me, Sai admitted to them. It escapes me just as much as the concept of bonds does. How does the concept of bonds escape you? Koiki asked him. She thought the concept was straightforward. What puzzles me is this. He looked over at his 2 teammates. Despite the fact Naruto has said quite often that you are not his friends anymore, and that he would rather cause a massacre than come back to the village, you still consider him to be your friend. I could be wrong, but aren't bonds supposed to go both ways? His question got everyone's attention. Even Kakashi looked up from his book to listen to the answer. Both Sasuke and Sakura shared a look. He merely lifted an eyebrow in a silent question, and she simply nodded her head in acknowledgement. He turned back to look at Sai. Back when we had just started, he began. I had thought that Naruto was just a useless idiot, a dove who had passed due to sheer luck. But once we had gotten used to each other, I realized that he was entertaining to be around. He was a good rival and a good friend, he admitted the last part after some hesitation. And yet I threw that in his face when I ran from the village. But he still went after me, for our bond. He had accepted me for me and thought I didn't realize it until later. I had done the same. He had become my friend and I had become his. But he still fled the village himself, throwing the bond in your faces as well. And we chased after him, the same way he did for Sasuke, Sakura replied. The only difference is that we took longer than he did, she noted with a small chuckle. You did all that for the sake of your bond with him? Sai asked, confusion written plainly on his face. Especially since he doesn't want anything to do with you. We've accepted the fact that he probably won't come back to the village, she said with a small amount of sadness in her voice. But we can hope that he'll be our friend again, even if he said he didn't want to be. Two don't know what to think about what you've said. It doesn't make sense to me, he honestly admitted. Look at it this way, Sasuke told him. Had I successfully left Konoha, odds are you would have been having this exact conversation with Naruto about me. The only difference would be that by now, he would have already convinced you. You think so? He was that kind of person. I think you meant to say he is that kind of person, Sasuke, Kakashi commented, his attention still on his book. The door opened and Jiraiya walked in before he could reply. I've got another message, the Toad Sage announced. Who gave it to you this time? Koyuki asked him curiously. That's not really important, he told her, waving it off as he opened the letter. Was it the hot springs or the brothel, Lord Jiraiya? Kakashi asked, looking over the top of his book. I said it wasn't important, he repeated with a bit more harshness while also avoiding eye contact with the women in the room. What does the letter tell us now? Sai asked, focusing on the mission. They gave details of their disguises and backgrounds. That is so we know what to expect from them, he explained as he placed the letter on the table. And what are they? Sakura asked, deciding to also focus on the mission. Sokka will be posing as a Lord Mancho, who is a minor noble who has most of his revenue comes from farming. Recently, his farms were struck by a drought, and as such, his crops were much smaller. He is a humble man who only wishes to ensure that he, his family, and those who work or serve are fed and cared for, surprisingly not in that order, he remarked. So, Sokka will be a caring noble who is also a farmer, Kakashi summarized. Correct. Suki is Lady Jaichu, the daughter of a noble. She is quiet and will not be the first to attempt conversation. Her cousin has joined the town guard where they live and has been the talk of the town since. June will be Lady Gayu, a noble who is also a collector of rare animals. She inherited her title after her parents suspiciously died. However, she has a little sister who is learning to paint portraits and is becoming quite skilled. They are quite attached to each other and Gayu will take any insult directed at her sister as one to herself. Are there any questions? He asked, looking up. No, Sasuke answered. He had moved away from the wall and stood next to the table, putting the kunai away. Good. Moving on, Azula will be known as Yon, the guard to Jaichu. She is supposed to stay silent, but if she speaks, it is likely to be short and to the point. If she is annoyed, sarcasm will also be added. She is also supposed to be fiercely loyal to Jaichu and will take any insult to her as an offer to fight. Naruto will be going as Kiken, a man who has recently made his fortune in gambling. Supposedly, he went into a casino with only a couple of rios and had managed to break the bank. But despite that, he does not flaunt his newly gained wealth. He is quiet and conservative, but he is also generous. If anyone asks him about the wealth, he'll brush it off like it's nothing. Is that it? Koiki asked. That's only the basics, he admitted, as he touched the small seals that lined the bottom of the letter, creating a large cloud of smoke. Once the smoke dissipated, more documents lay on the table. Here are all the details. He started to shift through them all. That's odd. What is it, Lord Jiraiya? Kakashi asked him, closing the book and placing it down. Anything that the Toad Sage found odd required one's attention. Out of all these documents, I'm not finding a single forgery. These all seem legit, he noted. Are you sure about that? Sai asked as he looked at the documents as well. He threw the root operative a hard look. I've been in this business a lot longer than you have, Sai. I think I would know the difference between an authentic document and a fake. Are there any photos? Sasuke asked as she began to move the documents around to find said photos. Only those of Team Paragon, who looked like they didn't know they were being photographed, he replied, tapping each photo that was attached to each background document. This is very, very strange. It also warrants investigation. But you can't do that, Lord Jiraiya, Sakura objected. People are expecting you to be there at the dance. You seem to have forgotten 4 simple words, Sakura, he told her, as he folded his hands into a hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Another Jiraiya appeared with a cloud of smoke. You know what to do, the original told the clone, handing him all the documents. The clone nodded, took them, and walked out the door. The sun was setting and the gate to the palace had a line forming in front of it. People walked slowly to the gate and showed their invitation to the guard, who allowed them to pass after inspecting their invitation. Despite what people thought of the Fire Daimyo, his parties and dances were great places to make new alliances and sign new trade agreements, marriage proposals, and other agreements as well. So, a lot of the nobles and the people who wanted to have connections always flocked to these events. Invitation please, the guard said as Sokka walked up to him, wearing a fake beard and a kimono that had seen a lot of use. Some of the edges looked frayed and the entire outfit looked a little big on him. However, there was room enough for him to strap his zanpakuto against his back with the coat covering it, just in case. Here you are, sir, he said, handing him the invitation. The guard looked it over and handed it back to him. Enjoy the party, my lord, he told him. Thank you, but there's no need to call me that, he replied before taking the invitation and walking past him. The guard turned his attention back to the line as Suki, Azula, and June walked up. Invitation, please. Here you go. June handed him the invitation. She was wearing a black dress that fell all the way down to her feet, with a slit on the side that showed tantalizing glimpses of her legs. She had taken her skull headpiece off, letting her hair down. Suki had dressed a bit more conservatively. She wore a gray kimono with a black obi holding it together. She kept her hands folded to look demure, but also to keep them near where she had hidden one of her fans. Azula wasn't wearing a dress. Instead, she wore a black business suit with a white shirt underneath the jacket. There were no bugles in her jacket that would have shown weapons, but she kept her gloved hands loose and ready, showing that she knew how to use them. She stood close to Suki, ready to place herself in her way. All right, you two can go, the guard said as he handed back the invitation. But she stays. He pointed to Azula. What? Suki asked, sounding both worried and nervous. This invitation is for Lady Gayu and Lady Jaichu. No one else can go inside. But she has to come with us, she protested, putting a hand on Azula's arm, like it was a precious thing. If she's not on the invitation, she is not coming in, the guard replied adamantly. Oh, come on. You can make an exception this one time, right? June asked him. If she's not on the invitation, she is not coming in. Before either one of them could say anything, Azula spoke out. Lady Jaichu, Lady Gayu, let me talk to him for a minute, she said to them. Are you sure, Yon? Suki asked. Just give me a minute. She walked up to the guard and leaned into his ear. Look, there is a good reason why I'm not on that list, she whispered. And what's that? He asked with obvious disbelief. I've been with Lady Jaichu since she was 10. She's very shy and extremely nervous when around strangers, so she relies on me. We practically live together. Her father probably didn't put me on the invitation because he thought I would be able to get in with her. Well, you can't. What's the problem here? Are you afraid that I might muck up the security in there if I go in there or something? Fine, I will let them know that I am there and will do nothing to stand in their way. My priority is Lady Jaichu. Are you happy now? He tried to think of a defense, but whatever idea came to his head couldn't hold. Okay, fine, he said, giving up. You can go in. But I want you to inform security of your presence. You make a scene, it'll be on you, got it? Yes. Thank you for understanding. Just get in there already, he growled into her ear. She nodded and stepped away, turning back to Suki and June. Everything is fine now, milady. We can head in now. Are you sure? Suki asked, looking at her so-called bodyguard with worry evident on her face. We're fine. They walked past the guard and through the gate. Laying it on a little thick, weren't we, Suki? June asked under her breath. It got us through, didn't it? She whispered back. Invitation please, the guard asked the next person who walked forward, now a little annoyed. Here it is, Naruto handed him the invitation. He wore a black suit, complete with a black shirt underneath. Only one button was open, and he wore no chains or necklaces underneath the shirt. The clothes looked recently bought, and yet they worked on him. He was using the henge jutsu to make his hair a deep red, his eyes a glowing teal, and his whisker marks disappear. He unconsciously drew the eye of a single woman that was there and was completely unaware of it, which made the Kyuubi trying desperately not to snigger, which he always did when this sort of thing occurred. "All right, get in there," the guard said rudely, handing back the invitation. "Is something the matter?" he asked as he took the invitation back. "Nothing that concerns you, now get moving," he snapped, jerking his thumb at the gate. "Did it have to do with that group before me or something?" "I said it is nothing that concerns you." All right, thank you." He started to walk past, and then stopped. "Actually, hold on." "What is it now?" the guard growled as he swung around to face him, only to find a hand full of cash in front of him. "What the?" "Here, take it," he said with a smile. "Think of it as a big tip to have to deal with people like us." "You hit it's my job." It was a job that made him stand out here with all these people, but it was his job. "Nevertheless, I insist you take it." Thanks, I guess." He reached out hesitantly and took the money. His eyes widened after quickly counting it all. "This is over $2,000. "And you deserve it," Naruto told him honestly. "Thank you, sir. Thank you very much." He shook his head. "No, thank you for putting up with this line," he told him before walking through the gate. He saw that the others had stayed close to the wall next to the gate. "Everyone is in, right?" he asked as he quickly made his way over to them. "You can see everyone, can't you?" June asked. Her voice was laced with sarcasm. "Wait, where's Nadar?" Sokka asked as he examined the courtyard. "I don't see him." "I thought he was going to meet us once we were inside," Suki said, blanking on some of the details. The others looked around, but they didn't see him either. "I thought he was supposed to go ahead and meet us in the courtyard." "It was either that, or in the dance hall," Naruto told her. He was also blanking on some of the details, and that was a feeling he didn't like. "All right, everyone, stay in your groups and head into the dance hall," Sokka ordered, taking charge. "Once inside, we look for Nadar and go from there." "Fine by me, let's get this party started," June declared as she started walking towards the main building, Suki and Azula behind her. After a few minutes, Sokka walked away as well, making sure he kept his distance from the girls. Naruto just stood against the wall, waiting as he took out a cigarette and lit it. He took a couple of minutes smoking it before snuffing it out in a nearby trash can. Once he was done, he began to make his way towards the palace and by proxy, the dance hall. "I should have packed a dress," Sakura moaned quietly as she stood against the wall, watching the nobles dance. Seeing all those dresses the ladies were wearing was making her feel a bit jealous. "You wouldn't have been able to wear it," Sasuke told her as he stood next to her. "You don't know that," she objected. "Sakura, we're shinobi currently on a job. Dancing was not part of it. We are here to keep watch and ensure that our charge stays safe." He looked at the crowd with an annoyed look. "Besides, why would you want to dance like that? It's nothing but a big pain in the rear, if you asked me." "Well, I wasn't," she told him. "And the only reason you don't like this kind of thing is because of that mission 2 years ago." "I made you swear to never talk about that again," he hissed at her. It had been his first mission as a Chunin. He and the Konoha 11 had to infiltrate a foreign noblewoman's estate and obtain information that was important to their client. Their way in was a masquerade ball the noblewoman was holding, therefore making Sasuke spend about a week learning how to dance. They got in, and while the others hunted down the information, he distracted the entire ballroom by dancing with the noblewoman. However, within a couple of hours, they had learned 2 things. The first was that the information had been passed on verbally, and the second was that the noblewoman had a fetish for younger boys. By the time they had located the noblewoman, she was with Sasuke, who had been strapped to a bed and was within 5 seconds of involuntarily losing his virginity. Once the mission was done, he made everyone swear never to talk about what had happened unless they wanted him to do something very unpleasant to them with the Chidori. "Are you 2 kids enjoying yourselves?" Jiraiya asked them as he walked up to them. "Just barrels full of it, Lord Jiraiya," Sasuke replied with heavy sarcasm and a glare at Sakura. "If that's true, then what's with the look?" he asked, noticing the glare. "Never mind him, Lord Jiraiya," Sakura told him. Sasuke doesn't really like ballrooms. Oh yeah, I had heard about that particular mission. Who told you? Sasuke demanded, trying not to shout. Who do you think? Tsunade, he replied, not at all offended at the tone Sasuke had used. So why aren't you dancing, Sakura? I didn't pack a dress, she answered, a little embarrassed. So? Use the henjutsu, he told her with a shrug. Isn't that cheating? He gave her a look. We're shinobi, cheating is part of the program. If using henge to wear a dress is cheating, cheat away. I don't think many of the guys here would be interested in me anyway, she reasoned. Think again, he told her, gesturing to the hall behind him. She looked and saw that a good amount of the men, and a couple of women too, kept looking back at her. They looked interested in her, but they didn't do anything about it. While she was wondering why that was happening, Jiraiya could tell why just by looking at the person next to her glaring at the people who looked at her. Hey kid, I want to talk to you, he told Sasuke quietly. He nodded once and they walked away from Sakura. What is it? He asked once they had some privacy. What exactly are you going to do about you and Sakura? He became confused. What are you talking about? Come on, kid. A village idiot would have known that you like Sakura, and he'd be the first one to say it aloud. So, would that make you the village idiot? The last Uchiha asked, trying to deflect the question. I was the dead last in my graduating class. Look at me now, he replied with a straight face. But back to my question, what are you going to do? There's nothing to do. Right, that's why you're glaring everyone who even looks at her to death. What's the point here, Lord Jiraiya? You like her, don't you? He asked, getting straight to the point. Sasuke's answer was silence, which was all that he needed. I thought so. You haven't told her, have you? Of course I haven't, he said, looking at her out of the corner of his eye. And why is that? He fell silent for at least a minute. I don't want things to go back to the way things were, he finally answered. Now what is that supposed to mean? You're afraid that if you tell her, she'll become a fangirl again? Yeah, I am. He noticed that Jiraiya was desperately trying not to snicker and got angry. What? You think that's funny? A little bit, yeah, the Toad Sage answered, managing to not snicker. Sasuke, you do remember that Sakura was trained by Tsunade, right? Trust me when I say that the chances of her becoming a fangirl are both virtually and literally non-existent. If you say so, he said with a shrug. I do say so. Anyway, if you want to do something about you and Sakura, let me know. I can give you a couple of tips. You would give me a couple of tips? I think I'd rather announce my presence to the fangirls. For your information, Gaki, I happen to be quite good at getting couples together, he told him, offended. Who do you think got your parents together? What? What do you mean? My parents got along fine with each other. That's only after Minato and Kushina helped me lock them in a room together for a couple of days. You did what? Don't get your panties in a twist. We had permission from their parents, and we made sure to pass in food. How long were they in there? He asked, almost scared of the answer. Long enough, Jiraiya answered with a shrug. They got married soon afterwards. Quite frankly, we always suspected that Itachi was conceived in that room. Stop, please. I don't need to hear that, he all but begged, trying not to shudder at that thought. You were the one who asked, he told him before walking away. He quickly noticed Naruto walking into the hall and signaled him to come over. I wish I hadn't, Sasuke muttered to himself as he walked back over to Sakura. What was that all about? She asked, curious. Something I am never telling you, he replied. Now you've got me interested. Forget it, I'm never telling you. Let's focus on the job. Azula had to admit, the dance hall was very well done. The dance floor was spacious enough to allow everyone there to dance without hitting each other. A group of musicians sat in a corner, playing a slow tune. Chandeliers hung from the ceiling, shining down light. Tables surrounded the dance floor with light food so that people could sit down, eat, and relax for a couple of minutes before getting back up to dance again. This place is something, Suki noted quietly as she looked around. I know this might sound odd, but I think the ballrooms of Ba Sing Se would have a hard time comparing to this. Trust me, they would, June told her as they watched the people on the dance floor swirl around and around. What the ballrooms in Ba Sing Se lack is elegance. They're all gaudy and horrible, heavy on the pieces of art and paintings that clash horribly together. This place does not have any of that, and was done quite nicely. The other two looked at her in surprise. When were you in the ballrooms of Ba Sing Se? Suki asked her. I think the fact that she's a fashion critic is a bit more noteworthy, Azula said. I had a couple of jobs that had to deal with Ba Sing Se's high society, if you can call it that, she said, distaste evident when she said high society. So, I had to learn how to blend in and understand what was fashionable, and what wasn't. Not a bright point in my career as a bounty hunter. You must have had a lot of male admirers. How many hearts did you have to break? Suki asked with a small grin. She knew that June had to have admirers. She was that kind of woman. June gave her an irritable look. Like that would be something I'd tell you. Ladies, can we please focus on our mission? Azula asked pointedly. I see Kakashi and Sai standing against the west wall. I'll go see them and let them know of my priorities. The two of you might want to get back into character. They both nodded and Suki began to look worried as she walked away. She made sure to look like she was keeping an eye out for possible dangers against Suki, aka Lady Jaichu, as she slowly made her way over to Kakashi and Sai. Just as she was about to approach them, a hand grabbed her shoulder. What are you doing? A voice hissed in her ear. She turned around and came face to face with Nadar, who was wearing a hood to cover his hair and eyes. I'm trying to stay in character here by informing the shinobi about my priorities. Are you trying to make a scene and get my cover blown? She demanded. Is everything all right over here? Kakashi asked, standing between them. Both he and Sai had noticed that Azula was making her way over to them but grew concerned when she was stopped by a hooded man. He quickly made his way over to see if Azula's cover hadn't been blown. Damn, he's fast, Azula thought. It's nothing. This gentleman thought I was someone else, that's all. Yeah, what she said, Nadar agreed. Sorry about that, ma'am, he apologized to Azula before turning around and walking away. That was a little close. Had that not gone any farther, we would have had a fight on our hands, Kakashi noted as he watched Nadar. He knew who it was, despite the hood he wore. It might have very well been, Azula agreed. Nadar disappeared back into the crowd. They tried to look for him, but he was invisible to their sight. Anyway, ma'am, we had noticed that you were coming this way. Is something the matter? He asked her, pretending he didn't know her. Yes, I was making my way over to speak with you, she told him, getting back into character. My name is Yon, Lady Jaichu's personal guard. I'm just here to tell you that my lady is my primary concern. So please do not interfere if something happens to her. I will take care of it. Thank you for informing me. I will inform the other shinobi here. Then my business is done. I will return to my lady. She turned around and began to walk away. I hope you aren't hiding anything in your pockets, Kakashi's voice spoke from behind her. It would be quite bad if weapons were to be drawn if the trouble occurred. I have no need to hide weapons, she told him as she kept walking. I am a weapon. Then try not to kill anyone, he said with an eye smile before going back to his place against the wall. As she made her back, her mind was racing. What did he mean hiding anything in your pockets? He should have known, or at least saw that there wasn't anything in the pockets, she thought. As she mulled it over, realization struck and struck hard. Wait a second, he didn't. She subtly checked the pockets, feeling a piece of paper in her breast pocket. Agni, not just fast on his feet, he's fast with his fingers too. She withdrew her hands from the pockets as she walked back to Suki and June. Is everything okay? Suki asked with concern, staying in character. We saw what happened. It's nothing, milady, just someone who thought I was a person that he knew, she answered with a straight face. It was Nadar, right? June asked in a hushed voice. She just nodded in answer. How did he get in without us knowing? I don't know. Look out, we've got incoming, Suki warned them. They looked in the direction she was and saw a couple of noblemen about their age swaggering over to them. Their positions changed immediately. June morphed her face into an expression of uncaring, Suki became more nervous and stood slightly behind Azula. "Hello, ladies," the leader of the group, a boy with lank hair and a sneer on his face, said as they approached them. "You girls are looking for a couple of guys to dance with, right?" "Actually, no, we're not. We were actually having a conversation," June told him indifferently. "Thanks for interrupting." "Ah, come on. Don't be like that," another of the guys, a brute of a boy with hair cut very short and a piggish nose, said cockily. "We know you're looking for a good time here, and we can provide." "That one in the middle is hot," a third, who looked like he had overgelled his hair and had a bad case of acne, declared, looking at Suki with hunger in his eyes. "I'd love to take her to the floor, along with a couple of other places." Had this been any other time, she would have done something publicly humiliating to him, but she had to remain in character. However, Azula did something about it. "Would you mind keeping such thoughts to yourself?" she asked, covering more of Suki from view. "Lady Jaichu is not some sort of sex doll for you to drool over." "Are you kidding? I want to know what's underneath that kimono." She scowled. "If I hear one more word like that come out of any of your mouths, you will all end up in considerable pain," she warned, her fists tightening up. They just laughed it off. "Looks like we have a bit of a fighter here, guys," the leader said as he looked at her. "Are you her girlfriend or something?" "That's hot," the second one declared, drooling at the prospect. "Go on and give her a kiss. And make sure to include tongue." Azula took a step forward, intent on seriously harming the pack of idiots in front of them. However, she was stopped when Suki grabbed her arm. "Yon, don't. They aren't worth the trouble," she told her. "I cannot let that insult just pass, Lady Jaichu," she all but snarled. "We don't need to make a scene. Please, let's just walk away." She let a couple seconds pass before answering. "Fine." The girls turned around and began to walk away. "Hey, where the hell do you think you three are going?" the second boy demanded. "Isn't it obvious?" Azula asked, not bothering to turn and face them. "We're leaving." "No, you aren't. Get back here!" he yelled. "It's all right, let them go," the leader told him. "We're obviously too macho for them." "That's funny. I don't see macho men in front of me," June declared as she stopped, turned around, and looked at them, making Suki and Azula stop as well. "All I see are three arrogant, pathetic little boys who don't know how to treat a lady properly. Perhaps you should go back to your mothers and actually pay attention when they teach you manners." "Who the hell do you think you are, you little bitch?" the third boy demanded, getting the attention of nearby people. "That's easy enough. I think my friends and I know the difference between boys and men. And you three are most certainly not men. Good evening." She turned back around and kept on walking, Suki and Azula right beside her. "You get back right now, you whore!" he shouted, gaining more attention from nearby people, who now had looks of disapproval on their faces. She stopped once more and looked back. "Did you boys happen to notice the wolf and the large creature waiting outside?" she asked them. "It'd be a shame for something unfortunate to happen to you three, wouldn't it? I mean, the creature does have a toxin in its tongue that can paralyze a person for about an hour, and the wolf does enjoy meat." She started walking again, not bothering to look at the expressions on their faces, although Azula and Suki managed to hide the smirks they wore. As they walked through the crowd, they noticed Sokka was making his way towards them. Suki gestured to an empty table, and he nodded in agreement. "That was nicely done," he complimented them as they sat down. "All I got was a discussion on farming methods." He groaned slightly as he remembered the conversation. "I am so glad we looked over everything. I probably would have gone straight to blows in your conversation, but you ladies handled it amazingly." "Thank you," June said as she stretched her legs a little under the table. "But I was surprised that they didn't come after us." "That might have been because their parents arrived just after you walked away and all but dragged you out of the hall," he told them with a grin. "I wish I could have seen that," Azula remarked with a small smirk. "It serves those idiots right." They all quietly shared a laugh, but soon got serious again. "Azula, I saw what happened over there," Sokka told her. "Were you made?" She shook her head. "I managed to get out of there fine. But Kakashi slipped me something when I wasn't looking." She reached into the breast pocket and pulled out the small piece of paper. She briefly read it and then passed it to the others. Each took a moment to look at it before handing it to the next person. Once they were done, Suki handed the paper back to Azula. She closed her hand around it and burned it to ashes with a quick fire bending. We need to inform Naruto, June said as Azula discreetly dipped her hand past the tablecloth and dropped the ashes. Does anyone see him? They started to look around, not moving from the table. It was a little difficult due to the fact the place was crowded, and most people were on their feet, giving them a bit of a blocked view. There he is, Suki said. He's over to the right of the dance floor, being swarmed by girls. They all looked to where she had said. Naruto was indeed standing to the right, just within sight of Sasuke and Sakura. Girls had surrounded him, but it didn't look like he was enjoying the attention. You should really put a collar on him or something, June told Azula as they watched him try to wave the girls away. Just show who he belongs to. I can't really do that right now, seeing as we're undercover, she replied. But I guess I really should do something soon. It didn't take long before the girls finally left Naruto alone. His eyes searched the hall until he found them sitting at the table. Why is he glaring us to death? Suki asked as she tried to avoid making eye contact with Naruto. I don't think he's glaring at us, Sokka told her. I think he's glaring at me. They watched as Naruto raised his hand and gave his ear a tug before lowering it and started walking towards the dance floor. What is he doing? And what was with tugging his ear? June asked. I think he just told us he's about to play it by ear, Azula remarked. But what is he doing? The others, as well as the shinobi, were asking that same question. Soon, the sound of people talking, of people dancing, even the sound of the music playing stopped as everyone's eyes were on him. He made his way through the dance floor, people moving away from him like he would hurt them if he didn't. When he stopped, he was standing in front of the royal table, at which sat the Fire Daimyo, Koyuki, Madame Shirjimi, Jiraiya, and Miki. My Lady Miki, may I have this dance? He asked in a formal tone. But no matter what tone he used, he still stunned the entire dance hall. Nobody had ever so brazenly walked up to the royal princess and asked her if she wanted to dance. She was supposed to have a dance card, which was supposed to be filled in. May I ask your name, sir? Miki asked in return. It's Kikin, Your Highness. That man who recently made a fortune when he gambled in a casino with a single Rio bill? I think the rumors are getting a little exaggerated, he said with a small chuckle. It was more than just one Rio. Rumors do tend to do that, she conceded. But why do you want to dance with me? His expression became confused. I'm sorry, Your Highness, but who wouldn't want to dance with you? Besides, I had thought you would have wanted to do justice to the dress you're wearing. The dress was a long, strapless one that was the color of midnight blue. She wore no necklace or earrings and only wore minimal makeup. But she was stunning nonetheless, especially with her hair down. Were you not aware of the fact that I have a dance card? She asked him, only blushing faintly at the compliment. If it is full, then I apologize, Your Highness, he answered with an apologetic bow of his head. She laughed. Oh, it's full, trust me, she told him, before getting up. But screw it. It'll just be full of suitors, the FB and my father are trying to shove down my throat. She looked pointedly over at the Fire Daimyo and Madame Shirjimi before walking around the table to stand in front of him. You may have this dance, Mr. Kikin. Thank you, Your Highness, he thanked her with a bow of his head. She curtsied a little in return before offering her hand. He took it and led her down to the dance floor, which completely emptied itself as they approached. As they stood in the middle of the floor and readied themselves, the lights above dimmed until there was only one light, which was focused on the pair. The musicians began to play a song that the princess considered to be an old favorite. Start FFX2 OST, Eternity Memory of Light Waves. As the music played in the air, the two danced. It was a slow dance, but everyone's eye was on them. There was no misstep, no hesitation, and no awkwardness between the two dancers. They danced as if they had been doing this for a long time. You dance well, Miki praised him as they danced. Thank you, he replied. He spun her around slowly and she followed through, spinning gracefully. Princess Miki, he said underneath his breath as she came back to him. Whatever you do, please do not show anything on your face. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. My team and I are with Jiraiya and the other Konoha shinobi on assignment to protect the daimyo of Spring. How do I know you're telling the truth? she asked, keeping a blank face as they danced. We came into the capital with Jiraiya the Toad Sage, Kakashi Hatake, Sai, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. Anyone could have known that detail. They came here to ensure that Lady Koiki and your father completed the trade agreement they had negotiated, which would bring trains and railroads into the Land of Fire as well as allowing Konoha shinobi to infiltrate Yukigekure. While there are many more items in the agreement, these two are the most important. Only those who were part of the negotiations and Lady Koiki's protection detail know the contents of the trade agreement. That was enough for her. Okay, you're telling the truth. Why are we having this conversation? She asked. The Konoha shinobi are here in order to protect Lady Koiki from an assassination attempt. While one team always stayed with her, the other would hunt down any information about the assassination. Recently, we have learned that there is a second target, he informed her. And how does that concern me? The second target is you. If she was shocked or surprised, she didn't show it. I'm sorry, but we heard about this at the last minute, so we couldn't come up with a concrete plan to protect you, he apologized as they twirled. That is not important. What is important is that both Koiki and I remain alive. However, she is the more important target, so if you have to choose, protect her, she ordered him. I would say that you are both important. She shook her head, making it appear as a part of her sway. No, she is the daimyo of a country. I am just a princess. That may be, but we still have to lure the assassin out. If he goes after you, we'll be able to stop him. I've got an idea, she told him. As the song ended, he dipped her slowly and pulled her back up. End FFX2 OST, Eternity Memory of Lightwaves. As the rest of the lights came back on, the crowd began clapping, applauding them for the dance. Thank you for the dance, Mr. Kicken, Mickey said to him with a smile. He shook his head. No, thank you, Your Highness. I had the honor of dancing with the most beautiful woman here, he praised her. You definitely look beautiful in that dress. Would you like to see me out of it? She asked with a sly grin. If the crowd had been stunned to silence when he asked her for a dance, they were now picking their jaws up from the floor. Even Naruto was stunned, although he managed to keep it at a small blush. I'm sure you've got a couple of special moves that I would love to see. Well, if Your Highness would want me, he said. What was going through his head was different. She's kidding, right? He was hoping that this was just a part of her plan, but he wasn't sure. I ain't telling ya, the Kyuubi said with a grin. He loved watching things that made his Jinchuriki either squirm or nervous and wouldn't try to do anything to spoil the fun. Call me Mickey, and I definitely want to. She turned around and walked away with a seductive sway in her hips. Come see when you're bored here, I'll be in my room. She walked out of the hall with everyone watching her leave. Looking over to see Sasuke and Sakura still standing against the wall, he subtly jerked his head in the direction of the door Mickey left through. Sasuke saw it and nodded in acknowledgement. He tapped Sakura on the arm. They quickly made their way through the crowd and left through a different door. As Naruto made his way off the dance floor, he was soon accosted by Nadar. Why didn't you kill her? He demanded in a growl. You had a perfect opportunity. If I had tried to kill her, someone would have noticed me trying to pull the kunai out. Besides, who tries to kill someone in the middle of an empty dance floor during a slow dance? He asked with a scowl. That's just wrong. I don't care if it had been a public orgy. He snarled. You had a chance and you missed it. What part of someone would have noticed me trying to pull the kunai out are you not listening to? He asked back, trying to keep his voice low. And we can't do anything about her now since she walked off with those two shinobi going after her. We should concentrate on the spring daimyo. Fine, you and your group are a distraction. I'll take care of the rest. He walked away and disappeared into the crowd. We'll deal with the princess afterwards. How helpful of him, he mentally growled. So what are you going to do, Kit? Kyuubi asked him. I'm still working on it, he told the fox as he saw the others come towards him. Azula might not have shown it, but he could tell she was angry. In my defense, I didn't know she was going to say that stuff, he said quietly. All she said beforehand was she had an idea to lure out the assassin. Sure she did, Azula replied, not believing a word of it. It's the truth, I swear. Can the two of you have this talk later? June asked pointedly. Naruto, Kakashi passed us information that you need to hear. I already know, he said, stopping her from continuing. Jiraiya caught me as I was walking in. So they were all up to speed. That just left the problem. But what are we going to do? Suki asked. We can't attack quickly ourselves, Nadar's supposed to do that, and we can't fake an attack on the princess now. Nadar told me that we had to make a distraction so that he can take care of the rest. Does anyone have any ideas? Naruto asked, looking at the others. Let's see. We're in the middle of a crowded room, and someone needs to kill someone without the rest of the people in here noticing, Sokka mused as he looked around the hall, noticing the dance floor was beginning to fill up again. Perhaps if two of us started a fight in the middle of the dance floor, that would get the most attention. And if one or two others would try to stop it, it would get more attention. So, any volunteers? Asked Suki, looking at the others. Oh, I think we have the perfect first two candidates, June remarked with a smirk, looking at both Naruto and Azula. Before he could say something or even object to the idea, he was sent flying backwards by a punch, courtesy of Azula. He crashed into a nearby table, the sound echoing throughout the entire hall and earning everyone's attention. Even the musicians had stopped playing to see what was going on. You will apologize, Azula yelled as she stomped over towards him. Apologize for what? I didn't do anything, he protested as he tried to stand back up. You lie. She punched him again, this time sending him into the dance floor, scattering the few people on it. Apologize, now, she ordered as she came at him again. Tell me what I did, and then I'll apologize, he told her as he stood back up. She snarled and tried to punch him for a third time. While the sound of flesh hitting flesh was heard in every part of the hall, it was not her hitting him. It was him blocking the punch with his hand. But that didn't stop her in the slightest. She crouched low and knocked his feet out from underneath him with a sweep. He fell to the floor with a crash. She took advantage of that by sitting on his chest. She raised her hands to start pummeling him, but Sokka burst out of the crowd and grabbed them. Please, there's no need to fight in here, he told them as he pulled her off him. She nodded, yanked her hands out of his grip. Who the hell are you? She demanded, turning to face him. My name is Mancho, he introduced himself. That was a rhetorical question. I don't care about who you are, she snapped at him. This doesn't concern you. Now get out of my way. She turned around to face Naruto, ready to fight again. Please. There is no need to fight, he pleaded. Oh yes there is. Yon, that's enough, Suki shouted as she stepped out of the crowd, June behind her. He insulted you, Lady Jaicha, she replied, looking over at her. I can't let that slide. Well, if you tell me what I did to insult your lady, I'll apologize, Naruto told her, standing back up. But all you're doing is hitting me. That's because you're being oblivious. You know damn well how you insulted Lady Jaicha, she snapped at him. No, I don't, you idiot. She leapt for him again, but Sokka grabbed hold of her. Let go of me, she ordered. The two of you don't need to fight, Sokka told her, grunting with supposed effort as he tried to hold her still. I said let go. She twisted out of his grip and unconsciously slugged him across the face, sending him stumbling back. Why Ian? Said a horrified Suki. She pretended to also be horrified at what she did. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that, she apologized as she tried to help him up. What in the name of Kami is wrong with you, lady? Naruto demanded as he came over and helped Sokka up as well. If you had just apologized, that wouldn't have happened, she growled at him. Please don't fight, Sokka begged the two of them as he tried to stand in between them. But they ignored him, stepping to the side. If you had told me what I did, I would. But you haven't, Naruto yelled at her. They began to circle each other, pretending they were about to fight again. That's enough, Jiraiya announced as he and Kakashi appeared in between them, stopping them from starting another fight. You need to leave, now. You included, he ordered, pointing at Suki, who pretended to look surprised. But I told her to stop, she protested. And that's all you did? She's your guard, therefore, she is your responsibility. Now the three of you will leave the royal palace right now. Before any one of them moved, Madame Jimmy screamed. Everyone in the hall turned to see what she was screaming at and were struck speechless. Koyuki was slumped over the royal table, a kunai on her back and blood running down it. Standing over her, with the hood down and wearing a crazed grin, was Nadar. For the land of snow! He declared loudly before disappearing in Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker jutsu. There was literally 5 seconds of silence before the chaos ensued. Everyone rushed towards the table, some were screaming in panic, others were calling for the guards, and everyone was wondering who the man was and how he managed to sneak up on the spring daimyo. However, no one realized that, as they all rushed towards the royal table, 8 people disappeared from the room the minute all hell broke loose. Nadar bolted down the empty hallway. Everyone might have been in the dance hall, but he wasn't going to take his time to saunter out of the place. I finally did it, Lord Dodo, he said to himself. I finally killed that bitch. Now you can rest in peace. Once I get back to the land of snow, those loyal to you can take control once more. He picked up his pace. The thought of taking back the land of spring urged him on. The sound of his footsteps bounced off the walls and went back through his ears as he raced through the halls. Soon, it turned from the sound of wood to ground as he ran out into the open. The sun had fully set, and now there was only the moon and the stars to light his way. He ran past the gate, which had no guard due to what happened, and almost collided with Sokka. Thankfully, he was able to come to a stop before that. I see you guys got out, he said. Did you expect anything else? Azula asked cockily. No, I didn't. Now let's get to the princess. He looked behind him. The guards are sure to be out looking for the assassin. If we're quick and careful, we'll be able to get into her room, kill her, and get out before anyone, even the shinobi guarding her, will notice. Before we go, there's something we need to discuss, Sokka told him, folding his arms and making it look like he wasn't going to move. What is it? He didn't try to hide his impatience. Is it about the money? We'll be able to discuss that once we've killed the princess and escape, okay? Now let's get moving. It's not that, actually, Suki said. Then what do you want? He all snarled at them, turning back to face them. Nyla! Barked out June. He felt something prick the back of his neck and then suddenly couldn't move. He lost control of his body as he fell to the ground. I've been paralyzed, he realized. Hearing footsteps coming towards him, he managed to look up to see who he thought was using the fake name of Kikin squatting over. Only his hair wasn't red, it was blonde, his eyes weren't a glowing teal, they were blue, and he had whiskers marks on his cheeks. You! He managed to croak out. Me, Naruto replied before knocking him out. When he came to, he could feel that his hands had been bound to his sides and his legs were bound together. He could also feel a chair underneath him, but felt something binding him to it. He opened his eyes and saw that he was in an empty room. It was dark, save for the windows letting the moon shine through. He also could tell that he was being held in one of the rooms in the palace, due to the quality of the floor, walls, and windows. He then turned his attention to the 10 people standing in front of him. I see you're awake. Naruto noted where he stood. You were working with them the whole time? Nadar asked, looking over at Team Kakashi. Yeah, we were, Sokka answered, holding his Zanpakuto in his hand. We were trying to protect Koyuki from the hit from within. He gave a hoarse laugh. And a marvelous job you did at that. Sokka's grip on his Zanpakuto tightened and the expression on his face said he was seriously tempted to use it. Suki placed a hand on his shoulder, calming him down and preventing him from moving. Nadaroga, why were you working with the Akatsuki? Kakashi asked him, both his tone and face were completely serious. Now why would I tell you that? Do you think I would sell out to my comrades? He asked the masked shinobi with a sneer. You must be stupider than I thought, Kakashi Hatake. We can make you talk, Sasuke told him, his tone threatening. How would you do that? By torturing me? You don't look like you've changed much since the last time we met, Sasuke Uchiha, he taunted. I guess I don't have much to worry about being tortured by you. He smirked. I never said I was going to be the one to torture you. He looked over at Sakura. My teammate will be the one to do that. The captured shinobi followed his gaze. Her? Ha! He laughed, rather loudly. Good luck with that. Sakura smiled at the shinobi, making both Jiraiya and Sasuke advertise their gaze, Sasuke because he had been on the receiving end of the smile before and Jiraiya because he had seen that smile on Tsunade. Whoever was on the receiving end of that smile was not in for a good time, more like a really painful time. I know the location of each and every sensitive bone in your body, as well as the easily breakable and painful ones, Sakura told Nadar. I can start breaking those bones, causing you indescribable pain, until you're begging me to stop. Or I can slowly burn you to ashes, Azula stated with a sadistic grin. Opening her hand, she bent a small fire into palm. All I would have to do is start at your legs and slowly work my way up. By the time I reach your nether regions, you'll be in so much pain, you will be thanking whatever spirit you pray to if I decide to stop, which I might not. Both Sokka and Suki took a step back after they heard that come out of her. But Naruto and June acted like it was no big deal. So, which is it going to be, Nadaroga? Jiraiya asked him. Telling us everything you know, having every bone in your body being broken until you talk, or being slowly burned alive until you talk? It's your choice. I'd suggest you be quick about it. This time he didn't laugh, he cackled. You can't torture me, Lord Jiraiya, he said, making the name sound like he was someone you shouldn't be around with. I have valuable information you need, so you can't torture me, so that puts both having my bones broken and being burned alive out of the question. I will be needed alive, so you'll have to take me back to Konoha with you in order to make me break. He threw them a smug grin, the kind where you wanted to punch it off him. I'll save you the trouble, I won't break. I may have valuable information, but all I have to do is to wait for my comrades in the Akatsuki to rescue me. You are quite mistaken there, Nadar, a voice to the side told him. Everyone swung their heads to where the voice was coming from. They were caught off guard when they saw Toby sitting on a window ledge they would have sworn was locked. But he wasn't using the childlike voice Team Paragon had heard him use, he was speaking with a deep voice, sounding completely serious. The Akatsuki has never considered you to be a comrade. You have been nothing but a pawn. What? Nadar said, stunned to be stripped of a notion he thought was a guarantee, the smug grin disappearing from his face. You must be kidding, Toby. I assure you I am not. Now please be quiet, I have more important things to concern myself with. He turned his gaze to the Konoha shinobi. To Team Paragon, the mask seemed to be different. It looked harsh, unnerving, and a little scary. Hello, Konoha shinobi. I assume you are currently threatening Nadar to get the information he has, correct? He asked, being polite. You should know. You were listening beforehand, Jiraiya accused him. I was doing nothing of the sort. I have just arrived. Then how do you know what we're doing? Sasuke demanded, preparing himself for a fight. Simple really, I know how shinobi from Konoha operate. You'll capture a target, pump him for information at a nearby location, then take him back to the village and pump him again, this time fully breaking him. He gave a small laugh. If you want to try that with Mr. Nadar here, then go ahead. But if you want to try to get the information out of me. He shrugged his shoulders. Catch me if you can. He then rolled his body off the ledge. They heard feet hitting the ground and then running off. Somebody get after him, Jiraiya ordered. Before he even got to the third word in that sentence, both Naruto and Kakashi were already out the window and after him. The second their feet hit the ground, they went after the Akatsuki member. They tore through the street, people either getting out of their way or getting pushed aside. Go higher up, Kakashi told Naruto. You'll be able to reach him faster. He nodded and veered off. He ran through the crowd, ignoring the screams and cries of surprise of people who leapt out of his path and over to a nearby building. He didn't stop once he reached the side of the building. He placed a foot on the wall and ran up it. Reaching the top, he leapt over the edge and raced across the rooftops. Without the people in the street in his way, he was able to run faster, gaining ground on Toby. But Toby saw him on the rooftops when he looked behind him. That's cheating, he complained, reverting to the childish tone he used before. If you're going to cheat, then I'm going to cheat too. He started to duck, weave, leapfrog over people, making them briefly shout in protest, and run alongside building walls, all the while flapping his arms like he was an idiot or trying to fly. But it served a purpose as it made following him more difficult. Kami, he's more annoying than when the fox is right, Naruto silently swore. Hey, I resent that accusation, Kyuubi protested. Besides, we both know now that's all an act. If what we saw in the room was the real him, then we really have to be careful. Thank you, Captain Obvious. He leapt across the gap between rooftops before turning right, staying on Toby's tail. It was difficult, due to the fact he had to keep an eye on the Akatsuki member while also making sure that he didn't crash into anything. Kakashi stayed on the ground, running through the crowd, who started to disperse after they chased the masked man. Normally, he would have tried to hit the target with a kunai so the target would be slower, and would also leave him a blood trail to track. But what prevented him from doing that was the people in his way and the fact that Toby was all over the place as he ran. If he had been a less experienced shinobi, he would have gotten angry and started making mistakes. But he wasn't, he kept his cool and tried to keep his target in sight. Pretty soon, the three of them were running through empty streets, or in Naruto's case, empty rooftops. They had also traveled far from the royal palace and even the business district. They were now making their way through the slums. Naruto had to be even more careful now. One wrong step and he would fall through the ceiling. But as he ran, he saw an opportunity present itself to stop Toby. He quickened his pace, running ahead of his target, and then stopped. Pulling out a couple of kunai, he threw them in the direction Toby was running, hitting the ground just in front of him. "Ah, there are kunai in front of me!" he screamed, skidding to a stop just short of them. "Who threw those?" he demanded, looking around exaggeratedly. When he looked up and saw Naruto standing on the rooftop, he yelped and ran down a different street, away from Paragon. "Right where I want him," Naruto silently cheered. When he saw Kakashi make the turn to continue after Toby, he knew he had to get back in the chase, otherwise they would never catch him. He backed up to the other side of the rooftop, took a deep breath, and charged to the edge. He leapt across the wide gap between the different sides of the street, feeling like he was just hanging in the air for a moment. The moment ended when he landed on the other roof, rolling his body on impact and coming out of it in a run, catching up easily to Kakashi and Toby. Kakashi was slowly gaining ground as Naruto caught up with them. He quickly drew out a shuriken and threw it at the side of Toby's head. The sound of it flying alerted the Akatsuki member, as he did a sharp turn into an alleyway. Kakashi wasted no time as he made the same turn, flashing through hand seals. "Doton, Dorihiki, Earth-style wall!" he cried, slamming his hands into the ground. The ground in front of Toby shot up out of the ground, blocking his way with a wall that had 4 bulldog heads sculpted on it. "You've got no place to run now," he declared as he stood in front of the orange-masked Akatsuki member. Toby didn't reply, he simply looked at the top of the wall, gauging the distance to the top of it and the time it would take to get over it. "Don't even think about it," Naruto warned him as he landed on the wall. "We've got you, start talking," he ordered, pulling out a kunai. "Very well," Toby said, his voice once again losing the childish tone. "What is it you would like to know?" "Well, now what do we do?" Sai asked as he looked out the window Naruto and his former sensei had leapt out of. He couldn't see them anymore, so he pulled his head back in. "We really can't do anything now," Sokka pointed out from where he sat on the floor. "What do you mean you can't do anything?" Nadar asked, looking frantically at them. "You're not useful anymore, Nadaroga," Sasuke told him as he walked up to the chair then around it so he stood behind him. "You know what that means." But I still have valuable information," he protested, desperate to find a way out with his life. "You can't kill me when I have that to offer." "You do realize that an Akatsuki member offered us that same valuable information, which would probably be a lot better than what you would probably have, and all we have to do to get that information is to chase him down, right?" Sakura asked. "So, it's rather pointless to keep you around. But you don't know if they'll be able to catch him, so I'm still your best bet." "You obviously don't know Naruto all that well," Azula said with a smug smirk. "He'll catch him, there's no doubt in my mind about that. So, again, you're not useful." He tried to come up with something that would keep him alive, but came up with nothing, despite racking through his brain several times over. "Indeed I am not," he admitted in a defeated tone. "So kill me already." Sasuke raised his hand, ready to strike the killing blow, only to stop when Jiraiya shook his head slightly. "I have one question for you, Nadar, before you die. Why did you help the Akatsuki kill Koyuki?" the Toad Sage asked him. He didn't answer for a couple of seconds. When it looked like he wouldn't answer, he did. "If I had succeeded in this mission, I would have become one of their members. It should have been my initiation mission." He gave a harsh, bitter chuckle. "How wrong was I? Go ahead and kill me. My greatest wish has been fulfilled," now I can serve Lord Doto in the afterlife. Was your greatest wish killing Koiki? Suki asked him, anger in her voice. His chuckle turned to crazed laughter. I thought that would have been obvious. That bitch is dead and the land of spring with her. Long live the land of snow! He declared loudly and with glee. Everyone else shared a look with each other, and all had the same thought. June walked away from the wall she had been leaning against and made her way to the door. She banged on the door a couple of times. Hey, could you come in here for a quick second? She called out. The door opened. When Nadar saw who came in, his mind snapped. No! No, 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 no. He screamed. You're dead. You're supposed to be dead. How is this? He would have continued ranting, had the sound of birds chirping not filled the air. He felt a shock hit his heart, and filled his body with indescribable pain. The last thing he heard was Chidori, 1,000 birds. How about we start off simple? Were the Akatsuki involved in Doto's revolt? Kakashi asked the masked Akatsuki member. Of course we were, Tobi answered. He paid us to help him overthrow his brother's rule and we did. That answer threw them a little bit. That was too easy, Naruto told him. Why would you answer so easily? I told you, didn't I? If you wanted to get the information you so desperately wanted, all you had to do was catch me. You did, so I will tell you what you want to know, he explained patiently, not bothering to look up at him. Was there anything else you wanted to know? Both Naruto and Kakashi shared a look that showed their disbelief and suspicion. They both knew something like this was simply too good to be true. Tobi was not going to reveal everything about the Akatsuki, they could tell that by his choice of words. Why were you trying to have the daimyo of Spring and Princess Miki killed? Kakashi demanded, turning his attention back to him. He took a thinking pose that purposely annoyed them. Well, if I had to be specific, Koiki was for entertainment's sake, but Miki was business. What the hell does that mean? Naruto asked. You call having a daimyo killed entertainment? No, I consider watching you all running around, trying to figure out how to keep her safe and entertaining. Oh, don't look so surprised, he admonished them. I told you already, I know how Konoha shinobi operate. What you were doing would be obvious if no one knew where to look. And Miki was in business? Kakashi repeated. You should have your ears either cleaned or checked, Kakashi. I already told you that. How is she different? Well, I had to make a passing attempt at protecting my interests, didn't I? He asked like it was the most obvious thing in the world. What do you mean by that? How would killing the princess of the Land of Fire protect your interests? Naruto asked, being baffled at what he heard. It would keep her father on the throne longer, for one, he pointed out. Let's face it, the capital is one mistake short of having the daimyo overthrown and placing his daughter in charge. If she's dead, that'll be delayed for a while. That was when Kakashi made the connection. The fire daimyo is working with you, isn't he? He accused the Akatsuki member. He asked you to put the second hit on his daughter? Naruto demanded, also realizing what that meant. Who would ask to have their own daughter be killed? He silently asked. Are you forgetting the asshole? Kyubi asked in return. He was fairly mad after Zuko and Azula had left. That was a rhetorical question, Fox. You would both be wrong, Tobi announced, getting their attention again. The fire daimyo does not work with us. We just pulled his strings. He is used to that happening to him, considering his first wife had been doing it to him ever since they were married. How do you know about his first wife? Kakashi asked him, not liking where this was going. That's simple. We were the ones to have her killed, he answered with a straight face. Once she was dead, we moved in and took her spot. You depraved a girl by her mother when you did that. Irrelevant, and in the larger scheme of things, had Miki taken power without a regent, we would have simply killed her too. He shrugged his shoulders. We just needed to create enough chaos to open up a power vacuum for us to take control. Naruto became confused. Something wasn't clicking in his mind. If you had control of the Land of Fire, you must have known about me being a Jinchuriki. Why didn't you demand the Hokage to hand me over? A daimyo demanding the jinchuriki of the resident hidden village be handed over when he knows it has to stay in the village? That would have been too odd for anyone, he said, making it sound like he was explaining it to a child. I am not in it, he growled at the masked man. I don't care. Do you even realize what the term jinchuriki really is? The moment you became the Kyuubi's vessel, you were not human anymore, he said, ignoring the growl. You did give us a bit of a surprise when you left the elemental countries, I'll admit. Thankfully, we had a way to correct that. Kakashi immediately understood what he meant by that. You let the investigation go through, he said aloud. You could have stopped it, and you didn't. Investigation? Asked Naruto. What investigation? The investigation of you, Naruto Uzumaki, Toby told him. You didn't know? Remarkable. What's he talking about, Hatake? He demanded of Kakashi, looking straight at him. Allow me to explain, Toby said, stopping Kakashi from speaking. After you left, Tsunade had asked the daimyo to open an investigation on you when he got to the village. We allowed this to happen because we knew that everything the previous civilian council had done would come out into the open, giving her the chance to get rid of them, although in the process, some of the members of the previous council were sympathetic to our cause. Then she had the Konoha 11 look at your medical records. Once they were done, she told them about what happened with the Kyuubi. Once they heard that, they looked for you everywhere in the elemental countries. Why waste resources and effort looking for me, when all you had to do was watch them? Naruto muttered aloud. Exactly, you have improved in using your brain, he praised the blonde while also subtly insulting him. Of course, we had occasionally sent a team to see if they had found anything, and to give the impression we were looking for you too. It gave them an incentive to keep looking for you whenever it looked like they were on the verge of giving up. It may have taken them 3 years to find you, but they did in the end. Wait, Kakashi interrupted. You said that you had to make a passing attempt at protecting your interests. Yes, I did say that. Why would you only try a passing attempt? You have control of the Fire Daimyo. The land of fire is yours to command. You should have tried everything to make sure it stayed like that, but you only made a passing attempt. Why? Very observant, Kakashi Hatake, you certainly live up to your reputation, the Akatsuki member praised him. Yes, we would have tried harder to protect the Fire Daimyo from being overthrown, if he actually mattered in our plans. We have enough resources that the loss of a daimyo and his country does not matter, even if it is one of the 5 great shinobi countries. Truth be told, controlling him and controlling the land of fire was nothing more than amusement. You call playing with a ruler and his country amusement? Naruto demanded, outraged at the idea. He had spent enough time in Ba Sing Se watching Long Feng treat the place like his own personal toy to earn his hatred of anyone who did the same. Yes, I do. Watching those advisors scurry around and try to make sure that the damage was kept to a minimum was amusing, at first. Now, it's become a little boring. I've been looking for an excuse to get rid of the daimyo for a while now, and you've managed to do it for me. Thanks for that. What do you mean? The Fire Daimyo is still alive, Kakashi protested. He turned his gaze over to him, the hole where his right eye should almost seem to bore straight through. Do you think I'm an idiot? I knew what your plan was the minute I stepped into the dance hall and looked at the royal table, just like I knew what Naruto and his little team were doing when I saw his bounty hunter friend in the bar. I could have stopped your plans the second you all walked into the capital. Then why didn't you? He asked as both he and Naruto searched through their memories of the dance, trying to figure out who Toby had been disguised as, despite knowing the fact it was a long shot. They still had to try. To let you think you had the advantage. But now, you know that you never had a chance. You've been dancing to my tune the entire time. You might as well hand over the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki now to save yourself the trouble of realizing it when it's too late. Naruto leapt off the wall so fast he caused a gust of wind in the spot he had been in. He landed in front of the Akatsuki member, grabbed hold of his throat, and slammed him against the wall. There are 3 things you need to remember, he growled as he held the kunai close to the hole in the mask. 1. Don't talk about me like I'm not here. 2. I don't obey Konoha anymore. Telling them to hand me over would be pointless. And 3. Do you honestly think I would let you and your friends revive that thing willingly? He asked, saying the word thing like it was the stuff of nightmares. While Kakashi was confused, Toby chuckled. So, you know his origins. How did you find out? Like I would tell you that, he replied. What he had learned that night was something he wasn't likely to forget. Flashback. Night was in full bloom over the Fire Nation. Most people were fast asleep in their beds, dreaming of things they wouldn't really remember in the morning. The air was mostly quiet, save for the occasional crackle of a nearby or the sounds of a guard as one of them walked by. If one looked up into the sky, they would see that the stars were out in full, along with the moon in all its glory. Naruto couldn't sleep, so he sat on the roof above Azula's bedroom, keeping watch over her while also stargazing. He found the practice to be somewhat relaxing. He had yet to find something that would rid him of his nightmares, and it allowed him to keep an eye on the princess. The moon's full, he noted, looking up at it. How observant of you, the Kyuubi sarcastically remarked. Next you'll be telling me that the stars are bright. What's got you in a mood? He asked the fox. He had recently noticed that whenever the moon was full, the Biju got incredibly grouchy. Nothing that concerns you, the fox replied. I just hate that damn thing. How can you hate the moon? It's just a big ball of rock floating around the planet that also helps waterbenders do their thing. Well, that big ball of rock and I go way back. When he heard that, he had to restrain himself from laughing out loud. What? You slept with one of the fishes or something? He asked with a grin. Where in the name of Kami did you get that idea? That idea was so far-fetched and weird, you didn't really expect it to be said out loud. How else would you have a history with the moon? I can't think of anything else that would imply having a bad history with the moon, and that's considering the fact we're talking about you, he pointed out. And what's that supposed to mean? He asked, sounding offended. Out of the two of us, who was the one who kept giving a running commentary of women in boot camp who would probably be good in bed? How many times do I have to tell you I was bored? There's only so much I could take off watching you doing laps, push-ups, or whatever it was you were doing, he defended himself. Besides, I have never met those spirits. I can't speak for the other Biju. Okay, now you've got me confused. How would you have a history with the moon without knowing the fishes? Especially since one of them is the moon's spirit? The fox scoffed. Please, it's not that hard. Those two didn't realize that the old moon was destroyed and the new one had something inside it until about 500 years after the fact. Oh, I see, Naruto said. He was about to turn his attention back to the sky when he computed what the Kyuubi had said. Wait a minute. What do you mean by the old moon was destroyed? What are you talking about? It's a long story, really long. You probably wouldn't be interested. Oh no, you are not going to try to wave this off. How the hell do you know that the moon has something inside in the first place? That's the kind of thing that needs an answer. So start talking, fox, he ordered. You're not going to let this go, are you? The Biju asked, hopeful he just might. Of course, I'm not. Now start talking. Fine, I'll talk. He stifled a defeated sigh. What do you know about the Sage of the Six Paths? Only what they told me in the academy. He was the first to discover the truth of chakra and tried to use it to bring the world into an era of peace. He eventually created the shinobi and was regarded as the shinobi no kami, god of shinobi. He eventually had two sons, whose descendants would eventually become the Senju and Uchiha clan, respectively. Naruto remembered that part well, considering the teachers kept going over the sons. Did you ever wonder how he got that title? He thought it over for a moment. Not really, no. I always figured he got it because he was the first actual shinobi. He knew the title had also been given to the Shodame Hokage and the Sandame Hokage, both legendary figures themselves. When he was younger, he had a hard time believing the fact that the Sandame held that title. There was a little more to it than that. He also created the Biju. That caught Naruto by surprise. Wait, he what? I weep at the education you got, the fox told him in a deadpan tone. Shut up, that's not exactly general knowledge. So, you're saying that the sage created you guys himself? He just made 9 creatures of chakra from scratch? You would be correct, from a certain point of view. He groaned quietly. Would you just give me a straight answer, Kyuubi? You're giving me a damn headache, he asked, using the whiny tone that the fox hated. Alright, just knock it off with that tone of voice, he told his Jinchuriki with a snarl. Look, the Sage of the Six Paths got most of his fame and his title from a single event, his victory over the Jubi. Jubi? But I thought there were only 9 of you, he protested. He had never heard of a 10th Biju, and that was enough to make him nervous. If you stopped interrupting me, perhaps I could explain? The fox asked pointedly. Look, entire armies had been sent up against the Jubi and were completely annihilated within the span of a few minutes. Everyone lived in terror and fear as it rampaged around the world, until the sage fought it. And killed it? Naruto's brain clicked at what the Kyuubi had just added. Hold on, you mean to say that the Jubi was being controlled by the mother of the sage? No, they didn't. He sealed the Jubi inside of himself and became its Jinchuriki. The sage was able to harness and control the overwhelming power of the Jubi's chakra. And so, he kept it inside himself for the rest of his life. That part he knew. If a Jinchuriki died, the Biju within them died as well. That's where you would be wrong. If the sage had died with the Jubi's chakra sealed within him, it would seek its physical body and be free again, which would force whoever has to deal with it to start all over. So, he tried to find a way to prevent this from happening. Eventually, he succeeded. How did he do that? Naruto asked, curious. He used a jutsu called Banbutsu Sozo, creation of all things, to separate the chakra of the Jubi from the body. With the chakra, he used it to create 9 beings and gave them life. Which would have been you and the other 8 Biju, right? How very observant of you, he drily remarked. Thank you so much for noticing, Naruto replied in the same dry tone. Besides, if he took the chakra out of the Jubi, what the hell did he do with the body? That's where the second moon comes in. The first moon had been accidentally destroyed during their battle, which put the moon's spirit into a coma-like state and made waterbending half as strong. The sage used a jutsu called Shibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth, to tear out an immense piece of the earth, place the body deep within it, and then hurled it into orbit. That's also why you humans have never found any evidence of the battle between them. He used the battleground to make the moon. How much of the earth did he use? Well, you know how there's a big ocean between the elemental countries and the bending countries? Yeah, I sailed on it. That used to be a continent, the fox told him with a completely straight face. It took Naruto a few minutes to understand what Kyuubi had just told him. Okay, are you telling me that the entire battleground between the Sage of the Six Paths and the Jubi was an entire freaking continent? He all but screamed. That's what the sage told us. Oh, well, that makes all the difference, doesn't it? Then he heard what the Kyuubi had said. Wait, what the sage told you? You knew the guy? He raised us. We learned everything from him, including his fight against the Jubi. Hell, we thought of him like a father. He could still remember those days, and he remembered them fondly. And whenever he talked about his fight against the Jubi, we could always hear the undercurrents of hatred and bitterness in his voice. So that's why you don't like the moon, because it reminds you of something you once were and something your father figure hated. We always thought that if we became the Jubi again, we would be disappointing him. Besides, we could see where he was coming from. You mean you can remember everything about the Jubi? He asked. Not exactly, the fox admitted. I don't know about the others, but I could only see the memories of the Jubi in my dreams. Well, I say dreams, it was more like nightmares. All I saw was wanton destruction, death, complete and utter chaos and terror. He shuddered. I may be a creature who enjoys a little mayhem once in a while, but even I draw the line at trying to make the world I live in burn. Yeah, I guess I can understand why you would hate the moon if you saw that when you dream, he admitted. I'll be honest with you, Kyuubi, that's a lot of information to take in. I do have one question though. What's that? How in the bloody blue hell does one accidentally destroy a moon? He demanded. We actually asked him that once. He got embarrassed and mumbled something about one wrong jutsu at the wrong moment. When he heard that part, Naruto was very hard-pressed to not snigger or even laugh. It didn't sound right. A legendary, if not outright mythical, person who made out to be that he could do no wrong had accidentally destroyed something that wasn't even on the planet. It just sounded like the beginning of a bad joke. End flashback. Why the hell are you people trying to set it free? Naruto demanded, maintaining his grip on the Akatsuki member's throat. Do you honestly think you can control it? Why, yes, we do, Toby answered nonchalantly, acting like nothing was wrong. Why else would we be set on it? Because you're all certified insane, that's why, he accused him. Do you not realize what will happen? This world will become hell on earth if it gets free. And that's where you would be quite mistaken. You see, we have no intention of letting it run wild. Then what are you planning? Kakashi asked. Even though he had no idea of what they were talking about, he decided to play along, pretending to know what Naruto knew and hoped it would be enough to get the Akatsuki's plan. It's quite simple, he told them. He then proceeded to walk through Naruto's grip and through Naruto himself, his body passing through like nothing was there, making Naruto lose his grip and begin to fall forward. He would have crashed to the ground, had he not used the wall to steady himself, stabbing the kunai into it. What we plan to do is use the Jubi to create a reality without war or suffering, a reality in which no one dies, the masked man declared, looking up at the moon. And what would be the cost for that reality? Naruto demanded as he turned away from the wall, leaving the kunai embedded in it. He knew that there always would have to be a cost. We would simply take away the world's greatest weakness, free will. That simple statement stunned both the Konoha shinobi and Fire Nation Paragon. If you do that, then we would be nothing than slaves to a fake reality, Kakashi argued. That is infinitely better than this useless reality. Why would you want to live in a reality where everyone you've cherished will die? Where do you speak to a monument or a grave, hoping for a small measure of peace? He asked the two of them. We do that so we can live in honor of those we've lost, Naruto told him. Even in death, they're still your comrades. If you don't remember who you've lost and cherish the memories you have of them, then you'll live alone. And that is the most painful way to live a life. I had hoped that you would have grown up since leaving Konoha, Naruto. He gave a disappointed sigh. I guess I was wrong, you're still as naive as the day you left. No, I'm not. I've lost friends, people I've fought aside or led myself. But have you ever lost someone you truly cared for? Someone you cherished above all else? A person who, if they died, would make you feel like life had no meaning left? No, I haven't, he finally admitted, after an image of Azula wearing a slight scowl flashed through his mind. But still, if they had died, I wouldn't try to bring them back. What would be done, there's no changing that. And that's where you and I differ, Toby stated. You would still have faith in this reality, even if it had taken the one you cherished the most away from you. I would create a new reality where you wouldn't have to suffer such losses. Is that such a bad thing? When you take away free will and make us puppets, yes it is, Kakashi told him. He turned to face the shinobi from Konoha. You shouldn't open your mouth so easily, Kakashi, he warned him. As I recalled, you were the one who caused Akatsuki's plan to proceed the way it has. For that I thank you? He looked up at the sky again, as if he was checking something. I believe now would be the time for me to leave. Wait a minute, just who the hell are you? Naruto demanded. The fact that this masked man had allowed them to flounder around trying to stop the assassination from happening for the sake of amusement, and also admitting to killing a mother just so they could rule from the shadows. That ticked him off to no end, but the kicker was the fact he let them go through with their plan just because he was bored with manipulating the Fire Daimyo. Ah, yes, of course. You would want a name to go with this person. He took the same mocking thinking pose. What would you say if I told you that I was Madara Uchiha? I would say you're full of it. You forget I've got someone who personally knows Madara Uchiha. He kept the secret to himself tightly. He chuckled, sending a shiver up both Naruto's and Kakashi's spine. In that case, you may continue to call me Toby. But in truth he looked at both of them. For some reason they couldn't explain, the hole in his mask now showed an eye. But it wasn't an ordinary eye, it was a Sharingan. I don't want to be anyone in this reality, since nothing in it matters to me. He turned his gaze onto Naruto. I will see you again, Naruto Uzumaki, and I will make you see why your ideals are wrong. When that happens, you will gladly surrender yourself to us. It'll never happen, I promise you that, he growled. If you say so, he said. Until the next game. The space around the hole in the mask began to distort itself, swirling outward and began to suck in the surrounding air, almost like a black hole. Before either Naruto or Kakashi could stop him, Toby disappeared into the hole, which disappeared afterwards, leaving the two alone in a blocked-off alley. The two of them stood in silence for a couple of minutes. What is Jubi? Kakashi finally asked Naruto. And here I thought you knew, he replied. You're a jonin, you figured it out. The more important question is how the hell do you know that man? I don't. Why do I have a hard time believing you? He demanded. You heard him just as well as I did. And apparently, you're the one who started all this. So who was he? I told you I don't know. The masked shinobi defended himself. Then start thinking, Hataki. That guy had us on a silver platter the entire time we were here. He seems to know everything about us, and we don't do a damn thing about him, except for the fact that he has a Sharingan for a right eye. Naruto, it doesn't help us if we argue with each other. We do that, the Akatsuki gets the advantage over us. Let's get back to the others and tell them what we know, alright? He offered. Naruto knew that Kakashi had a point, but he was still annoyed by the fact he had been led around by the nose by Toby. Fine, let's go. He marched out of the alley, shoving past Kakashi as he came back onto the street. Kakashi didn't say anything, he just stared at the empty space where Toby had stood. Who was he? He asked himself. Why did he make it sound like he knew me once? He shook his head, realizing that it wasn't the time to think about it. What was more important was to get back to the others and pass the information on. He turned around and walked away as well, tossing a kunai at the wall without looking. Wrapped around the hilt of the kunai was an explosive tag. 5 seconds later, it detonated, causing a small, concentrated blast that destroyed the wall. The next morning, all that would be left would be some rubble and a little scarring, nothing people would pay a lot of attention to. Team Paragon were all waiting in one of the gardens in the palace. A few were quietly watching the fish swim around in a nearby pond. It had been a day since the dance. They had left the hotel they had been staying at and quickly moved into the palace, staying out of the way for the time. Things were already hectic enough without them adding fuel to the fire. But that wasn't the only reason for their silence. After Naruto and Kakashi had returned and told them what Toby told them of his own free will, they shared Naruto's annoyance. For most of the team, the plain fact that the Akatsuki had played them for fools with ease made them angry. Sokka and Azula were especially irritated. They had been kicking themselves for not catching on. What were the odds of June talking to the same guy who was also working for the Akatsuki in disguise? What were the odds that the person they would be working with and the one who was doing the killing had a very bad grudge against the target? Those weren't even odds to begin with. They had been planned right from the start. You should have seen that idiot! Sokka yelled at himself. He stared sullenly at a nearby wall like he was considering how to exactly hack it to pieces with his Zanpakuto. Akela sat on his haunches nearby, patiently waiting. He knew that the mood Sokka was in would only be temporary. June had also noticed his mood. Sokka, lighten up, she told him as she leaned against Nyla's flank. The garden was big enough to hold the Shirshu comfortably, as there was an entrance to outside the palace nearby. We got duped. You can't let that get you down. You win some, and you lose some. That's all there is to it. This is coming from the best bounty hunter in the business? Azula asked with irritation evident in her voice. She shrugged. Hey, even I made mistakes starting out. But I don't beat myself up over the fact I lost a couple of bounties. You let a couple of mistakes get to you, you'll be making a lot more. Trust me, I speak from experience. It's not that I'm angry about making a mistake, Sokka said, turning away from the wall and looking at her. I'm angry that I was played. I'm supposed to be the ideal guy and I had no idea about what was really going on. But this isn't the first time you were deceived, right? She asked him. You were deceived twice before. Those don't count, he objected. Naruto did the deceiving and he's on our side now. Just because he's on our side now doesn't mean those don't disappear, she pointed out. She's right, Sokka, Naruto agreed, turning his attention away from the pond and to the rest of the group. I led you on twice, that isn't going to go away. Neither is the fact that Toby knew what we were doing from the start, and let us do it. You don't sound too mad about that, Azula noted. She was still a little ticked off, but could see the reason in what June and Naruto said. Oh, trust me. I'm just as annoyed as you guys. But instead of getting angry, it makes me motivated to beat this guy. You're using this as an example of lesson number 9? She asked, getting confused looks from the others. Sokka and Suki had heard the two of them talk about these lessons before in passing, and Azula had inadvertently told the Kyoshi warrior what the 8th lesson was during the Chunin exam. But they hadn't heard the other lessons or what they meant. Yeah, I am taking it as an example, he answered. I'm also taking it as an example of lesson number 1. Good point, she conceded, getting more confused looks from the others there. What are you two talking about? Suki finally dared to ask. Could one of you please explain those lessons you keep going on about? Before either Naruto or Azula could answer, Jiraiya came into the garden from another entrance. What's up, FS-sensei? Sokka asked the Toad Sage. My suspicions were right, he announced, not bothering to tell Sokka to stop calling him that. He had told them earlier about his suspicions on the aliases they had been using during the dance. Those documents you sent me were legit. Not a single one of them was faked. We actually were using the identities of real people? What happened to them? Suki asked. After hearing that Akatsuki had no problem murdering Mickey's mother, she knew that there had to be more victims. Surprisingly, they're still alive. From what I could learn, it seems that every one of the people you impersonated had been helped by the Akatsuki. 5 years ago, Mancho suffered a drought, causing a harvest failure. His lands were on the verge of starvation until the Akatsuki sent Kisame Hashigaki to help him fix his problem. Gayu and her sister had been abused by both their father and mother until she was 18. The only reason it had stopped was because the Akatsuki had sent both Sasori and Orochimaru to kill the parents, allowing Gayu to inherit everything. Yon was indeed Jaicha's bodyguard since they were 10. As they got older, they fell in love with each other, something Jaicha's father disapproved of. He would have had Yon killed had Itachi and Zetsu not managed to get them away. Nowadays, they're living happily together. Kikken was a man who was struggling to make ends meet and was in a good amount of debt. That night he went into the casino. His playing partner was an Akatsuki member called Kakuzu. How did the Akatsuki know about each of them? The fact each one of these people were in trouble and the Akatsuki came to the rescue doesn't seem like a coincidence to me, June pointed out. It wasn't. Either they had contacted the Akatsuki themselves or a friend had told them about the group. There's just one thing that connects all these things. The Akatsuki didn't take money as payment for those jobs. Instead, they asked for the client's entire history, their past, hobbies, everything, and anything about them. They were also told to deny any rumors they heard of them doing something that sounded out of character. How far back does this go? Azula asked, astounded at what she heard. Gaia happened when Orochimaru was still in the Akatsuki, which is the oldest one in this group, and what happened to Kikken occurred about 4 months ago, which is the youngest. So, the Akatsuki didn't just force people to give up their identities once they planned to assassinate Koike. They'd been doing this for years, Suki stated. Which means either one of two things: either they've been planning this assassination for a long time, or they have aliases created for the long term, Naruto realized. If a member of Akatsuki were to use one of these aliases to cause a scandal or kill someone, the real person would have a solid alibi, making any case the civilian or shinobi police try to open go cold. Thereby protecting both the Akatsuki member and the actual person, Sokka finished, realizing where Naruto was going. That depends on what you define as an Akatsuki member. Nadar had told us that his killing of Koike was supposed to be his initiation mission, and if he succeeded, he would have become one of their members. The Akatsuki only had 10 members at a time, all of which were S-class missing Nin, Jiraiya pointed out. They all thought over the information they knew, making the garden silent except for the pond and the fish inside its waters. What if the Akatsuki had unofficial members? Suki offered, getting everyone's attention. What do you mean by that, Suki? Jun asked. I mean, Akatsuki had members who worked for them, but weren't infamous. That way, they could work without being noticed. That's plausible, Jiraiya agreed, thinking it over. It would also explain how they've managed to stay quiet until recently, but still complete missions. If that is the case, then what's with this initiation mission Nadar was talking about? Sokka asked. If the Akatsuki members only have 10 members, then the unofficial members would stay where they are. What if the initiation mission is the unofficial member's chance to become an official member? Azula suggested. They successfully complete the mission and they become one of the 10. But those 10 are always S-class, Jiraiya pointed out. I highly doubt they would allow an unofficial member who wasn't an S-class shinobi to become an actual member. I looked over Nadar's file. He was only a B-class shinobi. Perhaps the Akatsuki has influence over the bingo books? If they did, they could easily have his rank upgraded to S-class, Naruto said. If they did have influence over the bingo books, then they would have to have agents in every single country that issues a bingo book. That thought made everyone there nervous. Every one of them had the same thought. Just how big is the Akatsuki? If what they had speculated was true, then the organization would be much, much larger than originally believed. Everyone, look, Jiraiya said to the others, taking their attention away from their thoughts. A lot of this stuff is purely speculative. For all we know, we could be wrong. They all knew he was trying to reassure them, but it didn't really help. The fact that the Akatsuki was possibly bigger than just 10 members was enough to make any sane person nervous. Still, it was the thought that counted. He's right, June agreed. Unless we've got evidence to support all this, there's nothing to prove. So let's relax. Speaking of relaxing, we might as well get ready, Sokka said. It's going to start soon. That's a good idea, Jiraiya conceded. Speaking of which, could you guys keep an eye on her until it starts? After they all nodded, he walked back over to the entrance he came through and signaled to someone on the other side, who soon came in through the entrance. How are you doing, Lady Koiki? Naruto asked the daimyo of Spring. I'm fine, Naruto, she told him with a smile. But I wish you would stop being so formal. My apologies, my lady, but I have to stay professional, he told her before giving a small smile. But it is good to see you made it through. Same here, she agreed. The official story was that the wounds she had suffered during the dance were surprisingly non-fatal, and she was able to recover. However, the fire daimyo had accidentally choked to death during the mass confusion, and nobody noticed until it had been too late, leaving his daughter to take the throne. But as a very wise man once said, only an idiot believes the official story. The actual story was quite different. It was the kind of story that was more at home in a book than real life, and it all started after the negotiation meeting between the Spring Daimyo and the advisors of the Fire Daimyo. Flashback. Team Kakashi and Jiraiya had just finished going over positions in the dance hall that would successfully stop the assassination attempt if everything went as the letter described. But considering that meant it was very likely things would change, it also meant that they had no chance of knowing if the positions would remain good or not. That left them trying to figure out a plan of adaptation if things went south. Ironically, it was Koiki who came up with the idea. Lord Jiraiya, may I suggest something? She asked the Toad Sage. What's on your mind? He asked in return. Is it possible to use this assassination attempt to our advantage? That got everyone's attention. What are you thinking of, Koiki? He asked her, his tone suspicious. She was quiet for a minute, unsure of how to answer. Finally, she looked him straight in the eye. Could we not use this assassination to get rid of the Fire Daimyo? It was a grand total of 5 minutes before anyone said anything else. Kakashi was the first to break the silence. Do you know what you're saying, Lady Koiki? He asked. Yes, I do, she confirmed. You've all seen how the daimyo acted during the meeting. If he's been like that ever since he came to power, then he has to go. Were you planning to take his place once he's dead? Sai asked. If she was, Danzo would want to know ASAP. Koiki frowned. No, of course not, I have enough trouble running one country. I don't want or need to run another one. Then would you be suggesting that Miki should take the throne? Sasuke asked. Is she even ready? Oh yeah, she's ready, Jiraiya confirmed. She took lessons by watching her mother basically run the country, and she also had to watch how her father rules now. I think it's safe to say that if the Fire Daimyo dies, she wouldn't shed too many tears over him. We would be plotting treason if we went through with this, Sakura pointed out. It's only treason if we get caught, he replied with a shrug. He turned his gaze back to the daimyo in the room. So, what did you have in mind? A few hours before the dance, the Fire Daimyo was alone in his room, writing a few letters before leaving for the dance. His concentration was interrupted when there was a knock on the door. Yes? Who's there? He called out, looking up from his desk. It's Jiraiya, my lord, the Toad Sage's voice spoke from the other side of the door. There's something we need to discuss. It's about where we will be positioned during the dance. May I come in? Yes. He stood up from his chair. Please give me a moment, I locked the door. He walked over to the door and opened it. Before he said anything, his eyes rolled backwards and he collapsed. The last thing he had seen was a spinning Sharingan. All right people, let's get this going, Jiraiya told the others standing in the hallway as he held the door open. Kakashi, please make sure the daimyo doesn't hit the ground. The face-masked shinobi quickly caught the falling daimyo. Got him, he announced as he quickly walked into the room, using his free hand to cover the Sharingan with his headband. Sasuke and Koike followed him while Jiraiya closed the door. Sai and Sakura stayed outside to keep an eye out on the hallway. Lady Koike, please sit on the edge of the bed, Sasuke told her. She nodded and quickly sat down next to the unconscious fire daimyo, who had been positioned in a sitting pose. Are you sure about this? He asked. If she wanted to back out of this, all they had to do was leave the room. The unconscious fire daimyo would wake up before the dance and no one would be wiser. Yes, I'm sure, she answered with conviction. Then let us begin, Jiraiya declared. He focused his chakra onto the tip of his forefingers and pressed them on a spot on both daimyo's backs. Just underneath that spot was one of the Tenketsu chakra points, and when he injected his chakra into it, it would be enough to have the two civilians' chakra to briefly activate, giving them the power to use jutsu for a short amount of time. Kakashi, wake him up, he ordered, pulling his forefingers away. Kakashi nodded and proceeded to slap the fire daimyo across the face. He woke up with a jerk but went still as he gazed into Kakashi's Sharingan. Next to him, Koike was in the same situation as Sasuke. The two shinobi formed a hand seal and the two civilians did the same. While all four of them were doing the motions, Sasuke and Kakashi were manipulating the daimyo's chakra to activate the Henji no Jutsu, along with keeping the image of the target in mind. Henji no Jutsu, the four chorused together. The two daimyos were engulfed in plumes of smoke, and when the plumes dissipated, they had switched places. Koike now sat where the fire daimyos sat and vice versa. Is everything set? Jiraiya asked both Kakashi and Sasuke. Kakashi nodded as he once again covered his Sharingan with his headband. They now think they're the other person and will act accordingly until we break the hypnosis. With any luck, Nadar will fall for it and attack the fire daimyo, Sasuke finished as he deactivated his Sharingan. Now all we have to do is pass the information to Naruto and his team. Are you kidding? That's the easy part, Jiraiya stated. He looked at the fire daimyo Koike. Thank you for your time, my lord. We'll be leaving now, he said formally. Once the daimyo had nodded vaguely, Jiraiya, Sasuke, Kakashi, and Koike, the fire daimyo, turned and left the room. Jiraiya quickly noticed Naruto walking into the hall and signaled him to come over. He acknowledged and casually made his way over to the Toad Sage. What is it? He whispered as he watched the rest of the people either dance or talk. There was a respectable distance between the two, close enough to hear each other but not close enough to make it look like they were talking to each other. Small change of plans, don't try to stop the assassination, Jiraiya answered. We switched Koike and the fire daimyo. He could see where this was going. Alright, you'd better inform the others then. Kakashi is taking care of that. Naruto walked away into the crowd. He was soon besieged by a lot of teenage girls. Azula pulled out the piece of paper that Kakashi had slipped into her breast pocket. There were only 2 sentences. Don't stop assassination. Koike and fire daimyo are switched. She passed it to the next person beside her after reading it. The process repeated itself as each one took a moment to briefly read the note before handing it to the next person. Once they were done, Suki handed the paper back to Azula. She closed her hand around it and burned it to ashes with a quick fire bending. End flashback. And so, the fire daimyo was dead. Long live the fire daimyo. They all stood in the throne room of the fire daimyo. Like the dance hall, it was very well done. High walls and columns supported a roof of rare dark wood, the same as the walls. The columns were made of a gray stone that had nothing carved on them. The walls also had nothing on them. There were no paintings, banners, or tapestries. The whole room was rather plain, but that didn't ruin it. In fact, it emphasized it. It all conveyed the simple fact that this was a place for business, not fun. If one had to define the room, the word simple elegance would be the first choice. Everyone who needed to be in the throne room was there, lining the carpet that ran from the throne to the door. Naruto and his team stood close to the throne. They had gotten rid of their disguise and Sokka and Suki decided to dress a bit more formally than the others, Sokka in his armor, minus the face paint, and Suki in hers, plus the face paint. June, Azula, and Naruto, however, were content to be back in their regular clothes. Akela and Naila had stayed in the garden because they would make quite a few people in the room nervous. Despite the difference in what they wore, all 4 paragons wore their medallions out in the open for everyone to see. The door opened and everyone turned their attention to it. Miki came through, dressed in a black formal kimono. Even though she was technically supposed to be in mourning for her father, everyone knew for a fact that she wasn't. The only thing she had said when they told him of his death was it was bound to happen. Now, she made her way towards the throne that he had sat on. Behind was Team Kakashi, acting as guards. Jiraiya walked beside her. Because the coronation ceremony was on short notice, there was no time for Tsunade to get to the capital, though she had been informed. As such, he was acting in her stead. They walked down the carpet, the sound of their footsteps muffled by the carpet. As they finally approached the throne, the senior advisor stepped in front of them. "Who are you to approach the throne of the Fire Daimyo?" he asked aloud. Even though he knew her answer, formalities had to be observed. She stepped forward, away from Jiraiya and Team Kakashi. "I am Miki, daughter of Hideaki, daimyo of the Land of Fire. I have come to claim my right as his heir," she answered with a formal tone. "Who supports her claim?" he asked, looking at the hall. "I do," Jiraiya answered, stepping forward. "I am Jiraiya of the Sannin, Toad Sage of Mt. Mayaboku. I stand in the stead of Tsunade Senju, the Godame Hokage, and as such, we both support Princess Miki's claim to the throne." "Does anyone else support her claim?" he asked again. "I do," Sasuke answered, stepping forward and standing next to Jiraiya. "I am Sasuke Uchiha, the Kurijishi no Sharingan, son of the Uchiha clan and their heir, Jonin of Konohagakure. I stand here and declare my support for Princess Miki's claim to the throne, as does the Uchiha clan itself," he declared. The way he made the statement, and the way he looked as he spoke, Naruto wasn't surprised when he noticed the love-struck looks the girls in the hall were throwing at his back. Of course, he would get all that, he thought to himself. "Feeling jealous, are we?" Kyubi asked with a smirk. "No, I am not," he protested. "If anything, I'm glad that he's getting it and I'm not." "You are jealous! I knew it!" "Does anyone else support her claim?" the advisor asked for the 3rd time. Silence filled the hall. No one was expecting anyone to answer the question. Miki already had the backing of the Toad Sage, and by extension, the Hokage, as well as the clan heir of the Uchiha. She didn't really need anyone else. However, nobody told Naruto that. "Oh, fuck it. I might as well," he thought before stepping forward, deciding to indulge in a little vanity. "I do," he announced, getting the attention of everyone in the hall, his teammates included. "Who exactly are you?" the advisor asked as he looked at the stranger who stood next to Miki, a little uncertain on what was going on. He hadn't been informed about this blonde-haired man declaring his support for Miki, so he decided to go with formality. "I am Naruto Uzumaki, child of the lost Uzumaki clan and son of the Yondaime Hokage, paragon of the Fire Nation, bodyguard to Princess Azula, sister to Fire Lord Zuko. I am the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi and Princess Miki has my support for her claim," he stated with complete confidence, no hesitation, and no fear. His eyes dared the advisor to say something in response. If he had looked back behind him, he would have noticed the girls were now giving him the love-struck looks. He also would have seen Azula giving all of the said girls death glares. The fact that he had so brazenly announced who he was stunned the entire audience, minus the love-struck girls who were being glared to death. It wasn't exactly common knowledge that the Yondaime Hokage was his father, and the fact he had just stated it out loud, along with the fact he said he was in what sounded like a high position as well as being the guard to royalty, got the attention of quite a few people there. His status of being a Jinchuriki made a couple of people nervous, but many of the people there just ignored it for the other titles he had. The senior advisor regained his composure and turned his gaze to Miki. "Do you accept these claims?" he asked her. "I do," she answered. "Do you accept the burden of which you ask for?" "I do." "Are you willing to stand for this land through good and bad?" "I am." "Then kneel," he commanded. She knelt onto one knee and bowed her head. Another advisor came forward and handed him the headdress of the Fire Daimyo. He took it, holding it in both hands, and placed it atop her head. "Stand and take your seat, my lady," he told her, taking his hands away. Jiraiya, Sasuke, and Naruto stepped back away from her, joining the front of the crowd along with Team Kakashi. She rose and walked towards the throne, a simple chair made of wood. She walked up the 3 steps and sat on the throne of the Fire Daimyo. Once she had sat down, everyone in the hall knelt. "Hail Lady Miki, daimyo of the Land of Fire!" They chorused as one, their combined voice rang through the room and reverberated against the walls. "Long may her ladyship reign." "Thank you," she said with a smile as they stood again. "I know a lot of you were waiting for the day I took the throne. That day is here, and I promise to make sure that your patience will not be wasted. But there are things that need to be done." The smile disappeared as her expression became neutral. "Madam Shirjimi, come forward." The stepmother of the new daimyo stepped out of the crowd and walked up to the throne. It was obvious from the pleased look on her face and the smug smile that she was expecting a reward. She stood in front of the throne, not bothering to kneel to her stepdaughter. "Madam Shirjimi, ever since my mother died, you became my father's new wife. You've lived with me and yet, you placed a greater importance on your cat than me. You only saw me as someone to play dress or someone that had to be married right away. So, I give you my first command as daimyo." The smile on Shijimi's face, despite the things said about her, couldn't have been smuggled. "Leave." "What?" Shirjimi asked as the grin she had on became uncertain. "Get out." "I'm afraid I misunderstood you, Miki, could you please?" "You will address me as Lady Daimyo," she thundered, making most of the people flinch and take a small step back. The shinobi, as well as Team Paragon, didn't budge. "And you misunderstood nothing. You are to get out, to leave, to never be seen in my sight again. As of this moment, I strip you of all titles and powers that are related to the status of the daimyo's wife. Now get out of my sight before I strip you of all your titles and powers and give your kami-damned cat to Konoha." The 5 shinobi, and 1 ex-shinobi, were quickly filled with hope. "My lady, please give us the cat," Jiraiya asked her. "I know many genin, both former and current, who would just love the opportunity to kill that cat. Just give us the word and they'll be on the creature like a pack of dogs." "Actually, the genin from the Inuzuka clan would be on it like a pack of dogs," he noted. That was enough to get Shirjimi bolting out of the hall, screaming for her precious Torah. As she left, everyone was wearing some sort of smile because that was one hell of a way to get rid of the stepmother you detested. "Now that the fat bitch has been taken care of," Miki said, earning a couple of chuckles from the crowd. "Naruto Uzumaki, come forward." The hall fell silent as he took a few steps forward, stopping at the base of the first step. "It is thanks to your warning of the assassination that I was able to have an excuse to walk away from the dance hall." "All I did was dance with you, milady," he replied modestly. "You came up with the excuse yourself." "True, although I was a little disappointed when you came to my room," she told him with a smile that would have made lesser men go weak at the knees, which would have been evident in the crowd, if you knew where to look. "I was interested to see what kind of moves you had at your disposal." "I'm sorry, Lady Miki, but I am in a relationship, and she is present in this very hall." "Could have brought her," she replied with a shrug. Once again, jaws were being picked up from the floor when the crowd heard that. "I'm afraid that isn't my decision, my Lady Daimyo," he replied, struggling to make sure he didn't blush. It was getting difficult. "You'd have to take that up with my girlfriend." "It's not a bad idea, if you think about it," Azula spoke up, getting everyone's attention. "Actually, it sounds like it could be both interesting and entertaining." The jaws that were in the process of being picked up fell to the floor again. They could believe what they had just heard. His girlfriend had just given him permission to have a threesome with her and the new Fire Daimyo. Several of the young men there were cursing Naruto's luck. To them, only an idiot would pass this kind of chance. But unbeknownst to them, Naruto was that kind of idiot. "I must respectfully decline, my lady," he said to Miki. "I do not wish to sully your honor while you remain unmarried, and there may be diplomatic complications should there be a pregnancy involved." That simple statement endeared him to many of the women there. "Are you fucking crazy?" someone from the back of the crowd yelled out at him. Nobody batted an eyelash and kept facing forward, although there were sounds of someone hushing the person. "Well, it's a pity, but I won't push you," Miki told him, which made him take a silent breath of relief. "Back to the matter at hand, I want to reward you for saving both my life and capturing the assassin." The senior advisor reached into a pocket and pulled out a folded piece of cloth. Unfolding it, he revealed it to be a sash that had the symbol of fire on it. "I ask you, Naruto Uzumaki, to become one of the 12 guardian shinobi. I also offer you the position of being my personal guard." The crowd was surprised to hear that second part. To be asked to join the 12 guardian shinobi was one thing, but to be asked to be her personal guard was another thing. If he accepted, odds are he would have become one of the most powerful people in the Land of Fire, second only to her. Practically everyone there, with a few exceptions, expected him to accept the offers. However, he disappointed them once again. I'm afraid I will have to decline your offers, Lady Mickey, considering I already have a similar job protecting the Fire Lord's sister, he told her. Is there any chance I could persuade her to give you to me? Again, you'll have to take that up with her. Azula walked up and stood right by his side, looking up at the daimyo. I said it might be interesting to share with him, she told her, looking her straight in the eye. I never agreed to letting you have him to yourself, and I never will. There was an indirect challenge in the sentence. It was as if Azula was trying to make Mickey challenge her for him. But she didn't rise to it. Very well, I will not try to push you into something you do not want to do. She gestured to the advisor to put the sash away. But I still feel like I should reward you. That isn't necessary, my Lady Daimyo, Naruto told her. I do not need any reward. And I feel that you do. At the very least, let me give you a title so people will remember your name. I already have a title, ma'am. I am the Paragon of the Fire Nation. He tapped the medallion hanging from his neck. Her face took a thoughtful expression when she heard that. Just what is a paragon? I've heard that the people in the bending countries could control the very elements themselves, without the need for chakra or hand seals. Does being a paragon mean that you are the most powerful wielder of that element? He gave a brief laugh. No, it doesn't mean that. Besides, I'm not a bender. You're born with that. All 4 paragons, including myself, are non-benders. He gestured towards Suki, June, and Sokka. But what is a paragon? She asked again, being genuinely curious about them. Naruto didn't say anything. He just turned and looked at June. Being the eldest paragon among them, she was probably the best at describing what they are. She met his gaze and nodded in agreement, before looking up at the daimyo. To be a paragon is to serve your country, completely and utterly. You embody that country, and to do that, you must be the best. The reason that only non-benders can become paragons is because we push ourselves to the very edge of our limits, and break those limits to be known as the best. I see. The daimyo was silent for a moment before turning to look at Naruto. If I remember correctly, you used the name Kikken during the dance. She told him. Yes, my lady, but I think whoever was trying to have you and Lady Koiki assassinated was trying to be funny, he replied. It was a little more obvious now that he thought about it. Konoha had found out about him around the beginning of spring, and the actual Kikken became a rich man only 4 months ago. What are the odds of those being a coincidence? Those are no odds. It was deliberate, the QB told him. You make it sound like I hadn't figured that out myself, he replied with heavy sarcasm. Naruto Uzumaki, when I found out that it was you who managed to save me and that you were a former Konoha shinobi, I was curious, Mickey said aloud. So I read up on you. You have quite an impressive track record, despite it being short. You kept pushing yourself to be the best every time you came up against that tried to stop. You were an amazing shinobi, and if what your fellow paragon said is true, then you are most definitely worthy of being one. Therefore I, Mickey, daimyo of the Land of Fire, hereby name you the Shinobi Kikken, Shinobi Paragon. Let the countries know you as such. He could only bow his head. Thank you, my lady, I can only hope that I do the title you gave me justice. I'm sure that you will. Oh, and I'm quite surprised at your impeccable manners, Naruto, she assured him with a smile. You may go. He backed away and Azula followed, joining their friends in the crowd. And now, the people will see their new daimyo, she declared, standing up from the throne. She walked down the steps and onto the carpet, making her towards the door, where she would go through and walk onto a nearby balcony so she could greet her subjects. They gathered near the gates of the city. Once Mickey had stepped out onto the balcony and the people saw, there was a great amount of cheering. To them, she was the hope that they had been waiting patiently for during her father's rule, the hope that she would be a better ruler than he had been. Mickey had accepted the cheering humbly. She bowed her head in thanks while also smiling and waving. Once that was done, she got down to business. Within 2 hours the trade agreement between the Land of Fire and the Land of Spring, which had been hashed out and haggled over long before Koiki had arrived, was signed. Koiki would stay in the capital to help Mickey get used to being daimyo, where she would be surrounded by guards 24/7, even though the shinobi knew it wasn't likely for another assassination attempt to happen. Is everyone ready? Jiraiya asked the others. Because Sokka, Suki, Jun, and Azula couldn't run through the trees, as well as having Akela and Nyla, they would have to stick to the road. They could go a little faster, perhaps shave off a day or two, but it was still slower than he'd liked. Yeah, we're ready, Jun told him as she stood next to Nyla. As she double-checked everything she had, Sasuke walked up to the other side of the Shirshu and began whispering in his ear. Alright, then let's get. He was interrupted when Nyla began to growl loudly at Naruto, getting everyone's attention. It looked like the Shirshu was very angry at him for some reason. What's the matter with you, ugly? Naruto asked him, only to hit the ground when he shot his tongue at him, letting fly over. Whoa! Will you be careful? Now's not the time for. He didn't finish the sentence due to the fact Nyla kept shooting his tongue out at him, forcing him to roll around on the ground. In the end, he took off down the road with the Shirshu in pursuit. The others could only look on as this happened. What in the name of you was that all about? Sokka asked. Sasuke couldn't take it anymore. He started to laugh out loud. Both Team Kakashi and Jiraiya looked at him in surprise. Sure, he smiled more than before Naruto left. He could chuckle at a joke, even crack one himself with a completely straight face. But they had never actually heard him laugh. To her surprise, Sakura found it pleasant. She couldn't help but laugh along with him. What did you do? Jun asked him, turning around to face him. I might have told your Shirshu that Naruto said a couple of unpleasant things when he wasn't around. I'm surprised it worked. Considering the way those two fought on the way here, I had thought it would take a bit more to get a rise out of him, he told her as he tried to stop laughing. She couldn't help but agree. Naruto had been insulting Nyla for so long, she had also thought it would be a little difficult to get the Shirshu angry. Perhaps we should go after them before the creature tries to eat him? Sai pointed out. The rest of them agreed with what he said and began to run after Naruto and Nyla. Sasuke's and Sakura's laughter had dwindled down to sniggers. While the others could find the situation a little funny, they were more focused on either getting home or making sure Nyla didn't kill Naruto. What an idiot, Azula thought to herself as they ran, looking over at Sasuke. He never should have done that. Location: Konoha. They stood in Tsunade's office, delivering their report to her while Akela and Nyla waited outside of the building. It had taken them about 3.5 days to get back. The half day was due to chasing after Naruto and Nyla, whom they found collapsed on the ground against each other, exhausted. Is that everything? She asked Jiraiya. So far as we know, but a lot of this is pure speculation, he replied. That may be, but if a single bit is true, then we're in a lot more trouble than we originally thought, she pointed out as she leaned back in her chair. There's one way to confirm some of it, Naruto said, getting their attention. We could pump Kabuto for information. He served under Orochimaru, and that bastard was a former member of the Akatsuki. He's bound to know more than what's written down. He saw the uneasy looks on Tsunade's, Jiraiya's, and Kakashi's faces and covered his face with his hand, pinching the bridge of his nose. What happened? 2 days after your team, and Jiraiya went back to the Bending Countries, Kabuto broke out of the cell we were holding him in, Tsunade told him. He killed about half of the guards who tried to stop him. Once he got out of the building and onto the street, we lost him. From the tracking reports from both the Inuzuka clan and the Hyuga clan, we believe that he was out of the village within an hour. And now you have no idea where he is, Sokka summarized, stifling a groan. This is going to come back and bite us in the blubber, I just know it. Well, it's not going to happen right now, Jun told him, leaning against the wall. We should just focus on the main problem right now. She's right. We need to focus on the Akatsuki, not Kabuto, Sakura agreed with her. They all knew the two were right. The Akatsuki was the more pressing issue. But they couldn't deny that if Kabuto ever showed himself again, there was bound to be trouble. Regardless, both Team Kakashi and Paragon have done well, Tsunade told them. Even I cannot deny the fact that it's a relief to see Mickey on the throne. You've obtained the information that was needed and possibly more if we can get it confirmed. You are dismissed. The two teams turned around and walked out of the office while Jiraiya and Kakashi stayed behind. I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to see if I can find a place to train, Sokka said as he closed the door behind him. Sai just walked off without saying a word to the others. He had to report to Danzo. You want some company? Suki asked with a smirk. I could toss your rear to the ground again. The pleasure would be mine, Suki. Although, I'm sure that I'll be doing the same to you, he replied with a grin. You're welcome to try. The two walked off together, eager to get in some sparring time. I gotta make sure Nyla hasn't attacked anyone, June told them as she walked down the hallway away from them, leaving Naruto and Azula alone with Sasuke and Sakura. The situation would have been awkward if Naruto didn't turn around and walk away. Where are you going, Naruto? Sakura asked. Both she and Sasuke had been hoping he would stay a while, so they could have a conversation. I'm going to see someone, he answered curtly, not bothering to turn and face them. Don't bother asking me who it is, it's not your business. I'll see you back at the house then, Naruto? Azula asked him, not bothered by the fact he was leaving her alone. Yeah, you have a good night, Azula. You too, and try not to get into trouble, okay? He stopped and looked at her with a grin on his face. No promises, he told her. He turned back around and kept walking, soon disappearing from their sight. Naruto stood in front of the classroom door, unexpectedly nervous. A small part of his mind urged him to forget this idea, to just keep on walking. Are you going to go in or not? Kyubi asked in a bored tone. I'm a little nervous here, okay? I haven't seen him in 3 years, he told the fox. There was a part of him that wanted to turn around and walk away from the door. And now, you're standing outside the door to his classroom. Would you just open it already? It's boring just watching you stand there. Well, pardon me for boring you. He took a deep breath, opened the door, and saw Irika Yumino sitting at the teacher's desk, looking through papers. The sight gave him a nostalgic grin. It's well after school hours and you're still here, grading tests, he said aloud, getting Irika's attention. Do you not have a life, Irika-sensei? Naruto? He asked in surprise, standing up from his chair. In the flesh, Irika-sensei. How have you been? Irika didn't answer, he just walked over to him and gave him a hug so tight, he had a difficult time breathing. Irika-sensei, I need air for continued existence. He managed to choke out. I should let you suffocate. Irika growled out, but he released him anyway, letting him breathe. You were in the village a whole month before the final exam. A month? And you don't bother to come and see me once? In my defense, I was a little busy during that time, he protested as he got the rest of his breathing ability back. I was going to fight Orochimaru, so Jiraiya was training my ass off. His old teacher smiled. In any case, it's good to see you again, Naruto. You too, Irika-sensei. You sure have grown, he noted as he looked over his former student. I'm finding it hard to believe that you used to be the shortest in the class. Now look at you, whatever you ate in the past 3 years has definitely agreed with you. That and a lot of working out, I went from being in one military force to another in the span of a few weeks. He winced slightly. That was an entirely different experience from the classroom. Did it do you any good? Of course it did. He was a little offended at Irika suggesting that it wasn't worth it. Then why are you complaining? I'm not. I could even beat you now, Irika-sensei, he said with a scowl. He laughed. Of that I have no doubt. The scowl lasted for about 2 seconds before he joined in the laughter. So tell me, did you find any good ramen over there? Irika asked him after they had stopped laughing. No, there wasn't any over in the bending countries. Besides, it was no big deal, he replied with a shrug. I haven't had ramen in 3 years. You mean to tell me you haven't been to Ichiraku ramen ever since you got back? Who are you and what have you done with Naruto Uzumaki? His former teacher demanded with a look of mock shock. Very funny, Irika-sensei, very funny, he told him in a deadpan tone. Sorry, I couldn't resist. How about we go there for a bowl or two? It'll be my treat, he offered, hoping that he would accept. Naruto grinned. Sure, why not? I just got back from a mission, so I could go for a bowl. That's the Naruto Uzumaki I know. Irika told him with a smile as they walked out of the classroom, the papers lying on the table, forgotten. Welcome, Tucci called out as he heard people come in. His back was to them, so he couldn't see who it was. I'll be right with you, so please take a seat. As the sound of chairs being moved filled the place, he stopped washing the dish in his hands and turned around. Now can I get ya? He asked, the question trailing off as he looked at who was sitting in front of him. I don't know about Iruka-sensei, but I could go for a bowl of miso ramen, Naruto said, casually sitting in the chair. I'll have the same, Iruka added. Tochi looked at Naruto, unable to speak due to the surprise. When he finally could, he turned to face the back. Our favorite customer is back, he shouted with joy. What? Shouted in return. After listening to the sound of someone moving quickly through a kitchen, she appeared in the front, a look of hope on her face. Is that you, Naruto? She asked the blonde sitting before her. As I told Iruka-sensei, in the flesh, he replied with a grin. The grin disappeared with a yelp as he ducked his head to avoid a swipe of her ladle. What was that for? You don't show up here ever since you got back, you don't even bother to drop in to say hi, she accused him, shaking her ladle at his face. Did you find someone who was better at making ramen? No. I didn't, I swear. Nothing can compare to Ichiraku ramen, he promised the two of them. The last thing he wanted to do was insult Ichiraku. Oh really? Asked Tochi. And we're supposed to believe you? You, who didn't bother to come once during the Chunin exams? It's the truth. Besides, I haven't had ramen in 3 years. Why didn't you say so? Ayame asked, her angry mood completely disappearing. Both she and her father went to work making the ramen, serving it in record time. Naruto broke the chopsticks apart, quickly gave thanks, and dug in with gusto. Still the best, he declared as he slurped down the noodles and the broth. Another one, please. Coming right up, Tochi told him. You really should eat more slowly, Naruto, Iruka told him as he ate his ramen. I can eat slowly, but like I said, it's been 3 years since I had ramen. I couldn't hold it in. Tochi gave him another bowl, and this time, he did it more slowly. The two of them enjoyed their meal, with Naruto mainly telling him some of the things he's done. A couple of those things managed to make Iruka laugh, which made him smile. You know, there's one thing that's kinda been bugging me ever since the Chunin exam. Oh? What's that? He asked, curious. It didn't seem like a lot of things bugged Naruto recently. How in the name of Kami in heaven above did you and the crazy snake lady get together? He demanded, pointing his finger at his former sensei, who could only stare at him before laughing. Hey, don't laugh at me. It's a serious question. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Iruka apologized as he tried to stop laughing. Well? How did you two get together? I'll be honest with you, Naruto, I'm not quite sure myself. But I think it started when she walked in on me when I was undressing in the academy bathhouse. The bathhouse was adjacent to the academy and was available to teachers after a rough day or just wanted to quickly clean up. She kept looking at me like I was a piece of prime meat. She wasn't embarrassed in the slightest. He could still remember her eyes roaming up and down his body while he stood in surprise, wearing only his underwear. But I'm guessing you were, Naruto asked with a grin. He would be too if he was in that situation. All he had in his experience was trying to make sure that fangirls didn't break down the door to the room he was in at the time, and running for his life away from them. Of course I was. After that, whenever we met, she kept giving my ass a squeeze and purring in my ear. Kurenai usually had to pull her from me. I eventually asked her if she wanted to go out sometime, and she all but pounced on me. And how did the date go? Surprisingly well, actually, Iruka admitted. She didn't try to molest or anything like that the entire time we were out. It was only after I walked her back home that she started up again. He grinned. Let me guess, you tried to say goodnight and she pulled you into a round of tongue wrestling? I haven't heard it used like that, but yes. Then she dragged me up to her apartment. You must have completely worn out by the morning, he said with a chuckle. Yes, I was, his former teacher admitted, before giving his former student a grin that was a little perverted. But the sex was well worth it. The blonde quickly found his ramen more interesting. That I don't need to hear. Om. Are you sure? He asked, the grin getting wider. It disappeared when they heard the faint sounds of feet stomping on the ground, a lot of them. What's that noise? He asked, not really expecting an answer. He got it when he heard Sasuke run past, screaming help, at the top of his lungs. What soon followed were the high-pitched squeals of his fangirls as they screamed his name and chased after him. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that would be Sasuke getting punished for that prank he pulled back at the capital, Naruto nonchalantly said as he continued to eat his ramen, while everyone else in the restaurant looked at him with surprise. What did you do, Naruto? Iruka asked him. He shrugged. I just told them where he would be and that he wanted them. I had a clone shadow him until he was alone. Then I used a wireless radio to let them know his location. They took care of the rest. That's a little cruel, Naruto, Ayame accused him. Both she and her father had hidden Sasuke from his fangirls enough times to know how scary they really were. So was having a Shurshu who hates my very existence, and who would love to see me dead go after me for a laugh, he replied, looking her straight in the eye. This is just a return prank. Besides, I have to maintain my reputation as the best pranker in Konoha. You're still the same as ever, Naruto, Iruka said with exasperation. I'll take that as a compliment, Iruka-sensei, he said with a mischievous grin, making the others laugh. But there was also another reputation that he had to protect, one that was mandatory. There was a reason Azula had silently called Sasuke an idiot. To her, since he had worked with Naruto before he left, he should have known and remembered the most important lesson of: you don't prank an Uzumaki. They will prank you back. Thanks for watching, Shinobi Squad. If you enjoyed this what if, hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next twist. Drop your theories in the comments, I'm always reading. Want more Naruto heat? Check out the other videos on the channel. Stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember even shadow clones need love. Peace out, Shinobi!